Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Deku Became the Sun God Hero of My Hero Academia. So do 4 blue hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Izuka X Momo uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Izuka Midoriya always wanted to be a hero. Ever since he first could see, hear, talk, and understand, he always latched onto the idea of becoming a hero, someone that protects people and fights off evil. And it all started when he first saw All Might's debut video, where he single-handedly saved hundreds of people in a city. He was inspired, and like any child would, immediately idolized All Might. But who wouldn't? The tall and immensely muscular man is this generation's symbol of peace after all, the #1 hero. That wasn't the Izuka Midoriya of this timeline. The Izuka Midoriya of this timeline is essentially the same with many differences. He didn't have much interest in being a hero unlike his original self, though he was later influenced to be one by his best friend Katsuki Bakugo and many more people. The Izuku in this timeline isn't quirkless, which resulted in a different path. Not one where he shoulders the burden of one for all, personally given by All Might himself. This is the path where fate was a little bit playful and decided to give him the most ridiculous quirk in the world. Inko Midoriya always knew that her child would be special, not in the same way as other parents usually think of themselves, but in a way like a special person, or better yet a god whispered to her specifically. She only needed one look at her newborn baby to realize that this child will make the world shake one day, and she never would doubt if it was in a literal way. Hisashi Midoriya sighed with a fond look on his face as he looked at his boy. The baby looked so small and fragile to him, and he was sure that he could probably break Izuku if he wasn't careful, a fact that made him worry. Hisashi promised that he would keep Izuku safe from any harm, at least until he was sure that his boy could handle himself on his own just fine. He felt a bit agitated over the fact that he doesn't have much time to spend here in his home country, but then again he still has to keep up with his job back in America. "Hun, you're muttering." Inko sighed as she looked at her husband, who is currently making a puddle on the floor from the sheer amount of sweat he had made. Hisashi quickly snapped out of his thoughts before he looked at his wife. "Oh right, sorry." Hisashi nodded, his expression turning embarrassed while he absent-mindedly wiped off some sweat from his snout. Inko just looked amused over her husband's antics. She always found his unintentional mutterings pretty cute ever since they first met in high school. "Look, I know that you only have 3 years here before you have to go back to America, but really it's fine, you can always call us whenever you want." Inko placed her free hand on top of Hisashi's own hand before she gently squeezed. Hisashi couldn't help but smile. He always loved the feeling of Inko's hand, even if his own hand is 5 times bigger than hers. "Still, I want to be here with you too. I don't want to have Izuku growing up and only seeing his old man behind a screen." Hisashi looked at the baby with concern. "I don't want to miss out on stuff in his life, you know?" He huffed. Inko looked at her husband for a bit before looking at Izuku. "Well, you do have a month of vacation every year, right? You can always visit back here during your vacation, and we can always send daily pictures of Izuku so you can see how much he's growing up," she offered. Hisashi changed his focus from Izuku to Inko as he blinked. "Yeah, that could work. Weekly calls and a video call every month?" he added while watching a smile form on Inko's face. "Yeah, that works." She agreed before they both heard Izuku coo, telling the two that he woke up from their chatting. "Oh, banana biscuits." Hisashi moved back, fully expecting that Izuku would not react well to his appearance. Everyone did fear him for a reason after all. An 8 feet tall, immensely muscular humanoid dragon who can easily hold up an entire building if he has to and generate fire that Endeavor would be jealous of. "Stop overreacting, Ashi." Inko gave her husband a flat stare before smiling at Izuku, who immediately focused on her. Izuku, despite being a newborn baby, immediately identified Inko as his mother, so he began to coo, babble, and giggle happily. Seriously, he won't burst out crying like you do over spoiled milk. Inko sighed, giving Izuku a smile before she gently moved him around to let him see Hisashi. Father and son looked at each other for a bit, the former with fear and hesitation, the latter with curiosity and confusion. Are you sure? Hisashi looked at Inko, his hands doing weird gestures on their own to show his fear and hesitance. Inko rolled her eyes. Yes, honey, Izuku won't fear you. She nodded before sending Hisashi an encouraging expression. Inko's smile is enough to fuel Hisashi to take down the top 10 heroes in a minute. Hisashi looked at Izuku before he slowly and carefully moved closer. Hey, little guy. Hisashi went a bit closer. I'm your dad? He hesitantly offered his hand to Izuku. The baby looked at the massive humanoid dragon before looking at the large hand. In Izuku's perspective, he can only see a colossal titan looking at him. Hisashi's breath hitched, feeling Izuku's small hand, his tiny fingers touching his own. Datua? Hisashi dumbly breathed out. Just the touch of his boy made his worries disappear. Inko looked at the two with amusement. "Da think you can actually hold our boy for a bit without fainting, hun?" Inko asked. Hisashi looked at Inko for a moment before he nodded, letting Inko gently put Izuku on Hisashi's hands. It took Hisashi everything to not burst out into a crying fit as soon as he felt Izuku. He's so small, yet Hisashi can't help but feel like the baby would become a titan soon. That he's the size of my thumb. Hisashi looked at his son, who he can easily carry with a single hand. Inko snorted. Of course he is, you're a massive dragon, you know? Inko commented before. She focused her gaze from her husband to her son. That he inherited your face, dear? Hisashi mumbled. Inko just chuckled at her husband's words. Well, he did inherit your black hair too. She nodded and watched Hisashi look at the small patches of black hair on Izuku's head. You and our boy share the same eyes. The man added. I really thought he'd be leaning more to your appearance, turns out it would be on both of us. I can tell our little boy will become popular with girls soon. Hisashi chuckled before he paused and felt a small, very small hand touch his snout. He blinked before looking a bit down to see Izuku holding his snout. He didn't even realize that he was unintentionally leaning closer to Izuku. Inko watched Hisashi practically turn into a statue, which made her eyes roll from her husband's intense reactions to any events. See, Hisashi? Our baby doesn't fear you. Inko chuckled and saw Hisashi raised Izuku up with both of his hands, as if he held the Holy Grail. Where did those lights and sparkles come from above? Inko thought to herself with a confused expression before she decided to ignore it for now and moved her attention back to her two boys. Eventually, the parents shared a glance before they smiled at each other and watched their boy fall back to sleep after he touched Hisashi's snout more. For now, life was good for the Midoriya family. Age 1. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo met in the Bakugo residence. At first, due to Katsuki's volatile and outright violent personality despite being a 2-year-old baby, Mitsuki Bakugo thought that they would immediately start a fight. It could barely be called one as Katsuki would just be trying to pull on whatever his small hands could, as soon as Katsuki saw Izuku, as he did to other toddlers in the nursery. Fortunately though, the two toddlers connected with each other pretty easily, which made the two moms breathe out a sigh of relief. I honestly was fully prepared that Katsuki would be trying to bite your boy, Inko-chan. I had an entire kit and everything if he did try biting your son like he did to the other kids in the nursery. Mitsuki sighed, remembering the reason why she and her husband Masaru quickly gave up on having Katsuki in nurseries as she sat on the floor and watched Izuku and Katsuki interact with each other. Inko just chuckled and shook her head. I'm sure that your son wouldn't be that violent. Inko placed a hand on her best friend's shoulder. Tell that to the 32 parents that said otherwise. Mitsuki huffed before she quickly snapped a photo of Katsuki trying to climb on top of Izuku, the latter just letting the former do so. The sight was adorable as Katsuki ended up giving up pretty easily and just settled for laying next to Izuku, who just made more cute noises. Inko shrugged. Well, you were pretty violent when we were young, maybe Katsu-chan would become calmer when he grows up. She suggested. Mitsuki looked at Inko for a moment before she nodded. Yeah. I'm just hoping his biting habits would not last long. Mitsuki sighed, remembering her own mother's reminders about how many things she bit when she was young. Mitsuki really didn't expect that Katsuki would experience the same thing. At least she could tease him about it later on once her boy is grown up. Hopefully it won't. Inko nodded before she looked at Mitsuki. How's your models, by the way? I heard one of them got into a relationship with another. Mitsuki blinked at Inko's question before she grinned. Ah, right, Kumiko-chan and Sumi-chan finally confessed to each other, and it only took them 2 years. Mitsuki nodded as Inko smiled. That's good to hear. I did think that those two becoming a couple had a very high chance of happening. Inko's expression turned from a happy one to an amused one. Mitsuki laughed. It was obvious that the two fell in love at first sight. It took me half a year to make them able to talk with each other before they finally stopped stuttering or just becoming a DM and tomato at the sight of each other. The blonde added before she relaxed on the couch. Some of my coworkers owe me cash now. She snickered, remembering the bets between her workers and models. Inko just sighed at her best friend's habits on betting over the most random things to make a quick profit. Meanwhile, the two babies were now busy with their blocks. They were somehow working together, stacking one block on top of another. It took them a while to form 2 towers, but when Katsuki finally placed the last block on the second tower, they both giggled and clapped their hands. It didn't take Katsuki a moment to topple the tower and make their hard work collapse into a mess. Izuku just tilted his head before he looked at Katsuki. They stared at each other before. Izuku lightly slapped Bakugo with a cartoonish carrot plush. In return, Bakugo also slapped Izuku with his own celery plush. The two babies stared at each other before they narrowed their eyes. An agreement was made. They would together take over the world once they became big like their own mom and dad. For now, they will resume with their playtime. It's for that okay, but when is my quirk coming? Katsuki did not pout when he asked Izuku that question. Izuku looked at his best friend with a frown before he sighed. Mom said that quirks come when we're 4 or 6 years old, and since we're already 4, we just have to wait. Izuku repeated the same words he had been repeating for the past half hour to Katsuki. Katsuki huffed. He was never a patient person after all. Why can't my demon quirk already wake up? Some of our classmates already got theirs. He grumbled before he tossed a pebble across the river, watched it skip before it stopped and sunk. Maybe your quirk factor is lazy. Izuku replied, copying Katsuki's action of stone skipping. Katsuki looked at Izuku and huffed. If mine is lazy, then I bet yours is lazier. Katsuki retorted. Nah. A powerful response? Enough to make All Might stagger. Katsuki wore a deadpan expression. Izuku, you literally fall asleep everywhere if you stand still for more than 5 seconds. Izuku stopped tossing pebbles through the river to look at Katsuki and collect more. You don't have proof of that, Kaken. He childishly blew raspberries and watched Katsuki's expression turn from flat to irritated. Katsuki huffed and went back to skipping pebbles. Shut up. He muttered before he stood up and looked at the small pebble in his hands. With a sigh, Katsuki tossed the pebble with more force than usual. Boom. A small explosion popped and sent the pebble flying past the river. The sudden pop startled the two boys, especially Katsuki, as the source of the explosion came from his hand. Ha! Izuku looked at the frozen Katsuki with surprise. Katsuki looked gobsmacked before he looked at his own hands. Izuku, I think, this is my quirk? Katsuki said, his expression turned from surprise to glee as sparks began to pop in his hands. Izuku stood up and quickly went closer to Katsuki. Explosions? Izuku tilted his head, watching Katsuki pop more explosions with awe. I think so. Katsuki nodded before he clenched his fists and stopped creating more explosions. Awesome. They both muttered before they looked at each other. We gotta tell Auntie Mitsuki. Izuku stated before he noticed Katsuki was already running away and laughing as he waved his arms around and popped more explosions. Izuku sputtered in shock before he began to chase Katsuki. Hey, wait for me? He cried out. Havia quirky, havia quirky, havia quirky, havia quirky, havia quirky, havia quirk? Katsuki repeated with a happy smile on his face, popping more explosions as he ran. Today was Izuku's birthday. Like his past birthdays, only close family friends attended, which is as expected, only the Bakugo family. They celebrated at the Midoriya household as always. Hey, Izuku, what do you think your quirk would be like? Katsuki asked and helped Izuku open the rest of his gifts. It was still a surprise to Katsuki that Izuku had a lot of aunts and uncles, which resulted in a total of almost 40 gifts per birthday. Izuku shrugged at Katsuki's question. I don't know, maybe it'll be something cool like dad or maybe something similar from mom. He replied. I bet your quirk will be strong. Uncle Hisashi's pretty strong, right? Katsuki huffed as he sat down on the floor. The two boys looked at Hisashi, who was busy catching up with Masaru. Both men laughed at something, though Hisashi's laugh was more booming, almost like the two boys' favorite hero, All Might. But then again, Hisashi did look like All Might if the latter had a dragon mutant quirk. Yeah, Dad's pretty strong. I think he can lift a car easily. Izuku nodded with a smile. He didn't notice Inko quickly taking a photo nearby. Maybe he can, he's big like All Might, Katsuki mumbled. To him, All Might is still unbeatable and the strongest, but it doesn't mean anyone else can be like All Might. Katsuki paused and looked at Izuku with a puzzled expression. Hey, Izuku, why don't you want to be a hero? Katsuki asked. Izuku looked confused from Katsuki's question. Well, I don't know, I just never thought of becoming one. Izuku tilted his head. Katsuki pouted at his best friend's simple and, in his own opinion, stupid answer. But we can be a hero duo like that new duo, water hosed up, but better obviously. Katsuki sat up and crossed his arms. Izuku shrugged. Maybe, but I really don't wanna, sorry. He still rejected the idea, making Katsuki frown. Fine. The blonde then grabbed one of his All Might toys and looked at it for a moment. If you can't be my sidekick or teammate, you'll be my #1 fan then. Katsuki offered, making Izuku smile. Yeah, I'll still be your best friend too, right Kaken? Izuku asked. Katsuki just nodded with a smirk on his face. Obviously, now wanna help me draw? Katsuki handed Izuku a black crayon. The black-haired boy nodded and placed down an All Might-themed sketchbook for them to draw on. Sometime later, Katsuki paused as he noticed that something was off, which made him stop drawing. He stared at Izuku. Hey Izuku? What is it? Izuku stopped drawing to look at Katsuki with confusion. Katsuki pointed at Izuku's hair. Is it just me, or is your hair floating and changing colors? He asked, his expression being confused and concerned. What do you mean? Izuku's brain immediately stopped as soon as he saw his black hair beginning to float, just like his friend said. His hair color began to invert as well, starting from the roots until it reached the tips. It began to curl, before it became swirls, as his hair began to billow gently, similar to fire. He didn't notice a smile growing on his face, a smile that was too wide for his face. Smoke began to seep out of the boy's back and shoulders before it transformed into rubber-like clouds that floated around his neck. His body seemed to gain thick, black outlines that made him stand out from the world. Izuku wanted to start laughing for no reason. Due to the Izuku being 5 years old, his immediate action was to call his parents. Dad! Izuku immediately cried out, causing Inko and Hisashi to stop their chatting with Mitsuki and Masu. Their expressions turned from fond and happy to serious and deadly respectively. My baby! What's wrong? Did you get hurt? Did you try? Oh. Inko worriedly bombarded Izuku with questions before she stopped and noticed her son's hair. Hisashi followed and performed an award-winning slide to stop his momentum. What is it? The Dragon Man asked before he also noticed Izuku's hair. I think that's a quirk. Inko stated the obvious as Hisashi nodded, his face wearing an almost comical stunned expression. My boy's got his own quirk. Hisashi recovered from his stupor and quickly grabbed Izuku by the waist and hoisted him up while laughing. Congratulations! Mitsuki cheered with Masaru before she hummed, looking at Izuku with confusion. But what is his quirk exactly? It's not like Inko's weak pull or Hisashi's dragon quirk though. She tilted her head. You make a good point. Hisashi nodded, looking puzzled as anyone else in the house. He then looked back at Izuku. Hey kiddo, you think you have any idea what your quirk is? He asked. Izuku tilted his head. I don't know, I do feel funny though, he replied as Hisashi gently put Izuku back on the floor before he closely inspected Izuku's transformed hair. Well, your new hairstyle does resemble fire, related to me being a dragon, I think. Hisashi lightly scratched the side of his head. And it's defying gravity, so that can be related to Inko's pull, he continued. Maybe try pulling something? Katsuki suggested while looking at his best friend with curiosity. Izuku nodded and looked at the dropped pencil on the floor before trying to pull it closer. The pencil didn't react, making Izuku pout. Doesn't work. He sighed. Inko tilted her head and kneeled next to Izuku, giving him gentle rubs behind his back. Don't worry, Izuku, your quirk's still new, so of course it wouldn't be noticeable at first. We can visit the doctor to see specifics about it. Inko said. Well, it's obvious that you two would be leaving for the hospital. We're gonna leave now if you wouldn't mind, Inko? Mitsuki nodded and got off from the couch as Inko nodded. Inko glanced at Mitsuki. Sure, do tell me the rest of our talk later on the phone though. Mitsuki just snickered at Inko's request. Tell me about what your quirk is later, okay? Katsuki requested. Izuku looked at Katsuki before nodding and waving as the Bakugo family left. Hisashi huffed before he carried Izuku up. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Hisashi chuckled, watching Izuku's expression turn excited. Careful, honey, you might drop Izuku-an. Inko sighed and earned a nod from Hisashi. Later, at the Mandalo Hospital, the Midoriya family went through the necessary paperwork, waited for their turn for half an hour, and finally got inside their designated doctor's room. Good afternoon, Midoriya family. The doctor offered, taking a seat at a desk chair. Hisashi opted to just remain standing while Inko and Izuku sat on their own seats. Good afternoon, Dr. Uchiha. Inko and Izuku replied politely, though Izuku sounded more excited as expected. Please, just call me Sakura. It's been years ever since we first met. We might as well consider ourselves friends, no? Sakura chuckled as Inko and Hisashi nodded. Sakura was pretty much Izuku's doctor since birth. Now, I'm guessing that Lil Izuku-kun here finally awakened his quirk? She leaned forward with a curious expression. Izuku nodded at the doctor's question. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is though. Sakura just smiled at Izuku's unsure response. Well kid, quirks are hardly what they seem to be, that's why we diagnose and test them. She chuckled. But moving on, Sakura changed her attention from Izuku to his parents. Mr. Midoriya's quirk is dragon, right? Hisashi nodded at Sakura's question. Yep, it gave me a dragon appearance and form. Kind of wish I could look normal like my little sister Ryuko, he muttered, remembering the difference between his quirk and Ryuko's own. Hisashi still felt a bit jealous of Ryuko being able to keep her human appearance while he's stuck between a humanoid dragon or a gigantic full dragon. Izuku blinked, remembering his dad's full dragon form that was showcased on his 4th birthday last year. It was easily 3 times bigger than Auntie Ryuko's own dragon form. And Mrs. Midoriya is weak pull? Sakura continued. Inko nodded and brought over a pencil with telekinesis. It's actually just pull, but since I barely trained it, it never became capable of pulling anything else besides small objects. Inko added. Her quirk could have been easily one of the most strongest quirks out there if she had trained it. But then again, arteries, eyes, nails, teeth, and more are considered small objects. Inko Midoriya is a dangerous person, none dared provoking her. So, we can expect that Izuku here would either have a mutation of both quirks, or have one of yours passed on in some form. Sakura nodded before taking a look at Izuku's strange hair and noting it down in a notepad. Which generation in your own families do you two belong to? Sakura asked, glancing at Inko and Hisashi. 4th. Inko answered. 6th. Hisashi answered before he gently ruffled Izuku's hair and widened his eyes in surprise. Izuku's hair felt a lot softer than it was like touching clouds. Does Izuku-kun have 2-toe joints? Yes, we checked it from Dr. Tsubasa. Inko nodded. Sakura's happy expression turned sour. She almost looked offended from just hearing the other doctor's name. That quack, Ujiko Tsubasa? Ugh, you shouldn't trust him. He easily judges if kids have quirks or not by that outdated study of quirk factors being involved over the amount of toe joints a child has. She grumbled. I insist that you two stop visiting that man. I can't even be sure if he really has a medical license. Sakura continued before she sighed and regained her composure. Told you so. Hisashi whispered to Inko, who just sighed and nodded. Moving on, Sakura sighed. What do you feel right now, Izuku? She asked, now changing her attention back to Izuku. Izuku shrugged at the doctor's question. Weird. I also feel light though, and my heart, it also sounds funny. He responded, unsure. Sakura nodded and moved closer before she used a stethoscope to hear Izuku's heartbeat. Doom-da-da-da, 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 doom-da-da-da. Well, it is strange, no, it does sound like a musical rhythm, definitely strange. Sakura mumbled. Hisashi tilted his head in confusion. Strange. He muttered with concern, his enhanced hearing letting him hear the doctor's quiet mumbling. Sakura nodded. Yes, Izuku-kun's heart beat a lot louder than normal too, almost sounding like drums. It's beating to a certain rhythm too. Does it feel bad to you, Izuku-kun? Izuku shook his head at Sakura's question. No, I feel great actually. He mumbled, glancing at his own chest. I'm guessing that my boy's got the heart of a dragon. Hisashi chuckled and crossed his arms. Sakura hummed. It's stronger than yours, actually, Mr. Midoriya. She shook her head. It seems that Izuku-kun's quirk here is much more complex than yours. Sakura sighed and stopped listening to Izuku's heartbeat. It could take an entire day or possibly a month with many appointments to figure out what his quirk really is, as it can't be a simple evolution of either you or Mrs. Midoriya's quirk. She added, Is there any other option that wouldn't take that long, doctor? Inko asked and gently held Izuku's hand as the boy curiously played with his hair. Sakura hummed at Inko's question as she sat back down on her chair. Well, I do know a guy who can help. He's just extremely pricey about it, but then again his quirk gives a full explanation and proper name of what someone's quirk is. Hisashi tilted his head while Inko raised a brow. How pricey are we talking? He asked. 100,000. The doctor answered. Inko's expression took on a comical one as she gasped at the price. That's $500,000. She exclaimed. Deal. Hisashi didn't even hesitate for a second as he looked at Inko's shocked expression with amusement. What? You know well that I run a massive company back in America. He chuckled. Alright, I just forgot. Inko nodded with an embarrassed expression. She never was able to normalize the fact that Hisashi, and herself by extension, is rich enough to throw money out like it's worthless paper, even after 10 years since they first married. Alright, I'll make a quick call then. Sakura nodded and turned around to pick up her phone from the table. The two parents nodded before they directed their attention back to Izuku. Hey champ, what do you say about getting some ice cream after we're done here? Hisashi offered. Yes please. Izuku nodded eagerly with a bright smile. It took Inko everything not to squeal after seeing her adorable boy's smile, which somehow looked a lot more bright than usual. After around half an hour, a knock was heard on the door. Oh, that must be him. Come in. Sakura quickly got off her chair. The Midoriya family watched as a short, portly man that they can only assume is a doctor due to him wearing a coat entered the room. Good afternoon. The man nodded. Now who's the youngin' that I'm gonna be using my quirk on? He asked, before noticing Izuku, who waved. That one, I assume? Sakura nodded at the man's question. Right then, I'm Dr. Hirolek and my quirk is called Observe. It lets me observe objects or people and be given an explanation or a record of what they are along with a predetermined name. Hirolek explained before he grabbed a sheet of paper and a pen from the table. Izuku tilted his head and showed curiosity. Predetermined names? Izuku inquired. Hirolek glanced at Izuku before he nodded. Yes, it's not a well-known fact that quirks actually come with predetermined names. Nobody just realized it since most quirks are non-sentient. With my quirk, I was able to know what the supposed name of the quirk should be, though I wouldn't stop anyone from renaming their own to whatever they want. Hiralik nodded again after he finished his explanation. Hiralik then held his hand out. I'll need you to hold my hand for my quirk to take effect, he instructed. Izuku looked at Hisashi and Inko with worry, but the couple just nodded and smiled at him encouragingly. Twing. Fascinating, Hiralik muttered as soon as his quirk activated the moment Izuku held his hand. The only way that the other three adults in the room noticed that the short doctor's quirk activated is by the way his eyes shined brightly. Well, Inko tilted her head as she waited for Hiralik's results. Hiralik raised a hand. Give me a moment, this child's quirk is, let's say, very amazing, he requested before letting Izuku go. Then he got on a chair and began to write on the paper. Here, Izuku-kun. Sakura sighed as she offered a lollipop to Izuku, who happily took it. Dr. Hiralik might look strange, but his quirk is accurate, so don't have any doubts about it, she vouched. Inko and Hisashi shared a look with each other before they nodded. Hisashi chuckled before gently patting Izuku's head. Hear that, kiddo? Doc said your quirk's amazing. Why yeah, I can't wait to show it to Kaken. Izuku nodded. His hands were already waving around as an outlet to his excitement. Despite not wanting to be a hero, Izuku is also a child, and like any child of his age, he is very excited about what exactly his quirk is. There, I'm done. Hiralik nodded and set the pen down after writing all of the contents that his quirk provided. I'll be off then, Dr. Uchiha. I expect the payment will be sent later. He huffed and got off the seat. The old doctor gave Izuku a friendly pat on the shoulder before leaving through the door. Sakura rolled her eyes at the other doctor's attitude before she sighed and grabbed the paper from the table. All right, let's see, she mumbled before her eyes widened. Oh. Inko and Hisashi immediately looked worried at the sight of Sakura's glasses comically gaining some cracks. Is there something wrong? Inko asked. Sakura repeatedly looked at the paper and back to Izuku several times before she repositioned her glasses back to place. There isn't, in fact, this is outright amazing, maybe even considered ridiculous. I suggest just looking at the paper yourself. Sakura wiped off a bead of sweat from her temple as she handed the paper to Inko, who then handed it to Hisashi. Hold on, where's my glasses? Hisashi muttered, as he looked at his pockets. I have it, hun. Thank you, dear. Hisashi blinked in surprise before he took the glasses from Inko's hands and wore them. All right, let's see, Hisashi hummed as he began to read the paper. Oh, butterscotch pie. Like how Sakura reacted earlier, Hisashi froze. Inko looked at her frozen husband with a flat stare before she took the paper and read it for herself. Okay, what is it that's making you two free? Oh. Eventually, the two recovered from their stupor as they both looked at each other and then to Izuku. Yep, ridiculous all right. Hisashi nodded before giving Izuku the paper. I guess our boy really is special, right, Inko? He chuckled and made sure that his wife wouldn't faint. Inko just slowly nodded, having a lot of thoughts in her mind over Izuku's quirk. Izuku looked at the paper, only for his eyes to widen in surprise. Quirk true name, freedom. Type, transformation. Description, freedom lets the user enter a state that lets them manipulate reality or bypass physical laws of nature in order to achieve impossible feats. The quirk grants absolute freedom to do whatever he likes, making him the freest kid and later man in the world, and quite possibly also the strongest. The user gains a completely rubbery body. This effect stays even outside the transformed state, but it would be very limited and would not allow the user to manipulate their surroundings as their transformed state could do. He will be invulnerable to blunt force, but vulnerable to sharp objects. Transformation condition. The user has to force their heart to beat in a specific rhythm. The rhythm is only naturally known and explainable to the user himself. If the user is in a death state, they can easily make their heart start beating again, and if they do, they get brought back to their peak condition, though once they return to their base state, they would rapidly age for an hour before fully returning back to normal. Never mention this to anyone. RIP, and do not include this piece of info on the official paper and logs. I will call a colleague of mine to wipe this entire kiddo's quirk info later for safety purposes. I'm sure Midoriya Hisashi knows who would be eagerly looking for the boy if his quirk's true description is revealed. The user is invincible to any damage during the transformed state, but if he gets exhausted enough the quirk will forcefully deactivate the transformed state. The user is still vulnerable to sharp objects outside of their transformed state. The user is, or will likely become, easily bored. It is suggested to give him something he can use to distract himself. Example, Rubik's Cube. Side effects, cosmetic mutations. He wouldn't be able to show muscle growth and would remain thin or scrawny when he grows up. Could have been added as a weakness drawback if the muscle density strength doesn't apply, but it does, just not visually. Possible unconfirmed mutation. Izuku Midoriya would receive Hisashi. Midoriya's height despite not receiving any mutations that could be considered dragon-like. The user's body is completely made out of rubber, from cells to organs, basically everything. He exerts a lot of energy just from breathing or walking. He will become a very heavy eater due to the fact he will need to burn through a lot of calories. The user, or the what's around the user, would produce cosmetic and comedic effects on things he interacts with during their transformed state. Doctor's note. This kid's quirk is a ridiculous and outright impossible level of evolution from Inko Midoriya's weak pull quirk, as Izuku Midoriya is essentially using an absurd form of unexplainable kinesis on reality and his own self. The reason for this absurd level of evolution could be due to Izuku Midoriya's quirk factor being simply that strong to trigger an awakening from Inko Midoriya's pull quirk. Quirks are weird. The boy's quirk is part of the unexplainable group. I myself hardly believe my theory of why his quirk became like this. And give the kid a constant use license. His body is permanently cartoony, like rubber. Freedom. Izuku muttered the name of his quirk. He looked stunned yet amazed. He never really thought that his quirk would be this cool. Just like a true dragon, my boy's free as the skies. Hisashi laughed and quickly grabbed Izuku and carried him up. Izuku yelped at Hisashi's sudden move before he began to laugh as well. While the two boys were busy laughing and celebrating, Inko just smiled. Sakura also smiled, just happy for Izuku as she already saw him as her honorary niece for how many times he visited her in the hospital if he ever walks by. Oh dear, I could already tell how much harder taking care of Izuku will be, Inko sighed, wiping off some sweat from her face. Sakura chuckled at Inko's words. I can already tell how much of a ruckus he would bring with that quirk of his. She nodded and watched Inko's expression turn into a weary one. Don't remind me. Inko huffed and just opted to continue watching her husband and son play around happily. Age 14 present time. Yo, Izuku. Good morning, Kaken. Izuku and Katsuki were still best friends as they were since they were babies, though they both know that they are practically brothers in all but blood. Can you tell that the hag wants Auntie Inko over at the house later again? Katsuki requested as he joined Izuku and walked next to him. His scowl and resting beach expression were present as expected. Katsuki grew up to be a confident delinquent who isn't afraid of popping some explosions here and there to the occasional a-hole that tries messing with them both. He got into a lot of fights, though all of it was instigated by the other persons, but he never started one. Somehow. Don't call Auntie Mitsuki a hag and sure, I'll tell Mom about it. Izuku pouted but he nodded at Katsuki's request. Izuku became more confident like Katsuki, though he became a lot more playful than violent compared to the latter. His quirk is a cheat after all, granting him the freedom to do anything he wishes. He also became very tall and lanky as Dr. Hiralik said when his quirk got diagnosed, as he now stood at 7 feet 2 inches feet. No F off beanpole. Katsuki scoffed. That we still heading to the arcade after school? He asked before kicking a pebble forward. Izuku shrugged. Well, we don't have anything else to do later. I've got my chores done and Dad's not calling till Friday as usual, so nothing's on my schedule. How about yours? Katsuki shook his head. Same thing, got all of the old hag's list done and my assignments all ready for next week. He sighed and kicked the same pebble forward before he glanced at Izuku. What's up? Izuku asked after he noticed Katsuki's stare. Why were you wearing that sheet? The straitjacket? Izuku asked, which earned him a nod from Katsuki. Yeah, what's up with that? I never asked about it, so I thought now's a good time to do so. Katsuki said. Izuku shrugged, ran out of clothes again, so I just wore this. Katsuki blanched. It makes people think you're some psycho or someone that escaped from a mental hospital. He retorted. To be fair, with the more or less deranged smile that seemed to never disappear on Izuku's face, he did look like one. Can't deny the first one. Izuku snickered. And relax, I'll get laundry done soon, and I personally think it's fashionable. He then sighed. Besides, I have my hands free, no locks on M or anything, so really this is just a glorified jacket. Izuku played jazz hands just to emphasize his point. You have a chic sense of fashion then. F you. Izuku huffed. I ain't gay. Izuku snorted. Yes you are, you're literally crushing on Kirishima from the other classroom. No the F I don't? Katsuki hissed while looking flustered, just proving Izuku's accusation. Yes you do. Izuku laughed. I hate you. Katsuki looked miserable while Izuku continued laughing. Love you too bro. Izuku just chuckled before he finally stopped and resumed walking. Izuku and Katsuki eventually reached their destination, their school, Aldra Middle School. The school, it can be called well-lived, but really it's just old, and both boys, along with other students and even the staff there, had bets over how many more years can the school last before it finally gives out and gets replaced. The railings in the rooftop are old, some are already broken, the tilings of the floor are decorated with cracks, the windows are always left open due to the fact the classrooms barely had any functioning air conditioning, and nobody, absolutely nobody dared enter the bathrooms. Every student and staff unanimously agreed that they'd rather do their business in either the cafes, restaurants, or public restrooms nearby. It's a real question on how this shitty school is still standing really. Thank if we only need to stay here for just one more year, Katsuki grumbled with Izuku, nodding in agreement as they both walked past the gates and into the school's doors. Izuku rolled his eyes. It's literally the first day and you're already itching to F off Alria. Izuku was interrupted as his and Katsuki's ears were filled with mixed noises. Mostly footsteps and voices chatting with another. FNG noisy. Katsuki immediately scoffed as he continued walking, not bothering if he nudged past someone's shoulder. The black-haired boy just shook his head and followed Katsuki to their designated classroom. As always ever since they first enrolled in Aldra Middle School 2 years ago, they always were in the same classroom. Some immediately noticed the two boys entering, but their focus was mainly on Izuku. Nobody does expect a tall, lanky teenager wearing a straitjacket to just waltz into a classroom after all, at least those that were fortunate enough to not be Izuku's classmates during the past years. It was a real question why Izuku is allowed to wear his straitjacket when he's supposed to wear their middle school uniform like anyone did. He may or may not have blackmail on the principal. Izuku merely looked amused from the obvious attention and took an empty seat on the edge of the classroom. Katsuki took the seat that was next to Izuku. 5 new people in this shitty school. The explosive boy noted as he scanned the classroom. It took a bit more time for the rest of their classmates for this year to come before the teacher finally entered. How would you know who are the new ones? Thought you didn't care about the extras in this school? Izuku raised a brow. Shut up. Good morning, class. I am Mai Setsuno and I am your homeroom teacher for this year. Their teacher began, though Izuku and Katsuki immediately began to doze off. After a while, Katsuki quickly got back from his dozing as soon as he heard his name be called. What? He mumbled, looking around in confusion as the teacher sighed. It's your turn to introduce yourself. Name, age, quirk. The teacher instructed. Katsuki nodded and stood up. Tisk, Katsuki Bakugo, 14, my quirk is explosion. Small sparks popped from Katsuki's palms as a showcase before he sat back to his seat. Next is Midoriya. Setsuno read as the mentioned boy just waved. Izuku Midoriya, 15, my quirk is freedom. The odd name of the quirk made the transferees curious, while the rest of the classmates, except Katsuki, sighed and appeared miserable. One of those transferees tilted his head in confusion. Freedom? What kind of name for a quirk is that? He asked, looking fairly confused. Figure it out yourself. Izuku just snickered in response. Katsuki rolled his eyes, knowing well that it was impossible to figure out what the hell Izuku's quirk is without being given a full explanation from himself. Do that later, Setsuno huffed before he continued. Now, for the last 5 on the list, Hizono. A girl stood up from her seat. Izuku hummed as he inspected the girl's appearance. Has long, wavy, white hair, which is mostly tied into a ponytail, leaving 2 locks on the sides of her face, and bangs that obscures most of the right eye of her face. Her eyes are sharp, containing jet black pupils. Just because of the girl's weirdly styled white hair, Izuku immediately took a liking to her. Kanako Hizono, 14, my quirk is dust. Kanako demonstrated her quirk by creating ash-like dust from her palm before reabsorbing it. She then huffed before she sat back on her chair. Next, Tsutsumi. A girl with long, indigo-colored hair with numerous scattered pink streaks, tied in a ponytail with 2 full shoulder-length strands of hair framing her face, stood up from her seat. Kana Tsutsumi, 15, my quirk is rifle. Kana momentarily protruded a rifle gun from her right elbow before retracting it and sitting down. Next, the rest of the transferees introduced themselves, though Izuku didn't bother with remembering their names. He could always learn them later when he needs to. Setsuno nodded. Now, since today's your first day at school, I'll let you all socialize with each other first. Tomorrow, we'll start the orientation. With that, he sat on his own chair and opened a book to read. Chatter amongst the classroom immediately began as the students talked with each other. Katsuki looked irritated. So we're just gonna waste time then, I could be training my quirk right now, he muttered. Izuku just chuckled and lightly poked Katsuki's cheek. Don't be a sourpuss, Kaken, Auntie Mitsuki did say you should make friends, you know? Why not do it now? Izuku tilted his head. I ain't making any friends here. Katsuki scowled. I'm not gonna see any of these extras after this year. I'm headin' to another high school, then UA as my university after all. He added. You underestimate people too much. Izuku hummed as he leaned back on his chair. Katsuki paused at his best friend's words before he shook his head. I don't underestimate people. If I do something, it's all or nothing. I just know that nobody in this class can actually match up to me. The blonde replied. Izuku glanced at Katsuki for a moment before he pouted. I could flatten you like a pancake, I mean that literally. F off your quirks bullshit. Meanie. Kaboom! Izuku launched a spinning kick towards Katsuki's midsection, but the latter sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the strike. With a savage grin, Katsuki retaliated with a heavy punch. As his fist connected with the air, an explosion erupted from his palm, heard throughout the forest. Why am I the one sparring with you again? Izuku ducked under the blast, his body contorting before he countered with a series of quick jabs and kicks, his limbs stretching with each strike to reach Katsuki. Because you're the only fucker around here that can match up against me. Katsuki huffed as he blocked and parried, his natural instincts guiding his defense. Another explosive punch was aimed at Izuku, who cartwheeled backward. To evade the burst of explosion. With a sudden burst of speed, Izuku closed in, his leg extending like a whip. Katsuki barely had time to react, stumbling back from the impact. F dash. He gasped out before quickly recovering. Boom. Izuku followed his previous kick by spinning low and sweeping his leg in a wide arc. Katsuki jumped, narrowly avoiding the leg sweep. Landing with a thud, Katsuki moved both of his palms forward and erupted an explosion. Izuku was sent back against a tree from the impact, but before Katsuki could react, Izuku used his rubbery properties and rebounded with blinding speeds. Izuku propelled himself forward, his body twisting midair before his foot connected with Katsuki's chest. Katsuki spat out saliva as he staggered backward from the impact. God I f***ing hate your rubber bullshit. He grumbled before letting himself fall on the ground. Izuku huffed, taking deep breaths as he sat on the ground. I did suggest that we fight without quirks this round. Fuff. Katsuki rolled his eyes before sighing. After a bit, Izuku got up from the ground. Wanna get some drinks? He offered. Katsuki glanced at Izuku before nodding and also getting up. The two boys began to walk through the forest. We seriously gotta change the location on where we spar, Izuku said. Katsuki raised a brow. What's wrong with using a forest to spar? He asked. Izuku adopted a blank expression. First of all, your explosions can set the entire FING forest in fire. Fair. And pretty sure we're slowly shaving that forest bald with each fight causing collateral damage. Izuku pointed at the fallen trees on their path. Katsuki slowly nodded. Fine, we'll get a new place, but where? That I'll try looking up some empty places where people wouldn't see us using our quirks. Izuku nodded as they finally exited the forest, possibly for the last time. Get me a Coke. K. Izuku nodded as he looked at the vending machine. Got any ideas where the new spot would be? Katsuki asked, kicking a rock away. Izuku shook his head and caught the can of Coke that the machine had dispensed. Not yet, still thinking. Think faster then. Katsuki scoffed as he took the can from Izuku and cracked it open. Why don't you think for once? Maybe that'll finally fill your head with actual thoughts besides explosions, killing, and training. Izuku snarked. Beanpole. Katsuki growled, crushing the empty can after finishing it. Pomeranian Kuan. Izuku grinned mockingly. Boom. Before the two can truly begin bickering, they both got startled after they heard a loud explosion erupt nearby. Izuku looked at Katsuki. That wasn't from you, right? He asked, receiving a nod from the latter. Obviously. The blonde hissed. A villain Atta. Before Katsuki could even talk further, Izuku was already running towards the source of the noise. God damn it. Katsuki sighed before chasing after Izuku. The source of the explosion was nearby, if the massive trails of smoke they saw was a sign. The two ran past buildings and stores as they reached the source, only to see a massive crowd blocking their way. What the hell is happening? Katsuki asked, scowling as he tried looking past the crowd. Since Izuku was very tall, he managed to look past the crowd to see the situation. Some very big booger with eyes is holding 3 people hostage. Izuku described the situation for Katsuki. What? Katsuki looked bewildered. Oh, slime, not booger, it's a no, sludge? Yes, sludge. Izuku corrected himself. Move back, all of you. A muscular man barked an order as he punched any incoming tendrils from coming any closer to the crowd behind him. Katsuki looked at the man before recognizing him. Death Arms scowled and looked at the growing mass of sludge with anger and worry. Anger at the sludge villain and worry for the hostages. This demon villain keeps growing with more hostages, he muttered in disdain. Earlier, the villain could barely be considered a threat, only being able to escape due to him escaping through the sewers and blending with the sewage. Somehow his sludge quirk allowed him to take people hostage and force their quirks to activate, and now he managed to take several hostages. A boy who could create fire with his hands, then a girl who can create dust from her body, and finally another girl with a quirk that let her protrude a rifle from her elbow. The sludge villain cackled as his body grew further and latched on the buildings next to him. I bet I can take on All Might with the power of these brats. Jayaha. He laughed, his voice sounding distorted, as if it was heard from underwater. Back at the crowd, the two boys continued to watch the situation. The villain guy's delusional too. Izuku added after hearing the villain hollering. Katsuki rolled his eyes. All villains are delusional. He snorted. Not all of them are, but when exposed long enough into Izuku's bullshit, yes, they become delusional. Any ideas to get those kids out? Death Arms asked, looking at another hero. Katsuki looked at the other hero, taking a bit before recognizing his identity. I try taking the hostages out with my wood, but ugh, the BS-2D is breaking them before they can reach. Kamui Woods huffed, taking more civilians out from the burning buildings. I guess these heroes are useless fodders then. Katsuki bluntly commented, hearing all the talk the heroes are having. Hey cats, Izuku narrowed his eyes. It took him a solid minute before he really saw the faces of the hostages and recognized 2 of them. 2 of the hostages are our classmates, shouldn't we save them? He asked. Katsuki sighed and took both of his hands out of his pockets, his sweat already glowing and making tiny explosions pop. "Whatever, let's do it," he grumbled before leaping forward. Izuku smiled. "Move!" Katsuki roared and ran past the crowd, much to the people's and the pro heroes' shock as Izuku followed him from behind. "Who the hell are you two? New weapons I can add to my collection?" The sludge villain quickly spotted the two boys running towards him. The blonde one had a scowl on his face, while the black-haired one just looked happy for some reason. "F off." Katsuki just moved both of his hands forward, making explosions erupt and blind the villain's eyes. "Izuku, get them." He turned to the mentioned boy who nodded and ran closer. "Midoriya-san." Kana Tsutsumi and Kanako Heizono identified the boy pretty easily, but then again, no one but Izuku is normal enough to wear a straitjacket for no reason. The third hostage just kept creating fire out of panic. "Hey, Izuku just smiled, seeing the three hostages look surprised from his appearance. "Hope you guys don't mind us rescuing you all." He chuckled before stretching his arms and grabbing the three hostages and pulling them out of the sludge without any struggle. "The hell are you doing, brat?" The sludge villain recovered from his temporary blindness. He was immediately filled with rage, seeing his precious weapons, hostages, escape his hold before he was greeted by another explosion in the face. "Arg? Eyes on me, fucker." Katsuki jumped from the floor and slapped both of the villain's eyes before popping another explosion. "Move it already, Izuku." He barked before destroying a sludge tentacle. "Yes, sir." Izuku rolled his eyes but did pull the three hostages further, and once they were close, he spun his arms around them, stretching to make several loops to ensure they were secure. "Give them back." The sludge villain roared, his tentacles wildly lashing out everywhere and forcing Katsuki to back off. Two tentacles shot out and began to race towards Izuku, but before anyone could react. "Ha!" An almighty, iconic laugh bellowed from above. "All Might." Izuku, along with everyone else, breathed out. Here." The massive legend dropped from the sky and landed in front of the sludge villain, who now appeared scared, yet his mass is still gigantic, enough to cover the entire street he latched on. They all watched in awe as All Might threw a straight, forward punch. Detroit smash. WH bang. For OSIC. One that blew the sludge villain apart without struggle, reducing him into mere splats against the road or sides of the buildings. The strong gust of wind completely doused the surrounding flames. The people watching looked up in awe at the mighty vortex that came out of nowhere. Rain began to fall. All Might. Heat changed the weather. So cool. That's the #1 hero. Awesome, All Might. Now that villain guy's totally done for. How the F can a punch change the weather? No idea, but God, that was cool. Punch him more. Look at the clouds. They all collectively began to cheer. Ha! Now this no-good villain is defeated. I trust that the heroes can handle collecting and sending him to jail. The crowd cheered as they saw their hero stand up, put his fists in his hips and laugh. The heroes currently present dutifully nodded at the man's words. Good job, the three of you, for handling the situation quite nicely. All Might turned to face the three heroes, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, Backdraft, who was present in the sidelines taking care of the burning buildings, and gave them a thumbs up. The three heroes beamed from the #1 hero's praise. Anyone would if your idol, who is also the #1 hero of Japan, personally praised you, to be fair. Then he turned to face Izuku and Katsuki, who looked at the hero with different expressions. Katsuki was in awe, while Izuku just looked like he stumbled upon a friendly acquaintance. As for you two, good job. All Might laughed and gave both a pat in their shoulders. For saving the hostages, though I believe we all would prefer that the pros handle the situation next time. He chuckled. Katsuki wanted to retort, but Izuku slapped a hand over his mouth. Don't worry about it, big guy, we're doing what you said next time. The black-haired boy nodded with a thumbs up and a friendly grin on his face. Good. Now, without any more to say, away I go. Ha ha. The man laughed heartily before he waved and jumped away with a loud boom. Wow, I thought All Might would have been taller. Izuku commented. Beach, you're like 7 feet tall, a FING tree you are. Katsuki snarked. Shut up, Pomeranian-kun. Izuku pouted. They both watched as the reporters hounded the 3 victims, fishing for some reactions for their work. That we should ditch before they start hounding us. Katsuki said with Izuku nodding in agreement. Without any more words, the 2 immediately ran away like they were running from death itself. The crowd of reporters failed to notice them, but Midoriya-san, Bakugo-san, the 2 girls from earlier did notice. They promised to thank the 2 after the rest of the weekend passes. It was just a day after the sludge villain incident, but Izuku and Katsuki easily settled back to their normal routines, as if the entire incident didn't even happen in the first place. The incident might have been a big event for some, but for Izuku and Katsuki it was just another Saturday. Kats, did we have a math assignment? Izuku asked, looking bored as he tossed another chip into his mouth. Yes, we do. Katsuki sighed. You're smart, why the F? Do you forget everything that isn't related to food? He grumbled. Izuku tossed another chip into his mouth. I'm easily distracted. Nothing I can do about it. Dr. Sakura had listed it as a drawback from my quirk. He shrugged. Katsuki nodded. His own quirk did have a similar drawback, which is the reason why he's got an explosive personality. Whatever, come to my house later, I'll let you copy mine. Katsuki huffed before he took a sip from his can of Coke. Thanks. Izuku smiled, tossing another chip into his mouth. So, any ideas for our training location? Izuku hummed at the blonde's question. Yeah, I do. Actually. He nodded. Ever visited Takoba Municipal Beach Park? Katsuki raised a brow. That beach? Didn't it turn into a junkyard long ago? He asked, remembering the beach's transformation from a beautiful beach spot into a junkyard over the years. Yeah, I'm thinking of using that place as our training grounds. Why? Think, Pomeranian-kun, think. Izuku chuckled. Nobody ever visits there, we have junk to destroy, and we can drop it off in landfills that would actually handle it, recycle and all that stuff instead of letting it rot around there. Izuku explained with Katsuki nodding. How are we supposed to bring the trash to the landfills though? We personally lift them to the landfill. Ah, weightlifting. Yup. Izuku nodded. Why are we here hanging out in the park instead of in our houses again? Katsuki huffed as he looked around the park. It was peaceful, with a tree behind them providing a nice shade. We ponder the birds and dwell upon their rotund, feathered forms. Izuku said, gesturing at the battalion of very round birds perching on many places. They all stared at Katsuki, who stared at them back with a gobsmacked expression. What? I'm bored and I dragged you here. Izuku sighed. Katsuki's right eye twitched. Ah, that makes sense. The blonde boy learned not to question the absurd insanity that Izuku brings long ago. No, the FIT didn't. Katsuki angrily howled in his thoughts. Though he didn't really question the missing logic, that didn't mean he can't rage about it. While the 2 continued to talk with each other, another 2 found themselves walking in the park. Kana and Kanako quickly spotted Izuku, which isn't hard considering how the boy's appearance made him stick out like a sore thumb. Midoriya-san, Bakugo-san. The 2 girls approached. Kana seemed more enthusiastic but still reserved compared to Kanako, who just looked a bit annoyed. Izuku and Katsuki easily noticed them both and reacted differently. Hey Izuku waved at them while Katsuki just scoffed. What do you 2 beaches want? Katsuki rudely asked. He wasn't up for dealing with anyone's bullshit, not when he's dealing with Izuku's bullshit already. We're just here to thank you 2 for saving us yesterday. Kana stated while Kanako rolled her eyes. We probably would have been dead when you 2 didn't intervene, the white-haired girl added. Ah, it's no problem. Izuku just chuckled. It's not rare to have me and Kats running into situations like these. Kana just sighed, flicking a strand of her hair off her face. Still, it didn't mean you 2 had to help us. You could have, like All Might said, left it for the pros to handle. Yeah, what's up with that? You 2 got a crush on us or something? Kanako raised a brow as she crossed her arms. Izuku snorted. Nah, we just didn't want two of our classmates dead the next day. He shook his head. And I haven't traumatized you two yet, Izuku smiled. Excuse me? And Katsuki. Here is gay, doesn't get hard even if a girl throws herself all over him. He finished, ignoring the concerned looks the two girls gave him. Shut the F up, beanpole. Katsuki growled, popping explosions in his palms as he swore. Fine, Pomeranian-kun. Izuku rolled his eyes. Even then, thank you. Kana bowed and interrupted the two boys before they could actually start bickering. Wait, why did you two save us then? Kanako raised a brow. Izuku and Katsuki looked at each other before they looked back at the two girls. You guys looked like you needed help. And, I just wanted to punch a villain yesterday, was the responses they got. Kana and Kanako first looked surprised and irritated. Surprised at Izuku's answer and irritated at Katsuki's answer. So, if you didn't want to punch a villain yesterday, then you wouldn't bother helping us then? Kanako sneered at Katsuki, who shook his head. No, Rubber Brain here would have turned me into a literal pretzel if I didn't help you two out. Katsuki uncharacteristically shivered as he remembered a particular memory from the past. Izuku eerily smiled at the blonde's words. The two girls felt a bit frightened. Well, anything else you two want to say? Katsuki asked after regaining his composure. The two girls looked at each other before shaking their heads. No, that's all. I'll see you two tomorrow in school. Kana slightly bowed before leaving. Nope, see you two weirdos tomorrow. Kanako huffed and turned around, following Kana. Izuku waved as he and Katsuki watched the two girls leave the park before they disappeared off a corner. Wow, they're weird. Izuku commented with a grin on his face. Fun weird, or you want to traumatize them weird? Katsuki glanced at Izuku. Fun weird. And Kats, I don't traumatize people. Izuku crossed his arms after tossing the empty bag of chips to the trash can. Katsuki snorted. Yeah, to those that haven't witnessed your white persona in action and in person yet. He muttered. Come on, I barely show my transformation out in the open. Izuku pouted. Katsuki slowly turned to glare at Izuku. Just 3 months ago, just 2 weeks after our summer vacation started, you literally fought Overhaul. The explosive blonde hissed. He was hurting my baby sis. Izuku huffed. You literally found Eri, a random kid that could have just been a rascal in that alleyway, and not even a second later I saw you tossing him and the shy Hasaikai around with your weird cartoon power sheet. Katsuki threw his arms up, showing his exasperation. See bonus chapter 1 after this or before continuing, your choice. So? The asshat attacked first. I acted out of self-defense. I agree on Overhaul being an asshat. He is a dirty scumbag for what he did to Eri, but really you could have just knocked him out, not pull out the FING white persona, take down the entire FNG shy Hasakai, and get an unofficial debut years earlier than anyone did. Katsuki scoffed. Kats, the dude can literally FNG destroy anything to a molecular level with a touch. Izuku retorted. Katsuki raised a finger before he clicked his tongue. Fair enough. He muttered. After a while, Katsuki looked up to the sky. How's the kid, by the way? He asked. She's doing quite nice actually, though she barely talks whenever I'm away. Izuku smiled. It's just been 2 months, but I'm already making a lot of progress with Mom over making Eri will recover. Eri still calls me White Warrior or Nika for some reason. He added. Katsuki hummed from Izuku's words. Huh, isn't Nika an onomatopoeia for smiling or grinning? Katsuki muttered before chuckling. That fits you then, why not make it your hero name or something? He suggested. Izuku blinked before he hummed. Yeah, maybe I should. The boy nodded and grinned. Nika doesn't sound bad for a hero name. And it wouldn't make Eri wrong if she keeps calling me that. He added. Yeah, Katsuki nodded. Hey, what's up with your moves? When did you come up with them? He asked. Huh. Izuku tilted his head with clear confusion. You know, imaginary move, muscles, counterblow, and giant. Oh. Izuku snapped his fingers. Those were moves I made while fighting, so I called them imaginary moves, because, you know, I imagined them on the spot. The black-haired boy giggled. That you already have 3 FING super moves and we're not even in UA yet and you made them on the FING spot. Bleh, you have 4 years to train before we reach UA. You have a lot of time to make super moves. Izuku shrugged. True. The blonde nodded. The next few weeks passed by like a blur for Izuku. Nothing much changed except the fact that he noticed himself interacting with the 2 girls more often, ranging from waves, sharing books, resting near the same spot, to having long chats in break times. Katsuki just let the 2 extras enter Izuku's orbit. He did feel like the insanity that was his best friend would somehow become more wacky, and this was a perfect reason to make his mother back off from nagging about him having no friends besides Izuku. See, hag? I ain't a fucker that's hopeless on getting friends. The blonde yelled in his thoughts before he noticed the 3 interacting. Izuku was laughing over nothing, Kana had a happy expression on her face, and Kanako just looked neutral. They were all talking, probably sharing jokes. Hoi, Izuku, stop talking with your girlfriends and get over here already. Katsuki rolled his eyes, watching Kana and Kanako both pause at his words. Heh. Kana looked flustered. F off, Pomeranian-kun. Kanako scoffed. Izuku just chuckled. Fine, I'm coming. He sighed, waving at the 2 girls as he followed Katsuki and walked away, disappearing once he went to a corner. Kanako hummed and narrowed her eyes. You know, Kana-chan, something about Midoriya feels familiar. She muttered. Huh. Kana raised a brow and looked at her best friend. How come? The indigo-haired girl asked. Dunno, just felt like I saw his face somewhere before, Kanako sighed. Whatever, forget about it, wanna get some food? I'm feelin' hungry. She turned to Kana who nodded and began to follow her. Kana tilted her head as she twirled strands of her hair around her finger. Well, Midoriya-san does have a plain face, she commented. A plain face. Kanako glanced over her shoulder and looked at Kana. Please, we could easily spot him out of 100 people. She rolled her eyes before she focused back on the path ahead. His weird but outfit alone makes him stand out already. A chibi version of Izuku appeared in Kana's mind, one that still wore the original boy's eccentric outfit. Straitjacket, dark blue jeans, and straw sandals. The straitjacket alone was eccentric enough. It also initially painted Izuku as a psycho who escaped the mental hospital and still attended their school for both girls, though the boys, and his blonde friend, later actions during the sludge villain incident and their recent interactions proved otherwise. Izuku, despite his eccentric antics, is a good-natured person with, questionably, good morals. A tall, skinny man sighed as steam billowed around him. His eyes were sunken, covered in shadows, though his bright blue irises can still be seen. Sheet, the man cursed in English. I'm running out of time, I really need to find a successor soon, huh? He muttered before coughing. Toshinori Yagi, the true face behind All Might. He is the complete opposite of the heroic man in terms of personality. He did not look healthy or muscular, he looked sick. The man essentially looked like a skeleton, one that would fall on itself from a weak breeze. Toshinori sighed as he looked at his hands. All Might can still keep appearing for another decade, but I'll surely become weaker by that time that I need to pass this quirk to make sure the next generation will have its own symbol of peace. He took a deep breath before letting his hands fall back to his sides. Though, the blonde glanced at the city, I'm sure that the new generation will keep the peace, even if I'm gone. He nodded. Toshinori looked around and spotted a vending machine nearby. People might think that it's odd having one on a rooftop, but it's convenient for heroes who want to sometimes stop for a short break and maybe get refreshments, which is what Toshinori is currently doing. The man watched as the machine dispensed water and happily took the bottle before twisting the cap open. I wonder how's Melissa right now, he muttered before drinking the bottle's contents. After that, Toshinori chuckled. Maybe I should call her later, I haven't talked to her in a month now, he added, remembering his niece's excited expression whenever he appears as All Might. Maybe I could ask her, Toshinori paused. If she fits the criteria, then maybe I could. He mumbled before nodding. I guess I'll go on a trip to Island. With no more words, Toshinori inflated back to his iconic form. Now empowered once again by One for All, he smiled wide. Boom! Haha! All Might laughed before he jumped off the building, leaving strong gusts of wind in his wake. Nay, cats, did I snort some salt again, or did I really see some stick figure turn into All Might like the Hulk? Izuku asked as he stared at a nearby building with narrowed eyes. You didn't see shit, dumbass. Now help me out with this shitty claw machine. Katsuki grunted, fully focused on the money-robbing machine as he pushed in another coin to get another round. He will get that plushie, no matter how long it takes. It was a bootleg All Might plushie that looked funny to Katsuki, and he was bored. So, Izuku-kun. Nedzu grabbed a cup of tea from the table. I've finalized some things with the Prime Minister according to your status of becoming a supernova. He smiled, watching the boy take a seat in front of him. See bonus chapter 1 for context of what a supernova is. Cool. What now then? Izuku tilted his head with curiosity. Nedzu raised his paw. The man agreed, though due to your power he will be putting down rules that you have to follow until you truly gain the title of supernova. The whatever the hell Nedzu should be said, watching the boy seemingly and comically deflate from his words. Worry not, he chuckled. The rules are pretty simple. The bear then took a sip from his cup before handing Izuku a paper filled with words. Just focus on these, you can have Inko-san drill in the details later. He smiled. Izuku hummed as he grabbed the paper and read the rules. Izuku Midoriya must not activate his quirk's transformation unless given direct permission from Nedzu or an approved pro-hero of the principal's choice. No loopholes must be used, otherwise Izuku Midoriya will be sentenced to death. He can activate his transformation if the situation proves to be dire enough that it is life-threatening to him. Izuku Midoriya must continue hiding his quirk's true capabilities. He will only be allowed to tell others that the quirk freedom allows him to manipulate his body, though only limited to being rubbery. Oh, that's not bad actually, reasonable too I guess. Izuku muttered, though he still felt annoyed that he can't legally use his quirk's transformation unless given permission or in a really, really bad situation. His heart also beat slowly, as if sympathizing with his annoyance. Those were the main rules. Like I said, you can have Inko-san drill the rest of the rules later. Nedzu nodded, taking another sip of tea from the cup. Could use a bit more sugar. He commented. Izuku just nodded and sighed, noticing the 3 more papers that Nedzu placed on the table. He could already dread the 10 long hours of his mother repeating the contents to make him actually remember things. The boy is forgetful, barely remembering whatever he learnt in school. Yet somehow, he still can show intelligence. It really does work in mysterious ways that or it's due to the fact logic barely exists around Izuku. Izuku grew up loving the word that is associated with his quirk, freedom. Just saying it felt good, made Izuku's heart beat louder while still following that funny rhythm that activated the mentioned quirk. The feeling of freedom is something Izuku really loved. Seeing a child covered in bandages and hollow eyes made Izuku frown. His heart beat loudly. It wanted to give this child freedom. Seeing her flinch and begin to quiver in fear at the sight of a man wearing a weird beak mask made Izuku not happy at all. His heart beat loudly. It wanted to give this child justice. And when the man roared in frustration and slammed his palm against the ground before it shattered and reformed into a spike heading to Izuku's way, Izuku grinned, feeling his heart begin to beat loudly to that funny rhythm. Eri grew up thinking of herself as a curse ever since she could properly think and speak. Everyone said so, the beak man said so. It was her own fault that her parents disappeared after all. She's a monster. And yet, every night she remembered someone's words. Wait for the white warrior, the one who will liberate us all. Hear the boys laugh, the sound of his drums, as he vanishes darkness and fills us all with light and joy. He will smile at all the world's problems and cure the ills of humanity by playing his drum. Whoever hears his music is forced to dance and sing until they cast off their black veil of despair. We wait for the joy that the boy, Nika, brings to us. Eri, despite her imagination being poor, thought of the white warrior as someone covered in white, has a big smile, and a laugh that can be heard across everywhere. The White Warrior, though he never had any specific facial features besides his grin, always visited Eri in her dreams, always telling her the same words, giving her enough hope to keep on going despite her horrible circumstances. For the first time in her life, Eri looked amazed as she watched the tall boy she ran into while trying to escape become the very White Warrior she has been dreaming about for a year. Her heart felt funny. Doom da da da. Doom da da da. Doom da da da. Izuku laughed loudly, as if he was told the greatest joke in the world as he spun in the air, momentarily turning into a white tornado. Hiya-ha-hee, ha-wa-ha-ha. If anything, Izuku dying from laughter would be the most likely reason why he would ever be killed. His heart beat loudly and sounded like drums. Kai Chisaki, otherwise known as Overhaul, looked frustrated, confused, and angry as he watched whatever the F was that thing fly around with its limbs swinging in all directions. What the hell are you? Chisaki cried out and watched Izuku suddenly drop back down to the ground. The ground rippled like rubber before it bounced the boy back in the air. What kind of disease does this sheet? The man added, looking around. Frantically before he slapped both of his hands against the ground and activated his quirk. Wouldn't you like to know, bird boy? Hi-ya-ha-hee-hee-hee-ya. Izuku just cackled at Chisaki's frustration before he screamed, seeing the dozens of massive spikes heading towards him. Ch-ch-ch-ch-ch? Izuku reacted comically, his body straightening like a ruler before his tongue shot out with his eyeballs popping out from its sockets as an over-exaggeration to his shock. Ay-ya-ya-ya. He quickly reached for his eyeballs and pulled them back into their places before he began to spin violently and became a white tornado. Fwoosh! The tornado then flew forward, swiftly dodging the growing spikes coming from the ground. Chisaki sweated and gritted his teeth as he activated his quirk several times, creating more spikes. In all of his life, he never encountered a quirk like this. Nobody did either, as nobody had a quirk like freedom. Chisaki saw the approaching tornado and scowled. What kind of sickness do you have, you demon brat? He slapped the floor and caused a massive pillar to irk and collide against the incoming boy. The man's eyes widened as the pillar quickly crumbled from the sheer speed that Izuku was spinning at. That won't work on me. Izuku smirked as he stopped spinning. His expression slowly turned from smug to dizzy. Woo-ah, daizzy. The boy mumbled, sounding drunk as his eyes rolled, quickly turning into comical spirals. Chisaki grunted and began to run forward. Just one touch and this boy will be dead. Chisaki angrily thought to himself before he jumped forward and slammed his hand against the floor, causing a new pillar to be acted and act as a platform to carry him forward to Izuku. Katsuki, on the sidelines, just snorted. He knew that walks at the ass crack of dawn never end up normal, but not to this extent. He watched as Izuku fought a big-shot villain, the boy's outrageous goofiness contrasting to the sheer destruction that the opposing force is demonstrating while he's just here taking care of some brat. He promised that he wouldn't be the one watching next time a villain attacks them, but for now, he has a job to do. Come on, kid, we gotta go before the idiot starts going wild and pulls the demon's sky down on us. Katsuki urged, quickly scooping up Eri from the ground and running away. The girl just watched the ongoing fight with awe, her eyes wide as plates as she watched the white boy laugh loudly and bounce off the buildings like rubber. The loud sounds of a drum are still heard, still following a rhythm. Doom-da-da-da. 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 Bang. Waiwu. Sneaka. Eri mumbled and watched in awe as Izuku comically winded up a punch before socking Chisaki right in the face, causing the man to fly away and land against the building behind him with an audible crash heard throughout the streets. Ya-ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Izuku laughed like a madman, slapping a hand against his forehead as his legs kicked around. Katsuki just looked mildly amused but mostly annoyed. Where the hell are the heroes and why haven't they responded to this yet? I swear this should already be on the news or some SHOT. He huffed, remembering Eri's presence at the last second. As if God answered Katsuki's question, the reporters finally appeared along with the heroes. Instead of doing anything though, They just watched in disbelief as Chisaki and Izuku fought. The villain already recovered from the boy's previous attack and was just aggressively turning anything around him into spikes to attack Izuku, who only laughed and flew around them, dodging with grace, ease, and a little bit of silliness. "What the F are we looking at?" one of the heroes asked, only for another to shrug. Katsuki watched as the heroes stood by looking shocked or confused while the reporters, well, described the absurd situation as best as they could. "Aren't you guys supposed to be evacuating any remaining people here?" one of the reporters that had common sense asked the heroes with a judgmental tone. The heroes snapped out of their shock as they all nodded and got to work. The heroes and reporters aren't the only ones who appeared though. "Wahaha hi 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 how? Who are you guys supposed to be?" Izuku's laughing stopped as he spotted different people, ones that his heart could tell weren't heroes. They were all wearing some sort of strange masks, mostly resembling a bird or a beak. "What took you all so long?" Chisaki asked before he coughed. Hari Kuruno nodded. "Sorry, we only heard about and saw the situation just now thanks to the live streams and news." Chisaki huffed at Kuruno's reason. "Whatever, just kill that demon brat," he ordered, pointing at the flying Izuku in the air who was looking at them with excitement. "So he's the kiddo that was throwing you all over the demon place," Kendo Rappa muttered before he chuckled and pumped his fists. He always wanted to fight strong people, and knowing that Overhaul is being easily swatted around by a kid sounded interesting for a hot-blooded fighter like him. "Shut up," Chisaki snapped. "Everyone except Kendo and Rikia, either distract the DMN heroes or get Eri back at all costs. She's being taken away by some kid with an explosion quirk. He's a blonde, go," he angrily instructed as Rikia leapt forward, choosing to attack first. Izuku's eyes widened at the man running towards him. You're huge." His eyes gained comical stars while Rikia grunted and managed to grab Izuku's leg. Immediately, Rikia pulled Izuku down and slammed him against the ground, only for the ground to react like rubber and bounce, with an audible boing, from the impact. Rikia was stunned for a second before he quickly tossed Izuku away, sending him flying until he began to skid against the ground, quickly turning into a comical ball as soon as he began to roll. "Weh," he screamed, body turning into a mess of limbs, eyes, mouth, and white as he spun. Izuku opened his eyes, hearing the wind whistle as comical noises followed, ranging from bells to bonks to bangs as he saw himself rolling across the road. Wait. Izuku's arms quickly stretched to let his hands reach two street lights next to him. The poles bent like rubber, but after 5 seconds he managed to stop violently spinning and plant his feet on the ground. The boy looked around and let go of the streetlights, letting his arms snap back to their original lengths before he grinned after he saw Rikia running forward like a gorilla. "I have an idea," he muttered. "Imaginary move, muscles. Yaha." Izuku laughed as he jumped up and flexed before his arms and chest instantly inflated, changing his previously noodly body to gain comical muscles. His legs remained the same in size though, emphasizing the comical appearance of his muscle form. Bang! 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 Njaya! Izuku jumped forward with the ground bouncing behind him and punched the surprised Rikia 3 times with his fists enlarging before it struck. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw cartoony stars fly around Rikia's head before he swung his right arm, had it spin for a second before landing one final blow to end his short-lived barrage. Gong! A comical sound similar to a bell was heard throughout the battlefield as Rikia was thrown back from the impact, sending him crashing next to Chisaki, who watched it all with wide eyes. Kendo though was ecstatic seeing how easy Rikia was sent away by 4 blows. "Ha! You're a demon riot." The man laughed as he jumped forward into battle, taking over Rikia's place as Izuku just continued laughing to himself. "Hey kid!" Kendo called, making Izuku stop as the boy kept his muscle form. "Let's fight," he asked, sounding too excited for a situation that is making his boss almost have an aneurysm. Izuku tilted his head curiously at the new enemy before he smirked. "Huh? Sure, that sounds fun." He nodded, his curious expression long gone and replaced by an excited one. His emerald eyes shone and briefly turned into red before it returned back to normal. That's what I'm talking about. Kendo's mask tore apart, his own smirk being too wide for the mask to contain as he rushed forward. Ngra! He roared before he threw both of his fists forward, only for Izuku to catch them both. Kendo grunted and activated his quirk strong arm, making his shoulders begin to rotate and move at extreme speeds, enough to make Izuku let go and let Kendo to start sending out a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 Wah! Izuku did react to his enemy's hits like expected, but his current proportions despite being pure air somehow absorbed the strikes, much to Kendo's surprise. What kind of DMN quirk does this kid have? The hot-blooded man thought to himself before his quirk deactivated. Izuku quickly threw both of his fists forward, only for Kendo to catch them both and firmly hold them. Both looked at each other before they grinned as they began to push against each other. Kendo took a step forward and watched as Izuku grunted. The boy's legs literally compressed due to the pressure, but he seemed to not notice it as they continued to push against each other. Soon, the ground cracked from the pressure of their strength, but before Izuku could react. Bang! Kendo's knee struck his guts, making him gasp. Fuyu o ai. Visible air burst from Izuku's mouth before he was sent flying to the air by the sheer force of air spewing out of his mouth, though he laughed. Izuku flew all around in the air as he spun, performing wild cartwheels while he flew with his limbs stretching and lashing out at anything near him. The F-dash! Kendo watched, his eyes widening at the comical sight before he saw Izuku's arms stretch towards the ground and grabbed it. Imaginary move. Counterblow. Izuku grinned, his eyes shined for a moment before he pulled and brought the rubberized ground over his head and then downwards towards Kendo. The ground turned into an archway, much to Kendo's shock before Izuku snickered and began to ricochet all over inside it. If dash dot. Kendo uttered before he saw Izuku fly towards him at Mach 10. Blowing. Comical stars shot out as soon as Izuku's fist struck Kendo right in the face, and thanks to his momentum, he sent the man flying across the city, crashing through 10 buildings before he finally began to slowly stop. It was a miracle that Kendo wasn't reduced to a mere red smear when his body began to drag itself against the ground. Hee ha. Izuku just laughed as his stretched arms snapped back to place with a resounding smack. Chisaki looked like he was having an aneurysm. Overhaul versus a new hero? Nedzu muttered as he checked on the live stream of what seems to be Overhaul, having his butt and back up handed in a silver platter. No, that person, he's not listed as a hero in the listings. He observed the strange unknown's appearance. Tall, lanky, noodly, and mainly white in color. White hair that seems to naturally billow like a cloud while resembling fire, solid clouds around the neck, and an odd quirk. The unknown being looked like he was out of place, with the thick black outlines around his body making them look like they appeared from a cartoon. What an interesting quirk. Nedzu smiled at the new puzzle in front of him. Though, Nedzu quickly frowned. A quirk too interesting for the HPSC to pass up. He added before carefully getting off his seat. Now where did I put it? The stoat thing muttered to himself as he searched the drawers in his office. Let's see. He took out a folder from one of the drawers and opened it, gently blowing off the dust that it released. Before he sighed. There you are, Nedzu smirked. See, there are actually 4 different types of heroes out there, each with their own skill sets and privileges. Type 1s, aka enforcers, are the variety the majority of people are most familiar with. They work with law enforcement to apprehend criminals, are the most common seen for press releases, etc. Type 2s, or strategists, are heroes like Nedzu himself. They focus more on intelligence and analysis, taking in information and sorting it out before relaying the most pertinent intel to the enforcers, though we do fight from time to time. Type 3s, otherwise known as fortifiers, are the heroes like Recovery Girl, who don't do any form of combat but still support and help from the sidelines. Type 4s, or simply known as backups, are heroes with quirks that are best used when working with other people while still out on the field. Think of them as a subtype for Type 3 heroes. One of those heroes could provide a significant strength boost, though his quirk requires 5 people for it to activate, needing them to work on the field rather than stay inside a safe spot. And finally, Type 5s, otherwise called supernovas. The name certainly sticked out from the rest, yes, but the person who named it was quite eccentric, are people with a license to use their quirks however they want as long as it's for good purposes or actions that don't affect anyone and that they do not associate with any villains or commit any crime, otherwise a death penalty and a worldwide manhunt would be started against them. There are no supernovas in this era. The last one was from the second quirk generation, and that man died long ago. They are not legally required to help like other heroes are unless the situation is truly dire enough that they need the nuclear option. I'd never thought that I would be given the honor to be in an era where there is a supernova. Nedzu smiled as he took out the necessary paperwork and went out of his office. Now, let's just hope that the boy will accept my offer or at least think about it. The principal of UA University hummed, walking through the empty halls of his school. Overhaul is fine. He is not scared. No, he is in fact fine. Perfectly fine, calm, composed, collected, and etc. No, he is not at all horrified by the sight of that hiffing demon laughing and making the ground bounce like rubber with whatever bullshit disease he has. That thing is not human, it didn't look it wasn't human, not to Overhaul at least. To be fair, Izuku's body had lost most of its details, only keeping the important ones, so right now he looked like a doodle, something drawn from another world, not this world. He'd perfectly fit in those ancient cartoons Chisaki's Great, and more greats, Grandpa used to watch. He wanted it gone, more than germs. Chisaki huffed and looked to the side, to see Rikiya filled with energy, causing his muscles to bulk up almost 10 times thanks to the crowd of heroes nearby. Rikiya had bulked up enough to make All Might look like a pool noodle in comparison. Rikiya. He breathed out as Rikiya looked at his leader. Come here. He ordered. Rikiya nodded and followed without any questions. Once Rikiya was close enough, Chisaki quickly grabbed his shoulder and narrowed his eyes. Izuku's eyes slowly widened to comical proportions as he watched Chisaki and Rikiya's shadow melt into one before it began to grow. It didn't stop, and only continued to grow as the two bodies fused, with the excess energy Rikiya had collected somehow siphoning into his muscles and making them grow further until his skin wasn't able to cover itself anymore. Ehe. Izuku's eyes popped out from their sockets, leaving 2 copies behind as his jaw stretched down to the ground with his tongue shooting out. Boom. 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 Now, Izuku is not facing against a person, he's facing against a FANG kaiju. Woohoo! The boy screamed as the gigantic monstrous amalgam of flesh roared. The upper half of Chisaki's body is left exposed, showing him to be connected to the kaiju inside its mouth or beak. The beast was taller than 8-story buildings, with its arms being bigger, making Izuku look like a white dot in comparison. With another roar, the many arms and hands of the kaiju began to lash out everywhere, causing further collateral damage. Ay-ay-ay-ay-ay-ha. Izuku's eyes returned to their sockets as he grabbed his tongue and stuffed it back into his mouth before he quickly turned around. Squee! Izuku's legs began to spin before it quickly turned into white spirals. Woo-ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Izuku laughed as his legs ran forward at ludicrous speeds. He was going fast enough that his upper body began to flail, yet the smile on his face didn't leave. Die! Chisaki's distorted voice roared with the kaiju as it began to chase Izuku, with its bigger arms crushing the other buildings on its path. Boom! A fist came down, almost striking Izuku, who dodged last second and was sent flying up in the air due to impact. Bwawaha! Izuku yelled as he shot up in the air, going past the sky until he finally lost momentum. He looked down and chuckled. I could see my house from up here. the boy commented before looking around and grinning. He took a deep breath and bit his thumb. The heroes, reporters, and the millions that were watching through the reporter's live stream all collectively paused as they looked up at the cloudy sky. I am he what in the name of the 50 states of America? They would have cared or cheered for All Might finally arriving, but he also paused to look up at the sky. The sky had a humanoid silhouette, one too colossal for their eyes to believe. Imaginary move, giant. The voice of the boy from earlier was heard, though now it had echoes and sounded booming, deep, as if it was a deity who spoke. The witnesses to this ridiculous, dragged-out fight that the author doesn't want to drag further watched as a gigantic foot split the thick clouds apart before the rest of the body followed. A colossal version of Izuku appeared. Boom! The last thing Overhaul saw was the color white and a wide grin. They all called the entire fight the Overhaul Incident, where an unknown hero took down the entirety of the Shai Hasaikai and the notorious S-rank villain Overhaul and his partners. The unknown hero turned out to be a boy, Izuku Midoriya, who just acted in self-defense as, according to his words, that fuckus birdbrain tried to kill me when I was saving this small girl, Eri, which was proven true. This bit of information is not revealed to the public for privacy, of course. Although the boy's identity is not revealed to the public, they all still cheered and hoped that he becomes a hero once he grows up. He basically is one already. Overhaul is currently facing his trial for his countless amounts of crimes, with the rest of his members still waiting on their respective pending trial for their own crimes. Izuku's parents were called in as soon as Izuku came into the nearest station. Their reactions were mixed. You're just 14 and you're already out here talking down some high-ranking villain and his group. I'm proud of you, my boy. Hisashi guffawed through the video call as he slapped his table. He used another monitor to view a video of the whole fight. Izuku just smiled, though he still looked exhausted. Izuku, why did you fight a big villain like that? Inko wailed in worry as she cried a river. Literally, she's flooding the entire FNG station. God bless Midoriya. Izuku scratched his cheek. Sorry, Ma. The dude did attack first though, and he was taking a kid hostage, so my heart just, did its thing? Izuku apologized. He really couldn't force himself out if his heart was telling him to fight after all. Speaking of, where's the kid you just saved? Hisashi asked after he finished laughing at watching Overhaul's kaiju form get easily and comically squashed with a gigantic Izuku stepping on the red beast for the 10th time. Izuku glanced down, seeing Eri, who was latching onto him tightly. She's here. She doesn't seem to want to let go, so I just let her. Izuku watched as his mom moved the phone to let Hisashi see Eri. The dragon man frowned. Hisashi was told that Eri was just barely 5 years old, but she looked malnourished, and the awful and obviously concerning amount of bandages around her limbs made him internally rage. She could pass off as your little sister if she's compared to your white persona. Her hair is white, though a bit bluish, but her eyes are the same unless someone takes a really close look. Inko commented, idly thinking about her son's transformed state. Hisashi agreed, looking at his wife as he did so. Say, does Eri really not want to let go of you? The dragon man asked. Yep, she'd pretty much turn into an unresponsive statue if I let go. Izuku nodded with a frown. Just how much did Eri suffer that she immediately clung to him like some sort of safety object when he really just fought some dumbass birdbrain? The Midoriya family heard the door open as Inko and Izuku turned to see Detective Naomasa Tsukachi enter the room. Good morning, he offered, giving the family a small bow as Inko returned the gesture. I'd like to start by saying thank you for handling the Shai Hasakai. We've been trying to find where their exact hideout and whereabouts are for the past year now, and well, despite the destructive fight that occurred, know that none of it was your fault. Tsukachi started before he took a seat behind the desk. Out of legality and the situation, I'm obliged to inform you three that my quirk is true or false. Whenever I ask a question, I'll know if your answer is true or false. Tsukachi waited for all of them to nod before he continued. Now, all of my questions would be pretty basic to keep this short, so just answer honestly. He then turned to Izuku, who nodded again. Did you start the fight? Nope. Truth. Can you explain what happened before you encountered and fought Overhaul? Well, I was walking with Katja, wait, no nicknames, Katsuki Bakugo down the street, and when he and I entered an alleyway we found Eri. She looked, well, homeless, and had a concerning amount of bandages, so we approached her, thinking we should help her out since Katsuki wanted to be a hero, and well, I just like Savon people, not be a hero though. Izuku paused to open a water bottle and drink from it. He still felt exhausted after that 2-hour-long fight. It's the longest he had used his transformation while repeatedly using some of his abilities after all. The quirk does eat up all of his calories after all, using his transformation tripled the rate. And then Bird Guy showed up. Overhaul. Tsukachi tapped his pen. Izuku nodded. Yeah, Overhaul showed up and well, he just really reeked bad guy energy, you know? Like you can tell the guy is either carrying something that nobody would like in their body or just, threatening? Especially with his plague mask that really just tickles the gut feeling of a guy with common sense. So when the guy began to talk about being Eri's dad and everything while sounding like he's calling a pet over, my heart, did its thing. Tsukachi raised a brow at Izuku's last words. Your heart did its thing? Yeah, sometimes it just jumpstarts me into white persona, what I call my quirk's transformation thing. I'm still trying to find a better name, but anyways, whenever it really wants to save someone. Alright, continue. Okay, where was I? Oh right, so my heart did its thing, and when I was done transforming, the guy was already an inch away from touching my face. Yup, if my heart didn't force me into white persona, then I would have been gone, reduced to dust. Izuku nodded and took another sip from the water bottle. I trusted Katsuki to take Eri away while I handled this guy, and so started the fight. Is that all? Tsukachi stopped writing. Yup. Alright. None were false, so we're going to the next questions now. At any point, did you try to purposely hurt civilians or nearby heroes? Nah. Wait, when I was making the ground bounce, I'm pretty sure some of the heroes tripped over themselves. That was funny, but I didn't mean to do that though. True, now did you intentionally traumatize Overhaul? Somewhere far away, Chisaki's eyes darted everywhere as he rapidly took heavy breaths. Everything is white, why is it white? He did not like white. Why is it everywhere? He thought that FING demon is far away. Why is it staring at him? Where is he? Where is it? Why is it laughing? How can he hear it laughing? Why isn't somebody taking the demon far away from him? Why doesn't IT leave him? Why is it watching him? I can't breathe. I am drowning. Leave me alone. Stop. Why are you following me? Help me. Stop it. I hate you. Leave. Where am I? Stop watching. Smile. Why are you laughing? Where is Grandpa? Disease. Where is what are you? Smile. Why can't I breathe? I can't feel anything. Why can't I use my blessing? White. Who are you? Red eyes. Why are you smiling? Are you following me? Where is Leave me alone. Stop. Help me. I am drowning. Stop listening. Where is Grandpa? Disease. What are you? You're not human. I can't move. Why am I here? Disease. Where is everyone? Help me. Eri. White. I can't breathe. I am drowning. Leave me alone. Stop. Why are you following me? Help me. Stop it. I hate you. Leave. Where am I? Stop watching. Smile. Why are you laughing? Where is Grandpa? Where is what are you? Smile. Why can't I breathe? I can't feel anything. Why can't I use my blessing? White. Eri. Who are you? Red eyes. Why are you smiling? Are you following me? Where is Leave me alone. Stop. Help me. I am drowning. Stop listening. Where is Grandpa? What are you? You're not human. I can't move. Why am I here? Where is everyone? Help me. White. I can't breathe. I am drowning. Leave me alone. Eri. Stop. Why are you following me? Help me. Stop it. I hate you. Leave. Where am I? Stop watching. Smile. Why are you laughing? Where is Grandpa? Disease. Where is what are you? Smile. Why can't I breathe? I can't feel anything. Why can't I use my blessing? White. Who are you? Red eyes. Why are you smiling? Are you following me? Where is Leave me alone. Stop. Help me. I am drowning. Stop listening. Where is Grandpa? What are you? You're not human. I can't move. Why am I here? Where is everyone? Help me, White. Kai Chisaki broke. Nope. Izuku shook his head. Overhaul is fine. Probably that he didn't beat up the guy that much, right? True. That's all. Of the questions I need for now, I'll contact you, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya, later if I need to inquire further. Tsukachi nodded and bowed. Though, there is someone that wants to speak with all three of you. He added. The three Midoriyas watched as the detective opened the door to let a creature wearing a suit in. Hisashi's skeptical expression turned into a surprised one. Greetings. Am I a bear? A dog? A mouse? Who knows? But I am the principal of UA University. That's it. Hello. The most likely Astote introduced himself cheerfully. He seemed eccentric. Long time no see, Nedzu. Hisashi chuckled, puffs of smoke coming out of his nostrils as he did so. Good morning. Inko offered. Izuku looked at Nedzu and his parents with confusion. Mom? That? You know the principal of UA? The boy asked, looking bewildered. Nedzu laughed at Izuku's question. Of course. I was there stopping your father from bursting into tears when he and your mother got married after all. The principal sighed fondly over the memory. Hisashi smiled, looking nostalgic at the mention of his marriage. Ah. Izuku nodded in response. So, I'm assuming your main interest is with my son, right? Hisashi asked as Nedzu nodded. Exactly how I haven't really noticed the boy's quirk is a true mystery. Maybe some people didn't want me to find out and covered it up. Nedzu huffed. HPC. Hisashi sounded bitter, his expression showing grimace. Though, that was before he remembered Dr. Hiralik. The man was proven trustworthy after Hisashi confronted him after his boy's diagnosement almost 10 years ago. Worry not, my friend, a good doctor just omitted parts of Izuku's quirk for his safety. Hisashi sighed. Oh, that clears some stuff then. The bear thing nodded and smiled. That fortunately meant the HPSE didn't know either. Anyways, I'm mainly here to ask around young Izuku's choice of career. He then turned to Izuku, who blinked in surprise. Oh, well, I was planning on applying to UA for general studies. Izuku shrugged after responding. Nedzu looked surprised. Really? Really? Nedzu hummed. Interesting, isn't your quirk perfect for heroism though? The stoat? Asked, genuinely interested over Izuku's choice. Yeah, I guess it is, but I had Mom drill in the conditions and rules if I were to become a hero, and I think it's too many rules, enough to just make getting a license kind of not worth it, you know? Still considering it though, Izuku nodded. It wasn't that he really did not want to be one, he's just not really sure yet, so he's settling with the idea of general studies to have the chance to transfer into the hero course in one sports festival. May I ask what rules made you not want to be a hero? Nedzu tilted his head. Well, you know how my quirk just turns everything into becoming rubbery? Yes, I'm quite aware of its true capabilities too. Nedzu nodded, making Izuku gasp before he remembered that the rat is the principal of UA, one of the best universities for heroes out there. Well, it would make people think that I'm causing more property damage than the villains, thus becoming infamous. I don't want to deal with people hounding me. Then I would have to severely limit my power, which is just, I want to use my own power without any limits or anything. Izuku explained. But here's the thing, young man, I'm not here to ask you to become a Type 1 hero. Instead, I'm here to ask you to become a Type 5 hero. Nedzu chuckled. Inko and Izuku looked fairly confused, while Hisashi looked surprised. What's the difference? Heroes are heroes, right? Izuku wondered. Nedzu smiled at the boy's words. That is true, though all of the heroes belong to specific groups. Nedzu nodded. We have the Type 1 heroes, the ones people usually know like All Might for example. Then, the Type 2 heroes, the brains of big operations. I'm under that class. The Type 3 heroes, who support the main ones in the sidelines like Recovery Girl. The Type 4 heroes are retired ones, given choice on whether or not they should act on a situation. Nedzu paused, letting the info sink in before he continued. And now we have the Type 5 heroes, the supernovas, People that wield quirks that the government can't have any control over. You, young Midoriya, fall under that class, or at least potentially fall under it should you take my offer. Nezu smiled. Your offer? Izuku looked with curiosity. Should you attend UA and accept the task and role to become a supernova, you'll become the freest man. Though, I do have to warn you, the moment you use your status as a supernova for less than good reasons, then we'll have to send out a global manhunt against you. Nezu explained. A global manhunt? Inko shrieked, almost fainting from the thought of Izuku fighting a battalion of heroes without anyone to help him. Hisashi just chuckled. I'm sure that Izuku won't have problems dealing with all of them should it somehow come to that. Hisashi confidently said before he looked at Izuku. And I know that you would never do anything considered villainous. He added, what exactly would happen to Izuku if he does apply for becoming a Type 5 hero? Inko asked with obvious worry. Well, the boy would attend the hero course and the events or trips that are planned for the next 5 years, but he would be given different lessons, mostly in control, as we all know that the boy does not need any more power than he already has. Nezu sighed before he sat on a chair. Hisashi hummed. Did I say go for it, kiddo? You're already one to many with the amount of cats you rescued from trees and grannies you helped cross the streets. He nodded and chuckled before leaning back into his chair. Inko sighed, unconsciously using her quirk to pull a razor which unintentionally scared Nezu. Yeah, you were going to UA anyways, right, Aizu? Inko nodded. Nezu quietly breathed out a sigh of relief as soon as the razor was put back to place. He did. Not like having the name Inko Midoriya and the word razor in one sentence. He did not want to become bald Nezu. Never again. Izuku looked at Nezu for a moment before he glanced at Eri and his mom. His thoughtful expression showed that he was thinking. I'll go on 2 conditions. Izuku raised 2 of his fingers, making a peace sign as Nezu tilted his head. Oh, let me hear them then. He clapped. Izuku hummed, remembering one of the many safety precautions hero universities, and sometimes high schools, like UA has, which was to keep their students in dorms inside the UA's walls, to keep them safe from potential harm from villains or sometimes, actually, most of the times, the media. Well, Mom has to move in with me to the dorms. Even if I can act dumb at times, I know that I'm unbeatable. My quirk makes that a fact, but Mom isn't. Once my quirk is revealed to the public, I know some people will start coming after me, and once they realize they can't, they'll move to my family and friends. The boy paused to turn to his mom. And no offense, Mom. He added, only for Inko to wave him off. None taken. What? Izuku, I wouldn't have a place to be in you. Inko's expression turned from passive to startled. Nezu hummed before he nodded. Well, I was planning on finding a staff to keep the students from getting too rowdy in their dorms, especially with what happened last time. Nezu shivered, remembering the many destroyed dorms for the first-year hero course students. I suppose someone like Mrs. Midoriya will be able to handle that. Of course I will send out teachers to help, as some students would inevitably be more violent than the rest. He added. Inko adopted a thoughtful expression before she sighed. Fine. I'll accept the job, Nedzen, she nodded, making Nezu smile and clap. Wonderful! The probable chimera exclaimed. Now for the second condition, young man? Nezu turned his gaze back to Izuku. Food, you'll supply me and Ma a lot of food. Izuku smiled. Nezu blinked. He honestly thought the next condition would be heavier, but no, this was quite simple. The rat thing laughed. Of course. I assure you, we will never have a time where there's no food in UA, and since we're the top class, we only serve the best of foods. He sighed after regaining his composure. Inko and Hisashi snickered in the background, knowing well about the massive costs that Nezu would have to deal with during Izuku's years in UA. Now is that truly all? Nezu tilted his head. The 3 Midoriyas looked at each other before they all shook their heads. Well, we do have to think of what we'll have to do with little Eri here though. Hisashi brought up. Izuku nodded, looking at the small girl, and by the looks of it, barely 4 years old, clinging to him as if her life depended on it. Like I was saying earlier, she just doesn't want to let go. He sighed. Trauma, most likely, is the reason. Nedzu sighed, looking sympathetic as he glanced at the sleeping Eri. I believe that the young girl looks at you as her hero, the only one that would keep her safe, so of course she doesn't want to lose you. He related to the poor girl, as he had heard that she was used for Overhaul's inhumane experiments to create a drag that erases quirks. All because of the BSJRD being the biggest germaphobe of all time. Ashi, Inko looked at her husband who nodded and seemingly understood her thoughts. That well, you would need extra company now that our boy's going to you, even if you would be always seeing him since you're gonna be managing the dorms. Hisashi sighed. Despite his head being that of a dragon, one could still tell that he had a grin on his face. What are you guys talking about? Izuku asked, looking genuinely confused as the two parents chuckled. It's obvious enough, honey, you're gonna have a little sister now, one that's probably gonna be very clingy. Inko chuckled, already looking at Eri with a fond look despite barely knowing her. Only if the little girl accepts, dear. Hisashi reminded with an amused chuckle. Very little sister? Izuku slowly digested his parents' words before he looked at Eri. For a split second, his eyes turned red with the roots of his hair melting into white before it returned to normal. Nobody noticed it. Nedzu looked at the interaction with a smile. I'll leave you three alone, and I'll be looking forward to meeting you soon in you, a young man. Nedzu chuckled before he got off the chair and walked to the door. And Inko, I'll contact you later for more details about your new job. Goodbye. Nedzu added before he actually left, leaving the Midoriya family to chat amongst themselves. Nedzu sighed, his face filled with relief as he closed the door. He felt very thankful that the boy was easily convinced to change his goal from just going to general studies and into hero class. The rat knew that there was no way the boy would survive if he chose to refuse the offer and stayed in his planned path. The boy can only choose to either be a supernova or die. Nedzu thought to himself. He felt relieved that the boy didn't ask any questions about it. The government wanted control. They knew that without any control, they were nothing. Although they can be dumb at times, they know that they will inevitably find someone that they cannot have any semblance of any control over. So they thought of making a special role, supernova. The supernova is the only role that promised freedom, without any control from the government. The only rule that they have to follow is that they cannot commit any acts deemed villainous, otherwise they will be ordering every hero to kill that supernova on sight in the hopes of removing this uncontrollable force. The government will not have any control over Izuku Midoriya. Now, the current Prime Minister, Akihito Sora, wouldn't actually be wanting any control over a person, brainwashing or grooming them or any other kind of possession. The man is actually pretty nice with good morals, but he knows when to put his foot down, which made him be respected and followed by politicians. Nedzu reminded himself to visit the man later this week to tell him about the boy's quirk and be granted special protection. Moving on, Nedzu also knew that the Hero Public Safety Commission would have tried to get Izuku once they found out his quirk later, but thankfully the rat found the boy first, thus stopping the agency's plans to groom the child into becoming one of their agents. If Sora did agree to giving Izuku special protection, then the HPSC will have no choice but to back off from Izuku or be completely shut down. It's the least that Nedzu can do for Hisashi after the Dragon Man saved him from giving up on life. The rat sighed as he traced the scar on his eyes. I truly hope that the boy sticks to being a hero and never become a villain. He muttered. He had reviewed the entire fight, and he knew the boy's potential. To either be a benevolent or a malevolent god. It's relieving to see the boy leaning more into being a benevolent one. Eri quickly accepted the offer of getting adopted into the Midoriya family after they carefully and slowly explained the whole thing of being adopted to the girl. She of course clung to Izuku immediately, always calling him White Warrior or Nika for no reason despite Izuku's constant corrections. Cats, I've decided that I'm not gonna use the transformation aspect of my quirk, at least not until I'm done with UA or when I really have to use it. Izuku stated. His voice was firm, his arms were crossed, and his face was sure, all to show that the boy is serious. His heart beat faster than it usually does, it felt annoyed, but it also understood why. Katsuki almost dropped the yakitori he was about to bite on from shock. Seriously? The blonde's eye twitched as he turned his head to look at Izuku with a shocked expression. Yeah. That okay, what brought this on? The blonde sighed and took a bite from the yakitori after he recovered from his stupor. Well, you know how I decided that I'm actually going to be a hero with you at UA? Yesterday, Izuku told Katsuki about his plans to finally follow him to the hero course rather than general studies. Katsuki felt good, as he felt like his continuous efforts for the past years to push his friend into going to UA for the hero course finally bore fruit. The explosive boy did not know about the whole supernova thing. Well, I realized that outside basic combat knowledge, and well, instincts and what I've learned from fighting with you for years, that I do not have any skill for UA if I don't use my transformation. Izuku sighed. We've got 4 years before UA, so I have 4 years to train what I have without the transformation. And why exactly are you telling me this? Katsuki raised a brow. Izuku chuckled. Well, for one I'm going to start thinking of real moves that I'll use without the white persona. He nodded to himself before looking at Katsuki. So, I basically need your help with brainstorming. He finished. Katsuki stared at Izuku with an exasperated expression as he tilted his head. What's the first words that comes to your mind, Pomeranian-kun? Izuku quickly asked, interrupting Katsuki who now looked thoughtful. Explosions, hero, power, training, firearms, kills, grenades, explosives. Katsuki began to list out his words before Izuku raised a finger. Ha! The black-haired boy exclaimed with a happy expression. There we go. Firearms. He then snapped his fingers, much to the blonde boy's confusion. What? Firearms, cats, I have ideas now. Izuku grinned and began to rub his hands together, almost like how a scheming cartoon villain would. Katsuki breathed in and breathed out. Izuku, when doing those actions, either did cool sheet or sheet, a solid 50-50 chance. The last time he did that was when they hotwired that a-hole neighbor's car and drove it miles away since he, the neighbor, insulted Auntie Inko while the woman was gardening her flowers. Okay, Izuku, before you do sheet, what are you doing? Katsuki huffed. He and Izuku found themselves in their personal training spot, at Takoba Beach after their previous chat. The beach was still a junkyard like it was a month ago, but there are a lot more destroyed scrap from their previous spars. Yeah, so remember when I said firearms earlier? Izuku asked, with the other boy nodding. Well, basically I've thought of naming my moves after them and also using them as reference. He chuckled while stretching to get his rubbery muscles loose. Katsuki tilted his head. Just watch. And watch is what Katsuki did. Gum pistol. With a grin, Izuku stretched his arm back and then quickly swung it forward. Bang! The impact was strong enough to make the large fridge explode into pieces as its remains were sent flying everywhere and either audibly crashed against the other mountains of junk behind it or landed on the sand. Izuku grunted as he felt the kickback from the strike before his arm snapped back to its original length. See? Izuku smirked, staring at the mess with a smile as he pumped his fist. Gum? Katsuki looked at his friend. His expression showed that he was mildly impressed, but more curious. Izuku shrugged in response. I dunno, it just sounded right and it does make naming stuff easier since I could just put gum before another word. The boy smiled, already thinking of many more possible moves he can perform. Don't you have imaginary move for that already? Well, yeah, but I want to put that as very special moves only for my transformation. Izuku nodded. Katsuki stared at him for a bit before shrugging. Whatever, it's your moves, not mine. He then got off the chair he was sitting on and stood up. How many moves have you made already? Izuku raised 4 of his fingers. 4. Yup, gum pistol, Gatling gun, bazooka and rifle. Izuku smiled as he listed out all of his current moves that aren't locked behind white persona. Katsuki hummed. Clearly, your butt is gonna run out of firearms to base on, why not use other weapons or objects as a base? Izuku titled his head, seemingly deep in thought before he nodded. Sure. And so, the two began to brainstorm for the rest of the day. It didn't take long for them to realize how versatile Izuku can be even without using the white persona, as they figured out ways to recreate firearms. Some of the moves that Izuku managed to create were Gum Gum Rocket, Gum Gum Stamp, Gum Gum Cannon, Gum Gum Bowgun, Gum Gum Whip, Gum Gum Hammer, and the last is Gum Gum Battle Axe. 7 moves from just a day of experimentation, and Izuku still has 4 more years left before UA. Katsuki can only imagine the amount of techniques Izuku can make before that time comes. It makes him feel excited, knowing that it will be more challenging to fight Izuku soon. Midoriya-san, can you please focus on our assignment? I can't just do everything, you know. Kana sighed as she watched Izuku play with the Rubik's Cube in his hands. Izuku stopped and looked up to look at Kana. Oh, sorry. He sighed, tossing the cube away. What do you need me to do? Well, Kana twirled a finger around her hair. I need you to solve these. She pushed the sheet of paper to Izuku, who sighed, taking the paper from the table. The activity sheet contained sentences written in English, and the assignment was to translate them into Japanese. Some students in the class had a hard time with it, as they weren't familiar with the language. Thankfully for Kana, she was partnered with Izuku, who learned English due to the fact that his father, Hisashi, taught him how to when he was younger, thus resulting in the boy becoming fluent with the language, both in speaking or writing. Give me a moment. Izuku took Kana's pen before beginning to translate the given sentences. The girl watched him with a surprised expression. After a bit, he returned the sheet to Kana, who then looked at the answers. Never thought you knew English. She commented. Izuku shrugged. Well, Dad runs his business overseas and I visit him sometimes on some vacations, so I decided to learn English when I was younger. He smiled, feeling a bit nostalgic. Izuku remembered the countless times he repeatedly annoyed Hisashi by purposely pronouncing some words wrong when the Dragon Man taught him English. So that's why. Kana nodded while she double-checked her own answers, comparing them to Izuku's answers and correcting any mistakes she found while comparing. Yep. Izuku nodded before he yawned and glanced outside the window. Recently, Izuku has been thinking about many things. Mainly about food, about Eri, about training, and about friends. He never really had friends besides Katsuki, as they either avoided him due to his eccentric personality, habits, and antics, or just him being overly secretive about his quirk. And now, he had Kana and Kanako joining him and Katsuki in their walks or outings whenever they stumbled upon each other. Kanako and Kana are somewhat similar to him and Katsuki, now that Izuku thought about it. Does he really consider both girls as friends? They are friendly with each other, they hang out often, and they are pretty cool in Izuku's opinion, but they could always just leave whenever they want to, cut off any connection. He's not even sure if he would ever see them past middle school. Well, he could ask for their numbers, but he's not sure if they're close enough for him to do that. Before Izuku could continue with his thoughts, he felt someone poke his cheek. He blinked before realizing that Kana was the one who poked him. Midoriya-san, class has already ended. She informed him. I guess I dozed off. Izuku chuckled before getting up from his chair. He can continue thinking later, for now his stomach wants food. Incredible. Toshinori remarked with wide eyes as he watched his close friend, David Shield, showcase a new function for his costumes, one that makes it quickly appear or disappear with a single press of a button. Yes, I'd imagine that it's a hassle for you to always change in and out of your costumes whenever you exhaust yourself. David nodded. He still felt unsure and scared that the piece All Might built would crumble. He truly didn't want to return to the previous and much darker generations. David knows that Toshinori's quirk is beginning to deteriorate and his time is running out. He is scared of what could happen if the world knows that All Might left, what villains will do once the symbol of peace is retired. Yes, it is sometimes a huge hassle for me to just stuff my costume into a bag. Toshinori chuckled before coughing, much to David's worry. Toshinori sighed as he finished coughing. Excuse me. He mumbled before clapping his hands. By the way, where's Melissa? I haven't seen her yet today. He smiled and continued to walk next to David. Melissa is still at her school, she should be back in an hour or so. David hummed, glancing at his watch to check the time before letting his hand fall back down. I see. I suppose you can let me see more of your tech to pass time. I am looking forward to the Almighty Mobile 2.0 for a while now. We are not calling the car the Almighty Mobile 2.0, it's Hercules for God's sake. David sighed, looking exasperated. It doesn't mean I can't call it the Almighty Mobile anyways. Toshinori lightly laughed before he sighed. That though, I would need to ask you and Melissa for some time to talk later, preferably somewhere with absolutely nobody else. I meant no CCTVs or recorders or any of that kind. He placed a hand on David's shoulder. Now, David looked concerned. May I ask why? That let's say my quirk is much deeper than anyone would expect. Toshinori's glare made it clear to David that he was fully serious. David couldn't help but gulp before he nodded. In a dark, cold room, a tall and bald elderly man with a weird, bushy, beige-colored beard sighed as he watched the same recordings of the overhaul incident on multiple massive monitors. Nedson, he started, turning his attention from the recordings to the rat as he took his own cup of tea. I know that you are qualified in training possible supernovas, but how are we sure that the boy would not deviate from his choice to be a supernova? He has 4 years to change his choice. Nedzu just chuckled at the Prime Minister's words. Don't worry about him, he has ties that keep him on the right path. Have faith in the boy, I know you can do that, Akihito-kun. The Chimera chuckled before taking a sip of his tea. That may be, but those ties can easily be cut in those 4 years. Akihito retorted, making Nedzu sigh. If it would please you, I could ask the Midoriya family to move into UA. I would need special permissions thou. Granted. Get the boy, his mother, and his sister moved into your university as soon as possible, make sure that they are given top-level security and have some of my agents watching over them whenever they go out. No need to give the boy his agents, we both know and saw that he can handle himself. Akihito nodded as he turned back to the monitors, watching as the transformed overhaul got stepped on by a giant's foot and was turned into a literal pancake. The boy's quirk easily held the title as the most ridiculous quirk in the world, even if its concept can be simplified down to the 3 words which are, everything goes boing. Izuku Midoriya essentially won the genetic lottery's biggest prize. Well, I'll only need the Midoriya family's consent then. I'll send the paperwork later. Nedzu shrugged after hearing what Akihito told him. I hate paperwork. The elderly man grumbled to himself. Even as the Prime Minister of Japan, he is still required to suffer through paperwork like any other man in business. He's sure he can manage to force himself to persevere, if only to keep out possible headaches if the boy does become a loose cannon. Pomeranian-kun, you absolute were. Izuku huffed with his arms crossed as he glared at Katsuki. Katsuki showed him his middle finger before he spoke. Stop acting like I stole a FNG diamond from your hands, it's just a DM cookie jar. How deep is your backyard? Is it enough to bury a body? What? F you! Izuku hollered as he tackled Katsuki down to the ground. The two rolled across the ground and quickly turned into a big, comical ball of violence filled with punching, kicking, biting, and etc. The only thing censoring them both is the dust covering them both up. Kanako and Kano watched as they both sighed at the two boys' bizarre antics. I kind of want to get my nails painted black, what do you think? Kanako hummed as she glanced at her nails. Sounds fun, maybe I could. Join and get mine painted indigo. Kana nodded before she tilted her head. Maybe I could also get myself some new clothes, I think they're becoming too small for me. She quietly added. Izuku and Katsuki are seen in the background still fighting to death like animals. Same here. Kanako also nodded. Well, we could also go to the mall later after school. She suggested. I'm in. Kana smiled before they continued watching the two boys brawl. The two girls were somewhat happy to have met the two, as in properly talk with them and eventually start hanging out. They quickly learned that the two boys, especially Izuku, brought chaos everywhere they went. It was basically free entertainment for them. I'm gonna kill you, you overgrown tree. I'm going to neuter you, you stupid Pomeranian. Yeah, life became a bit more lively for the two girls. We could definitely make money from live streaming their fights and commentating them like we're announcers at a wrestling match. Kanako snickered. Kana looked amused by the idea. The four teens did end up going to the mall later, with the two girls dragging Izuku with them while Izuku dragged Katsuki with him. The rest of the week went through without any major events, and now we found ourselves inside the Midoriya family's home. Inko sighed as she watched Izuku eat like a barbarian, chomping on meat like there's no tomorrow. She understood why Izuku needed to eat though, as his body constantly burns calories even if he's just breathing. Sweetie, can't you eat with some manners? Your sister is beginning to try copying you. Inko received a groan from Izuku, but the boy did slow down. Eri followed Izuku's action and also slowed down, much to Inko's relief. Izuku chuckled and swallowed before he sheepishly spoke. Sorry, Mom, I just haven't eaten much today. It's fine, just remember that we have Eri now, and well, you should know that she will look at you as a role model. Inko giggled while she carefully helped cut the apples into several, smaller pieces for Eri. Inko paused and glanced at the door after hearing someone knock. Izuku-kun, can you get the door? She asked, now looking at Izuku who nodded. The boy first swallowed the piece of meat he had been munching on before he stood up and walked to the door. Once he opened the door, Izuku was greeted by a big rat in a suit, Nedzu. Hello. The chimera waved his paw. Mind letting me in? Nedzu-san. Izuku blinked before he nodded and stepped aside to let the animal in. Inko saw the weird stoat thing enter and immediately fixed her posture. Eri looked adorably surprised at the sight of Nedzu, immediately thinking of him as a walking, breathing, and talking stuffed toy. Oh, Nedzu-san, good morning. Inko offered and lightly bowed. I'm guessing you're here to talk more about Izuku's situation with becoming a supernova? She tilted her head and watched as Nedzu nodded and took a seat. That, and I'm also visiting to see young Eri, though I can already see that she's settling well with her new home and family. Nedzu smiled, giving Eri a small wave. The latter reluctantly returned the wave. Inko nodded and got up from the couch. Would you want me to prepare tea while we talk then? She offered. If it wouldn't be a bother. Nedzu chuckled. And, don't worry, what I have to say isn't really something heavy, just an offer. He assured Inko, who sighed while Izuku just nodded and sat on the floor, resuming to eat. After a bit, Inko returned, putting down a cup of tea and a kettle for Nedzu as she sighed. So, what is it then? She asked with a worried expression. Well, the Prime Minister suggests that you three should move into UA. Nedzu calmly said as he took the teacup and sipped. I see. No, Inko did not see. Yes, well, I know that it is a very strange offer to give out of nowhere, but we all know that young Izuku-kun's abilities make him a very big target for villains. Me and the Prime Minister himself is worried for your safety as heir. Nedzu paused to lean closer to Inko. The man is worried that the boy will become a loose cannon if he sees anyone close to him be hurt. Nedzu quickly continued before Inko could respond. Now, I don't think that Izuku-kun would become a loose cannon, but the Prime Minister has to make sure. Of course, you can always deny our offer if you don't want to. He watched as the woman nodded. Well, can we think about it first? Inko asked. Of course, the offer is always open for your family. Nedzu nodded and took a sip of his tea. Though that's not all I have to say, and so, the rat continued to talk, with Inko nodding along as she listened. Izuku didn't really listen, he was more focused on helping Eri eat her food. Quirks are weird. They appeared out of nowhere and granted humans superpowers, ones that are previously thought to only exist in fiction. Quirks were first seen as something unnatural, wrong, or a disease. The first superpower ever to be officially recorded was manifested by a newborn baby in Qingqing City, China in the year 1981 with the ability to radiate light from its body. After this phenomenon, many people around the world began to manifest different kinds of superpowers, and not just at birth, some people showed signs of powers in their PBRY. These powers became known as meta-abilities, and later was renamed into a simpler term, quirks. The cause of the phenomenon is unknown, even to this day. One research group that looked into the matter hypothesized that it was caused by the spread of a previously unknown novel disease carried by mice, while others theorized that it was actually a natural evolution of the human race. There was no solid evidence to make any of those hypotheses a fact. The first generation of quirks began. It was chaotic, with the total number of people with quirks worldwide being a measly 10%. They were called monsters or inhuman, given awful treatment with prejudice, forcing them all to hide their abilities. Some formed groups as a resistance, though they still failed. The ones without supernatural power grew afraid and formed anti-meta groups with the objective of exterminating those with abilities. The quirks of the first generation were not that strong. The quirkless were able to overpower them very easily. The fifth generation of quirks quickly followed. The total number of quirked went up to 57%. The power of quirks grew exponentially during this generation, which truly started society's collapse. Some of the quirked turned to a life of criminality, using their powers to cause chaos for their own selfish benefit. Some of the stronger people attempted to rally a following that preached a return to a peaceful and stable society. They had 10 million followers at one point, but were later murdered out of jealousy for all the attention and admiration they were getting by a villainous superhuman who was fortunately taken down later on. In the 8th generation, the profession of crime-fighting quirk users, pro-heroes, began to exist, starting in Rhode Island, USA, which caused the vigilantes that appeared from the past generations to slowly disappear. The profession continued to grow more popular and eventually became normalized. Quirk usage is regulated, though after another generation the law became more forgiving. Several licenses were made, though most of them were for heroics, some were made for normal civilians. Some quirks were deemed safe for everyday use, so most people that didn't have a quirk deemed dangerous were allowed to get a quirk license at the age of. Though, there is something much more bizarre about quirks. There are 3 types known to the public: emitter, transformation, and mutant. But there is a secret type that is purposely hidden from the public, only letting a very small group of people part of the world government know about it. Mythical. They are quirks that appear every generation. For every generation, there is only one person who is born with a mythical type quirk. They only truly began to appear after the 3rd generation though. Sometimes, a mythic class quirk is not recorded due to one reason and another. Quirks that are classified as mythical were much stranger and stronger than other quirks from their generation, and strangely enough, they carry their own will and unconsciously shape the person to somewhat become the embodiment of that will. The first recorded mythical quirk allowed the man to cause tremors by generating absurdly strong vibrations or quakes. It was publicly classified an emitter quirk, but the government knew better. The man was, fortunately, not interested in becoming a villain. He instead used his power to protect his family from harm during that chaotic generation's time. He was found in the 3rd generation. The second recorded mythical quirk allowed the man to turn into a legendary phoenix. The man's flames are unmatched even at the present, and it had a special property that could seemingly revive people from the dead as long as he is able to burn them. This man was one of the first mythic-class quirk users' sons and also used his quirk for the same reasons. He was found in the 4th generation. The 3rd recorded mythical quirk allowed the man to transform into a giant gold Buddha at will, becoming an invulnerable force that nobody managed to ever hurt. The man was righteous, an advocate for justice, and led one of the strongest resistance groups against the anti-meta groups, which helped the next generations form a functioning society. He was found in the 6th generation. There were more mythic class quirks that were recorded, and the current generation's 23rd generation mythic class quirk user finally appeared, and it easily proved to be the most ridiculous one. Months had passed, and now we found our main duo walking next to each other. Both were kind of relieved that they were finished with middle school, and now nearing the end of their 3rd year, just a bit more before UA. "How's the moves going?" Katsuki asked. Izuka managed to get Kana and Kanako's numbers, so they managed to keep in touch even if both girls moved away to a different city. The 4 of them promised each other to meet again at UA, though both girls said they were aiming for general studies instead of the hero course, thus leaving the 2 boys alone with themselves. It was a promise that made Izuka more excited about getting to UA after high school. Katsuki, though he wouldn't admit it, did manage to befriend Kirishima and get his number before the future redhead left to another city. Good, I'm still trying to perfect Gatling gun, but I think I could try making a new one today. Izuku nodded as he and Katsuki walked into Takoba Beach. The junk on the beach isn't fully cleaned out yet, but the two boys can see that they are making progress. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Tisk, it's been a week already, what's taking you so long about that move? Well, Izuku frowned. The only problem left about it is controlling the range, as in getting the punches focused or widespread. Good enough. Katsuki nodded before they both walked into a clearing. The two stared at each other for a moment before they both grinned and tensed up. Izuku moved first. Whoosh! Gum gum whip! Izuku stretched his leg towards Katsuki, who quickly rolled forward and managed to go under Izuku's leg. Kaboom! Katsuki grunted as he retaliated with a heavy haymaker. The impact sent vibrations through the air, but Izuku quickly cartwheeled away, narrowly evading the explosion that followed. Sand and junk flew around them as they fought. Izuku continued to dodge by ducking and weaving, narrowly avoiding the punches that Katsuki threw as the latter's hands erupted around him, sending more sand into the air. With a grunt, Izuku leapt and somersaulted over Katsuki, landing behind him with a thud. The Fu, Katsuki quickly turned around, but before he could react. Bang! Gum gum bullet! Izuku hollered as he stretched his arm, far behind him, quickly dashed forward before he snapped it back to deliver a powerful blow directly against Katsuki's face. The impact sent Katsuki flying through the air, crashing into a mound of discarded junk with a resounding thud. Katsuki coughed as he rose from the wreckage. Hey hell, he cursed before he glared at Izuku with a manic grin on his face. The sweat on his palms ignited again, causing explosions to erupt and propel him forward. Boom! Izuku closed in for another punch, only to be caught off guard by Katsuki, who closed in and quickly unleashed a devastating explosion point blank. The impact sent Izuku tumbling backward before he crashed into a heap of discarded metal. As the smoke cleared, Katsuki narrowed his eyes, his palms still smoking as he huffed. That hurt, Izuku said as he slowly rose from the wreckage with a determined glint in his eyes. Katsuki scoffed, of course it should. Izuku just chuckled at his friend's words before his expression turned into a serious one. Both teenagers quickly dashed forward with Gum Gum Pistol. Izuku quickly threw his fist forward, letting his arms stretch as Katsuki snarled, his palms igniting with explosions. Tisk! Katsuki scoffed and quickly sidestepped past the stretched arm before he lunged forward and tackled Izuku down. The sweat on his palms glowed as they prepared to ignite. Izuku quickly noticed it and kicked the blonde in the guts. Katsuki spat out saliva from the impact as Izuku grabbed his shoulders and began to spin. Hush! Gum Gum Windmill! Izuku's torso began to twist repeatedly as he swung Katsuki around, gaining more speed with each twist before he grunted. Fly away! The black-haired boy hollered as he began to untwist, becoming faster and faster before he finally let go of Katsuki, sending the blonde flying. Katsuki once again crashed into a mound of discarded junk with a resounding thud, though this time more violently. Are we done yet? Izuku huffed as he looked at where Katsuki landed, only to hear the sounds of explosions cracking. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he tensed up. Guess not. He sighed before seeing Katsuki rise from the wreckage with a furious expression on his face. Boom! Katsuki roared as his palms ignited once again before he lunged faster than Izuku could react. A burst of explosion erupted through the air, scattering sand and debris in all directions. Izuku was knocked quickly off balance, but he managed to recover and stop himself from being thrown too far. Izuku grunted before he smirked and looked at Katsuki, who was quickly approaching. Okay then, he began to run forward as he stretched both his arms far back. The two teenagers began to close in, the space between them rapidly becoming smaller before Katsuki leapt forward, planning to unleash a bigger explosion, only for his eyes to widen as he watched Izuku hurl both of his arms forward. Gum Gum Bazooka! Bang! Ga! Katsuki hollered as he got struck in the stomach with both of Izuku's palms. The impact was strong enough to send Katsuki flying up in the air for a solid 30 seconds before he finally began to roll against the sand and crash into a pile of junk. Izuku's arms snapped back to their original lengths as he panted and waited to see if the blonde would manage to get up from the strong impact. After a minute of silence, he smiled, letting himself relax as he walked to where Katsuki landed. There he saw Katsuki, who was breathing heavily. He seemed to be impressed. "Your moves aren't sheet, I'll give you that," he begrudgingly admitted with a scowl, his hands still smoking from all the explosions earlier. "Thanks. You improved too, you know." Izuku replied with a grin, offering a hand to help Katsuki up. The blonde just swatted his hand aside and got up on his own, making Izuku pout. "Of course I did, and I'm not gonna stop improving." Katsuki nodded before he huffed. The two took a break afterwards before they continued to spar for the rest of their day. Unknown to the two boys, they were being watched. Netsu easily figured out what Izuku commonly does in his free time, which is cleaning a beach-turn junkyard with his blonde friend, so he planted minuscule cameras all over Takoba Beach to monitor them. It's an invasion of privacy, sure, but Netsu does not give a single sheet, nor does the Prime Minister, because he's the Prime Minister. Now, you readers could ask why they both weren't doing anything over the fact that Izuku and Katsuki are using their quirks in public despite that being illegal, but they both really just didn't care. Netsu was happy about the situation due to the fact he was originally planning to hire people to clean up that beach but learned that the two boys are already doing it themselves, which meant he wouldn't need to toss a single yen to complete his plan for Takoba Beach. Akihiro just liked seeing the beach he visited often as a child slowly returning to its former glory. Netsu chuckled as he and Akihiro watched Izuku and Katsuki start another sparring session. "Not bad, the two of them," Akihiro remarked. He is still fairly paranoid over the boy, but he could see that Izuku has pretty good morals based on the records he saw from earlier. The boy does save a lot of cats for some reason, almost as if his body just automatically walks to the nearest cat that's in peril. Yes, Netsu agreed with a smile on his face. They are definitely going to be more experienced than the other students that will appear in UA. He nodded. Most students, around 70% of them, only begin seriously training their quirks around a year or two before they enter a school catered towards heroics, which makes people like Izuku and Katsuki a rarity. Akihiro turned away from the monitors to face Netsu. "How did the Midoriyas react to the offer of them moving in?" he asked. "Well, they did accept, but they will only move once Izuku starts training and studying in UA." "Understandable." Akihiro sighed before he continued watching Izuku. The boy's situation is strange. His quirk is definitely mythic class, but he somehow already has access towards the quirk's full power. Normally, mythic class quirks need some sort of requirement to be fulfilled before they give the owner access to their full power, and if they didn't complete that requirement, then they'll just be stuck with the baseline powers that their quirk provided. Izuku never had that requirement, which adds up more to the confusion and mystery of his quirk. It also puts the boy in a confusing state, where he can easily access the quirk's true power, but now has to learn all the things he can do in his base form. In other words, Izuku has full access to his ultimate form but barely has ideas of what he can do outside it. Compare it to playing a game, with your character having access to their strongest transformation but they still haven't learned other skills yet. Confusing. The unidentified mammal creature and the Prime Minister continued to watch the two boys with interest. Just 2 years ago in Island. ISSS skeleton. A blonde girl cried out in horror as she looked at All Might's true form, Toshinori Yagi. The older blonde nodded at his niece's horror before he sighed. Yes, I know that this is a pretty shocking sight. Toshinori agreed. He still felt a bit offended by how much Melissa looked horrified at the sight, but he couldn't blame her, as he himself sometimes doesn't want to believe what he sees in the mirror sometimes. Melissa just kept screaming. Toshinori and David just watched her patiently. "How long will she take before she stops?" Toshinori asked as he turned to look at David. David raised 3 fingers. "Give her 3 minutes. He answered, earning a nod from Toshinori. Fair enough. And so they waited, And once Melissa was finished with her panic rant, she looked exhausted, confused, bewildered, and shocked. The young blonde felt too many emotions, as if she just went through the 5 stages of grief under a singular second. Okay, she shakily nodded before looking at Toshinori. Since when did you, become like that? She asked, gesturing at the gaunt man's appearance. Well, it all started 5 years ago, Toshinori sighed as he pulled up his shirt, making David wince and Melissa almost hurl from the sight. It was a mess of red and purple skin with surgery scars that crossed over each other and surrounded a central point just under the left lung. It was spread all over. It went from as far down as his pelvis all the way up to his left pectoral. It was a horrible sight, especially for Melissa, who once thought of her Uncle Might as an unbreakable pillar. This, Toshinori gestured at the injury. That is an injury I got from an enemy attack years ago. He sighed, letting the shirt fall down and hide the wound. Half of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. No kind of healing quirk was able to heal me. Right now, I can only work as a hero for about 6 hours a day. Melissa could have sworn she heard something shatter. "W, why are you telling me all of this then?" she asked, looking confused. Her mind was still processing the fact that All Might wasn't so invincible like he seemed to be. It all relates to my quirk and a question for later. Toshinori answered. "Tell me, do you know anything about my quirk?" he asked, only for Melissa to frown and shake her head. Nobody knew anything about All Might's quirk. Many made countless theories about what it is, but most chalked it up as a quirk that boosts his strength or body's capabilities. Good, I would be worried if you did know something about it. The gaunt man chuckled before coughing. Once he was done coughing, he looked back up and cleared his throat. "See, I always deflect questions about my quirk when it comes up, right?" He waited for Melissa to nod before he continued. "It's important for people to believe their symbol of peace to be a natural-born hero, but it's not true. My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch." A quirk that was passed on? That made Melissa felt confused, but the next words the skeletal man said made her feel like an atomic bomb dropped directly on top of her. "Before I received it from my own master, I too was quirkless, just like you." Toshinori sighed, watching Melissa's thoughtful and contemplative expression instantly turn into a shocked one. Uncle Might was quirkless. Those words echoed inside the younger blonde's mind like a bell toll. Melissa closed her eyes for a moment before she sighed and let her tense shoulders relax. Okay, Uncle Might. Why are you telling me all of this again?" She watched Toshinori glance at David, who nodded at him. "Isn't it obvious? I'm hoping that I could pass on this sacred torch to you. I deemed you worthy of my power long ago," the scrawny man said as he dramatically spread his arms. He was sure of his choice, as he already saw Melissa's heart of gold shine multiple times before. "Oh!" Melissa froze. Too many secrets were pouring into her brain that she's beginning to have problems processing all of it. Quirkless Melissa? Chosen to be the next holder of All Might's FING quirk? All of it sounded too surreal. Toshinori laughed as he stepped towards the frozen Melissa. "You should see your face right now. Don't worry, I'm not gonna force this thing on you. Listen well, young woman, this is your choice. Do you want to accept my awesome power or not?" Hold on. This is a lot to process. It's true that there's a lot of debate as to what your quirk actually is. Nobody's ever figured it out. It's one of the world's greatest mysteries. People are constantly talking about it online. Melissa said as she put her finger to his forehead before muttering. "But the idea of passing on a quirk or inheriting it just doesn't make any sense. I've never heard of anything like it before. Quirks are supposed to be unique to each individual, since the first." David watched his daughter with a fond smile while Toshinori just chuckled and clapped his hands, pulling Melissa out of her state. "Sounds like you're overthinking this whole inheriting thing. Stop nerding out," Toshinori shouted, which stopped Melissa's muttering from continuing. "You'll have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else, and that's just one facet of my secret abilities. The true name of my power is One for All." "One for All." Melissa breathed out as Toshinori nodded. Yes, one person cultivates the power then hands it off to another person. It then continues to grow as it's passed off. This cultivated power allows me to save those who are in need of a hero, the truth behind my strength. But, why would you choose me to give a gift like that? What if I can't live up to it? The younger blonde asked, unsure if she could truly handle the responsibility of carrying the quirk of All Might. I told you already, I deemed you worthy of my quirk, and I'd be lying if I said you don't deserve to have a chance to be a hero. Toshinori gently placed a hand on Melissa's shoulder. But I never trained. I'm kind of fit since I follow a diet, sure, but I've never trained once in my life. How do I know that I'll even be able to properly use your power? Melissa frowned. Toshinori just smiled. You have 3 years before you'll go to a hero university. I'm sure we can build up your body to be powerful enough to hold the power of one for all. He reminded, with David nodding next to him. Melissa looked at her father and uncle figure for a bit before she nodded. Her previous doubtful expression transformed into a determined one. That okay, I'll do it. Inherit one for all. She nodded. Toshinori smiled, seeing the fiery determination in Melissa's eyes, though, he couldn't help but feel like he's been somewhat pushed or influenced into taking this decision that it's probably nothing. The quirk didn't really feel good about its vessel's choice of not using its full capabilities, but it understood why. But freedom is not to be restrained, it will not allow itself to be chained down. If it let itself be pulled down by the rules, then it wouldn't be freedom. So, it thought to push and change certain events to produce more entertainment for the quirk to watch while it waited until his vessel finally unleashes it again. If it wasn't going to be used for a long while, then it would just have to provide itself entertainment by moving the world around. It's sure that Mother Fate wouldn't mind, as this universe had already detached long ago from what she deemed canon, ever since it chose its precious vessel and changed parts of history, and that she also favored it for being one of her more friendly and morally good children. The quirk laughed with excitement, seeing the future events that may or may not happen due to its meddling. Meanwhile, in Mizudaf, achoo! Izuku sneezed loudly. He narrowed his eyes before looking around warily. After a while, he shrugged and went back to relaxing on his bed. That was probably nothing. My heart feels kind of weird though. He yawned and then went back to sleep. He has better things to do than worry over what's probably nothing, like sleeping, since tomorrow marks the start of his last month in high school. One of Katsuki Bakugu's first memories involved Izuku Midoriya. It wasn't anything important or some sort of big event, actually. The two boys were in Izuku's room, with a laptop open and showing them a very old video of All Might's debut, with orchestral music edited in, which helped make the moment seem more grand than it already was. They asked their parents for who the man is, and they all answered with one word. Katsuki and Izuku were both amazed by the word when they were given an explanation of what it meant. For Katsuki, at least for a while, he thought of the word as similar to victory, powerful and winner, but his parents cleared it up for him. The word protector felt more right. Just by being powerful doesn't mean you're a good hero. The reason why All Might is the best hero out there is because he protects the people, not just fighting villains and winning. Some of his memories were blurry, but the rest that he can remember sometimes involved Izuku. Izuku Midoriya was a staple in his life. When his quirk, Explosion, came, everyone around him began to shower him with praises. He loved it, being told that he's the best, he's powerful, and he's going to be a hero, but also hated it at the same time. He liked the feeling of being acknowledged, but he also felt like he was being flooded with the sheer amount of people flocking to him. Then there was Izuku. He was never afraid to call Katsuki out if he does too much, always pulling him out of situations where he would have been given a bruise or something. He was like an anchor, keeping Katsuki grounded enough that the blonde eventually began to see how much his classmates and teachers are skinning up to him just because of his quirk. It was somewhat annoying for Katsuki when Izuku told him that he doesn't want to become a hero like him. It made him feel upset, somewhat betrayed, but also confused. Years later, he smirks and laughs over this particular memory, seeing the irony due to the fact that his brother is rising through the ranks faster than light. The main thing he remembered from his childhood is when Izuku's hair turned white. Nika was born. Today, we're going to be talking about your futures. The teacher sighed as he placed his hands on the table. The whole classroom groaned at his words. Finally, the last year in high school is almost over. The main duo shared a glance with each other. This month will be the last for you all, and of course you all will have to think seriously about your future. The man then held up a stack of papers. All the students collectively groaned or grumbled again. Look, we're supposed to be done with this already by the start of the third year, but due to complications from many universities and colleges, several high schools which includes ours ended up only doing this paperwork in the last month before the end of the year. He added, making more students groan. Don't worry though, all universities or colleges are still open and accepting you all. The teacher finished. Moving on, I'll pass out the handouts for your future plans now, but he paused before rolling his eyes with an exasperated expression. Most of you guys all want to become heroes, right? He chuckled before the whole classroom exploded into cheers. The teacher smiled at the sight of his class. All right, settle down all of you. The teacher chuckled as he gave the students in the front row the printouts for them to pass to their classmates. I'll let you all use this homeroom PRD to take your time filling out the forms, just keep it quiet, we're still following the same schedule after this. He then took his seat and watched as his class collectively nodded. Well, here we are. Izuku breathed out as he took his own copy of the printout. Finally. He smiled before beginning to fill out the form. Katsuki rolled his eyes while he looked at his own copy. No need to glorify sheet like this, Izuku. He grumbled while also filling out his form. Izuku nodded, but he still felt really good. The two boys finished up their own forms and passed it back to their teacher. The rest of the day went by as normal, though the topic that the students chatted about was more related to their future careers than anything else. Now we find Izuku and Katsuki walking to Takoba Beach. The beach had become their main hangout spot, even had set up a small space for them to laze around in by reusing some of the still functioning junk they found in the piles. Gotta admit, we've taken too long to clean this beach. Izuku remarked as he sighed at the sight of the junkyard. They cleaned out some of it, but they just ended up using the beach as their personal battleground, which resulted to only having 30% cleaned despite the fact it has been almost half a decade since they started. Katsuki nodded and agreed. Yeah, we should clean up this entire thing before you. I don't think we'll be able to frequently come here once we're there. He said while also looking around the beach. Izuku looked at Katsuki for a bit before he grinned. Okay, how about we put down our sparring sessions to only once a week and focus on cleaning the beach then? He offered. Tsk fine. Katsuki nodded with a scowl before he vaulted over the railing and landed on the sandy soil. What are you waiting for? Let's haul all of this sheet already. He turned to look at Izuku, who grinned and followed his actions, vaulting over the railing and landing next to him. Haven't you heard? Those two are aiming for UA. A student told another student. Izuku and Katsuki never really talked about it openly, but some students began to hear their talks and sometimes heard something about UA. Earlier, they were given confirmation of what the two weird boys were planning to go to once they're out of high school. Really? Isn't their acceptance rate so low? It's around 2% if I remember correctly, another student adds. It was very rare for a student to apply to a university like UA, especially when they're heading for the hero course. That I don't think they'll fail, both of them are strong, right? Another pointed out. It wasn't a secret that both boys were strong, judging by the rumors the students heard about them fighting commonly, and all of it sounding very aggressive. Yeah, Midoriya is also just as strong as Bakugo, even if his weird quirk just makes him rubbery or something. One of the greatest mysteries in their high school, Izuku Midoriya's quirk. Most of them just decided it was just a quirk that makes his body rubbery, but some thought otherwise due to the bizarre name it had. Who names a rubber quirk Freedom? They all suspected that the rubber aspect was just a small part of the bigger picture. They were both right and wrong. The rubber aspect was both a small and a big part of the entire picture. If you want to run for 10 kilometers, this sheet isn't just jogging. Katsuki was practically gasping for air as he ran and followed Izuku from behind. Somehow, the rubbery teenager can run for 5 kilometers and not even look a bit winded. Katsuki genuinely worries that Dusty Beach and literal school shooter won't be able to handle his best friend in bed once they reunite in UA. It's just 10 kilometers. Izuku laughed as he ran at full speed. Dad keeps me running for 20 more whenever he's here for vacation and I go with him on his morning runs. He added, not knowing that Katsuki looked like an emptied-out husk, as if he became older just from running this much. Katsuki wheezed as he produced more sweat than he ever did since he started seriously training his quirk. An old couple that were also jogging watched as the black-haired boy and his blonde friend ran past them. "Ah, I remember running with my brother like that when we were younger," the old man wistfully said with a fond look in his eyes. The old woman jogging next to him, his wife, chuckled. "Ah, maybe we should visit his town on our next vacation. I do miss our nieces," she nodded, making the old man smile as they continued their jogging. The two are now taking their hourly break from training. Izuku and Katsuki sat next to each other on the sandy floor as they drank their own water bottles. A mountain of junk around them acting as cover from the hot sun. "Hey Kats, what if I flip this bottle and it lands perfectly?" Izuku asked while Katsuki gulped down a bottle of water. The blonde tossed the empty bottle away and looked at Izuku before shrugging. Izuku took it as a yes and tossed his own water bottle forward, only for it to go flying in the air before it spun back and knocked another bottle from a mountain of plastic bottles. Dumbas of! They both screamed at unison as the mountain of plastic bottles collapsed and buried them under. "God fucking damn it, Izuku!" Katsuki swore underneath their plastic grave. "Whoops." Izuku was not apologetic at all. "Rubbery Batsard, Izuku hey." "Rubbery Batsard, Izuku how's things over there?" "Smoking hot, Kanako doing fine with studies, bored as shit though." Izuku rolled his eyes at Kanako's response before he replied. "Rubbery Batsard, Izuku nice. A heavy rifle, Kana studies are not boring, Kona. You're just smart enough that you already know what the teachers are teaching." "Smoking hot, Kanako detects babe and am also dumb as bricks actually." Izuku paused and raised a brow before he shook his head. It has been 2 years since the two moved out and if he remembered correctly went on the same high school, a lot could have happened during that time frame. "Rubbery Batsard, Izuku whoa when did you two hook up?" "Smoking hot, Kanako like a month ago, I forgo T-dimensional." "Kona, you said we're going to tell them about our relationship in UA, not Nuao." The flustered Kana couldn't help but whine as she buried her face into her girlfriend's bosom. Kanako just rolled her eyes and kept gently brushing Kana's hair. "Smoking hot, Kanako wait, Ina is steaming red I forgot we're supposed to keep this a secret tea." "Rubbery Batsard, Izuku." Like his message, Izuku just snickered at the thought of a flustered Kana. "Kinj explosion murder, Katsuki Izugetief, over here we need to continue training." "Rubbery Batsard, Izuku okay dim no need to scream at the chat Pomeraniankin." "Smoking hot, Kanako ha, anyways me and Ina will keep cuddling jail training you two bye." "Rubbery Batsard, Izuku bye, and say thanks to Ina for me. She really helped me pass through my math exam last month thanks to her pulling an all-nighter to teach me sheet." "Smoking hot, Kanako," reacted with a thumbs up. "Back to training." Izuku nodded and put his phone back in his pocket before joining Katsuki on the beach. The rest of their third year finished, but the progress of cleaning Takoba Beach never stopped. Instead it became faster, to the point Izuku and Katsuki managed to clean out most of it, with only 3 more mountains of junk left to clean. They were close to their goal, and they will not appear at UA without this goal being cleared. "Just a few weeks left, Cats, then we're there." Izuku breathed out as he looked around the beach. It was almost the complete opposite of its previous appearance from a year ago. He still couldn't help but be happy over the development, but also be a bit sad. He and Katsuki did spend a year hanging out on this beach, to the point they considered it as their spot. They even have a small spot where they put a couch and a TV to pass time during their break times in between training, so to leave this beach felt odd, giving him mixed feelings. "I'd miss this beach, especially our spot." The black-haired boy sighed. Katsuki, who was listening nearby while carrying a fridge, nodded. "Not much we can do about it, and besides, we both knew that this was temporary." Katsuki shrugged. Izuku nodded. "True. But it still didn't mean he won't miss it, but at least he could still visit this beach whenever he wants to." Izuku, me and your dad have been talking about this for a while, but Inko started as she cut several apples into slices for Eri to snack on. Remember that offer from Nedzu to move into UA to help out in the dorms? She asked. Izuku raised a brow but nodded, prompting Inko to continue. Well, I've decided not to go through it after all. I'm not really sure if I could really keep up with you and your future classmates, along with other more students. Quirks are powerful, you know? Her sentence made Izuku pause. Wait, how will you be protected then? Izuku asked with a worried expression. Without Yue's help, how would his mom be safe then? Inko just smiled. Well, that's easy enough. I'm moving to the USA to live with Ashi. Your dad has always been sad whenever he leaves us once his vacation ends, right? Well, yeah, I guess that could work. Izuku nodded, knowing well of Hisashi's strength. He did ask his dad for a spar just to see if he could beat his old man in a battle without using the white persona, and turns out he got folded like an omelet and tossed around. Thankfully he was quick to recover if he eats something. But what about Eri? He added. The white-haired girl looked at Izuku with curiosity when she heard her name was mentioned. Who would protect her? To be honest, I don't think Eri would ever sleep properly if she doesn't see or hug you every day, and visit you every night to sleep with you in the bed. Inko sighed before continuing to speak. Me and Hisashi have decided that Eri would be left with you, if that would be fine. I know that you are responsible enough to protect Eri, but the question is if you want to do so, as that would mean she would also live with you in the dorms. Izuku immediately nodded. Of course it's fine, she's my baby sister after all. He grinned, giving Eri head pats which earned him a happy giggle from the girl. And I guess you're right. He hummed, knowing well of how much Eri relied on him for comfort. Inko chuckled. Well, that's good then, since I've already contacted Nedzu and requested him to have a room for Eri that's connected to yours. Ah. Izuku just blinked. Before the mother and son duo could continue, Eri interrupted them by holding her hands out. More apples, please. She mumbled out a request, making both quickly prepare more slices of apples for her. Yaha. Nedzu cackled as he looked at the considered participants on the hero course's exams, with only 2 being immediately accepted. I wonder how much destruction you 2 will cause, he mumbled, looking at the still images of Izuku and Katsuki. The former was smirking, and the latter was sneering. Both were strong, and probably going to put a very high bar of how strong a first-year student should be, especially if the true nature of Izuku's quirk is given permission to be fully revealed. The rat really can't wait. A certain underground pro-hero with long, messy black hair, and a hobo-like appearance couldn't help but shudder in fear. He feels like he's about to handle a class 2 rowdy for his paycheck. Today was finally the day of the entrance exams. Both Izuku and Katsuki woke up very early for this event, just hours before the gates of UA opened and let the students in. They spent an hour taking the last junk on the beach, a plastic bottle to a nearby garbage bin, and just stood there watching the glorious sunrise as they looked at their hardwork's earnings. Izuku and Katsuki decided to wear the most comfortable outfits they could find that wouldn't hinder their movement, as they both knew, from rumors, that the main goal was collecting as many points they could get during their time limit. Izuku wore a red vest and blue shorts, a combination of clothes that he grew to like after seeing them in a local market, while Katsuki wore a black tank top and gray baggy pants. They felt proud, but they also felt ready, and when the gates opened, they both entered and looked at UA with determination. They'll crush this test and get the top spots. Please head inside your designated waiting rooms. You have until 10 minutes before the doors closes. An announcement went through the speakers around the universities as every student waiting for their tests hurriedly rushed in. Only Izuku and Katsuki remained calm. I'll see you at the auditorium then, Katsuki said before he scowled and walked forward. Yeah, just try to not get lost, 'kay? Izuku just nodded with a lazy smirk on his face before he frowned and looked at his surroundings, scanning every student's faces. Wonder where Kanako and Kana are at though. The black-haired boy couldn't help but think of his 2 other best friends, feeling a bit disappointed not to see them around before he heard his phone pinged, indicating a notification. Once he checked his phone, he saw a message from Kanako. Smoking hot, Kanako, me and Kana went inside earlier since she didn't want to be late even if we had like 2 hours. We'll see you and Bomb Man after the test, 'kay? Oh, so that's why. All of Izuku's worries disappeared as he sighed with relief before he messaged her back. Rubbery Batsard, Izuku, okay, see you two later then. GL on UR tests BTW. Smoking Hot, Kanako, and Nagant, Kana, reacted with a thumbs up. With no more messages to send, Izuku walked forward and went to his waiting. Izuku spent an hour and a half waiting in the waiting room. The wait time was okay, as the room he and presumably other students were provided was comfortable, with plenty of things to distract or relax them. Izuku spent his time at the waiting room just playing with a Rubik's Cube he found on the table. He's pretty sure that Netsu himself requested someone to place the cube, knowing of Izuku's less than stellar attention span. And now, he's facing the pro hero Hound Dog. They both took a seat and sat in front of each other, with only a table separating them. Good morning, the hero offered and sighed before he continued to speak. Izuku Midoriya, right? The black-haired boy nodded, letting Hound Dog speak further. Right. Well, it's nice to meet the person that Nedzu's been interested in for years now, but before you can be allowed to enter the hero course exams, I'll have to first ask you some questions, nothing personal, just stuff that I need to know before we let you in our school. Would that be fine? Izuku looked at Hound Dog for a bit before he nodded. Sure. After Izuku's agreement, Hound Dog began his questions. Good, well, first off, what is your goal here in UA? To be a hero. Izuku answered without missing a beat. Why do you want to be a hero? To help and save people. Any reasons why you decided to be a hero? As in what exactly pushed you here when you could have chosen any other occupation? I'm pretty sure Nedzu knows this already, but I have to be a hero or else a lot of consequences would follow, but I also liked saving and helping people. Seeing them smile makes me feel good, you know? Izuku leaned back on his chair as he smiled. Hound Dog narrowed his eyes before nodding. That's odd, but he has a pretty good heart, hopefully. He hummed and stood up from his seat. All right, proceed through this door and just follow the arrows on the sides of the hall. It should lead you to the auditorium. You have half an hour before the briefing and then the exams start. Good luck. Hound Dog pointed at the door behind him as Izuku stood up from her seat and nodded. See ya. He then left the room as Hound Dog sighed. Well, I still have to report some students, especially that perverted grapehead to Nedzu, he mumbled before growling at the thought of one specific purple-haired student, one that did not show any heroic intentions. Once Izuku walked through a pretty long hallway, he reached the doors for the auditorium and entered, seeing the massive amounts of students, all of them looking worried or afraid. He looked around before seeing a familiar blonde sitting around the middle left of the seats. Oh, cats. Izuku lazily greeted Katsuki, who turned to face Izuku before nodding. He took a seat next to Katsuki and yawned. How long did you wait in a room? An hour. Katsuki replied as he scanned the auditorium. He already marked most of them as useless extras, all for the sole reason of not having a spine or confidence. At taking the hero course's exam. If they would be looking constipated right now, then why did they bother with applying here? Katsuki scoffed. He especially disliked how a student with very messy purple hair looked and just outright felt so unready for this. He couldn't even see any clues that the guy trained for this. Hell, he looked like he was about to pass out and sleep right now. Already looking at the competition, huh? Izuku tilted his head, only for Katsuki to roll his eyes. Hell no, there's no DMN competition here. If anything, we are the competition. Katsuki replied. It was probably true, considering how much they both trained their bodies, mastery over their quirks, and combat capabilities. You're not wrong. Izuku nodded and crossed his arms as he leaned on his chair. The two idly chatted for a bit before the lights around the auditorium began to slowly turn off as a spotlight appeared at the podium. The pro hero present mic went up, which made sense considering he would be heard by everyone. The main duo zoned off for most of the briefing, only paying attention when they hear something actually important. Izuku's pretty sure that some guy called him and Katsuki out for basically napping, but he didn't really care. Once the briefing was over, they were moved through hallways and entered into their assigned buses. Izuku and Katsuki ended up being placed in different buses, thus different testing sites, so they agreed to a bet. Whoever gets more points owes them a meal. Izuku yawned as he listened to the weary mutterings of the other examiners in the bus. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm sure my quirk is strong enough to pass me through the tests, right? What? You never trained your quirk or something? Izuku raised a brow. The online tests were hard enough. I couldn't even manage to cheat by searching answers in Moogle since they made sure all questions were new and never been asked before. It's a miracle you weren't caught. Izuku scoffed. I'm sure that I can get enough points, maybe? Izuku didn't mentally comment. I don't think I want to be here anymore. Where's your resolve, huh? Izuku sighed. More worried mutterings came through, but Izuku decided to mute them and just wait until the bus delivers them to the testing site. All right. Izuku hummed as he looked at the giant cityscape just barely hidden behind the walls and a massive gate. To think that this was just 1 out of 7 testing sites made him question how much budget UA has. The examiners looked around warily before they all flinched at the sound and the sight of the massive gates opening. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he noticed the varying robots scanning the crowd of students, which made some stagger due to most of the robots being bigger than them. Hoosh! Before the students could react, they all suddenly heard a loud whistle of air as a blur of black, red, and blue zipped forward. Izuku was already in the city. The examiners watched in surprise as Izuku swung around with stretched limbs and destroyed the robots with ease, as if they were papier-mâché. What's that idiot doing? One examiner cried out in outrage and confusion, watching Izuku stomp on a robot's head before jumping off it and punching another with a stretched arm. Huh, I guess there's one trigger-happy moron here, another sneered. Izuku already swung away, moving deeper into the city and leaving more destroyed robots in his path. That's one disqualified, one less competition. Another chuckled. More comments passed by, but the longer the examiners waited, the more they became worried. 1 minute of silence. 2 minutes of silence. 3 minutes of silence. 5 minutes of silence. They all looked uneasy when it reached the 7th minute of silence before a ping was heard from the speakers, making them all sigh in relief, expecting someone to restart the test due to the idiot who rushed first. What are you all doing? There's no countdown in real life. Get moving. The stretchy boy is already at 92 points, chop chop. Their calm and confident expressions broke down into hysteria as soon as they heard Present Mix announcement. OH sheet. All of the examiners rushed through the gates like headless chickens as they all cried out, trampling on each other. The ones that managed to go past the gates felt further panic as they only saw the destroyed remains of varying robots. Gum Gum Rocket. Izuku laughed as he launched himself through the air, feeling the air brush past against him while he flew by catapulting himself forward. His arm then shot forward, stretching until his hand managed to latch onto a pole to let him sharply turn before he let go and let his momentum carry him further in the air. Haha. This is fun. Izuku kept laughing before he landed back on the ground and rolled before he jumped forward and broke out into a sprint. Come on. Come on. Where are the rest of the robots? He looked around with a wide grin before he sent his arms forward and catapulted himself back in the air. Yahoo! The boy hollered as he flew once again while sniping robots on the ground with repeated gum-gum pistols. I'm somewhat disappointed and happy to see that the participants still wait around even if the gates are already open. They really expect us to hold their hands throughout their time here at UA, no? Nedza commented as he and the rest of the teachers and judges were watching the 7 testing sites on several display screens. Some of them use information gathering abilities to plan out strategies. He continued as a feed of a participant with many different limbs used his eyes to cautiously scan through surroundings before heading forward. And others rely on their speed to pull ahead of their peers. Nedzu hummed and glanced at another monitor, seeing a feed of a blue-haired glasses-wearing participant run and then skid on the ground. His calves had engines connected to. Then, the ones with pure power and combat ability. The 2 of the biggest monitors switched feeds to show a black-haired and a blonde participant go through the exam with ease. They both showed very good mastery over their quirks, and the rest of the teachers and judges could tell that they weren't just relying on pure talent. Gum Gum Windmill. The black-haired participant grabbed a robot and twisted his body before untwisting and spinning around like a windmill, causing the robot to crash against more robots before he let go of its remains and run forward, presumably to hunt more robots forward. FEXXXXO. The blonde participant aggressively spun while running as his palms erupted with explosions. Any robots that were on his path were reduced into scraps. He somehow looked both controlled and uncontrolled at the same time. This year's group looks promising, well, some of them. Pro Hero Midnight chimed in as she watched the monitors. She also felt a bit disappointed that around half of the total examiners for the entire hero course's exams didn't react well over the whole "there is no countdown in real life" gimmick they pull off every year. At least some of them have common sense. Pro Hero Eraserhead added. He nodded approvingly at the two main stars of the test, both obviously trained well for their chosen occupation, but he really preferred if they both did the job faster. One seems to be having fun, and at least the other is channeling his aggression to heroics, he hummed. Well, there's still plenty of time before it's over. If I may, sir? Toshinori asked as he walked next to Netsu, who smiled and nodded at him. You may. Netsu just nodded, though he kept his focus on the monitor that's still showing Izuku. Toshinori nodded and opened one of the glass-covered buttons before pressing it. Good luck to you students and Melissa. Toshinori thought to himself as he remembered his fellow blonde and successor. Watch your step next time, Kay? Izuku instructed before he ran forward, leaving the stunned examiner who he just saved from being punched by a robot confused. I should have around 100 points or so by now. Gum Gum Bullet. He hummed before jumping up and going above a robot as his arms stretched up before snapping back and striking the robot's head, easily flattening it before he stretched his arm and swung off to another street. The zero-pointer has been released. A deep, but mechanical voice announced through the speakers as the ground began to shake, making Izuku look around with confusion while the rest of the participants turned white or just began to run away. Where's everyone going? Izuku landed back on the ground and looked behind to see people running past him. Boom! 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 Izuku slowly turned around before he noticed the gigantic, green-colored zero-pointer directly glare at him, with its red eyes glowing red. Huh, I guess they really don't mess around. In UA. Izuku nodded with a blank expression, even when the robot grabbed the building beside it and crushed the side, causing the rest of the building to collapse. What are you waiting for? Run! A blue-haired examiner with engines in his calves shrieked at Izuku as he ran. Izuku looked at the examiner with confusion and put his hand to his ear. Boom! Ha! Izuku did not hear the blue-haired examiner's words due to the loud noises. Run! The blue-haired examiner repeated his words, loudly this time before sharply turning and running off. Izuku just looked at the guy weirdly before shrugging and shifting his focus back to the gigantic zero-pointer. Wonder how Katz is doing, he tilted his head, acting nonchalant over the danger in front of him. Di-di-di-di-di-di-di-di-di-di-di-di-di. Katsuki chanted as he used his explosions to propel himself upward. Once his hand managed to grasp a part of the massive zero-pointer, he began to climb it, leaving explosions that damaged its plates as he gritted his teeth and continued chanting. The participants watched in awe or shock as the explosive blonde destroyed the zero-pointer. Boom! 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 I mean, I could just destroy the zero-pointer and get on with it, or just get more points, but do I need more points? Pretty sure around 100 is okay. Izuku crossed his arms, deep in thought as the zero-pointer moved closer. Someone help me. Before Izuku could continue thinking though, he heard someone scream. Huh. He quickly looked at the source of the voice and noticed a girl that had her legs stuck underneath a pretty large rubble. And unfortunately for her, she was at the path of the gigantic zero-pointer. Da-da, I'm supposed to help her, aren't I? Izuku hummed before nodding and running forward. The girl immediately heard his footsteps as she looked up to see Izuku rushing to her. Help! She waved before panting. Izuku nodded and grabbed the debris before lifting it off, much to the girl's relief. Thanks. She then tried to stand up, only for her to stumble back to the ground. The 0-pointer continued to move. Can't move, huh? Izuku tilted his head as the girl nodded. Alright, hang on. The girl barely had the time to react when Izuku's arms stretched and began to loop around her body before tightening as he broke into a sprint and outran the approaching 0-pointer. The girl couldn't help but shriek, not used to the speeds Izuku is currently running on. 30 seconds remain. The speakers announced. By the time it did, Izuku already reached the entrance gates of the testing site, with other examiners looking exhausted or just sitting on the ground at the verge of passing out. Izuku let his arm untwist, letting the girl go as she landed on the ground. Oof, she grunted before hissing and holding her arm. Thanks for saving me. She thanked Izuku once. Again. Izuku just smiled and gave her a thumbs up. No problem. That made the girl smile too, though it was strained. Time's up. All the participants must return back to the entrances. Recovery girl go through the gates and help heal injured students. The speakers announced, making all the participants sigh in relief. Izuku just crossed his arms. Geez, maybe I should have gone for more robots, he muttered, making the nearby students look at him with shock or exasperation. The participants from the 7 testing sites were later brought back to the main building once the buses arrived. Izuku and Katsuki easily found each other, and now stood around the front gates of UA. Where the hell are the 2 thoughts? Katsuki scowled as he scanned the crowd. Bang! Izuku struck Katsuki's head from behind, Aunt Mitsuki style as he spoke. Don't call him thoughts, Pomeranian-kun. There are friends. Katsuki looked like he was about to bite someone. You. Aizu. Boom baka. After a minute of waiting, the 2 finally heard familiar voices come from behind. Izuku quickly turned to see Kanako and Kana waving at them, the former raising her arm higher than the latter. Who the hell are ya, Kallen Boombaka, you cancerous beach? Katsuki barked, lunging forward to Kanako, who only snickered, seeing the blonde get restrained by Izuku, who quickly grabbed onto Katsuki's collar. Kanako sneered. It's you, unless you became deaf after all of these years or some shit. She would have started bantering with Katsuki if Kana didn't pull on her sleeve. Ona, don't make a scene. Kana sighed, calming Kanako down. Hey, long time no see by the way. Kana then turned to face Izuku and Katsuki with a small smile on her face. Yeah. It's been a year since we all got to visit each other in person. Izuku grinned, placing both of his arms behind his head. How did your exams go? He tilted his head. It was so effing. Kanako dramatically whined as she leaned onto Kana's shoulder. I think my brain turned into mush due to too much thinking, she grumbled before wrapping an arm around her girlfriend's waist. Well, UA is one of the top universities out there after all. Of course they'll only choose the best of the best. Kana added, blushing at her girlfriend's show of affection. How about you two though? I've heard the hero exams were a lot harder. She looked at Izuku. Izuku frowned. It was surprisingly easier than I thought, actually. He did feel a bit disappointed that there was barely any challenge, and the only thing he had fun about is that he was allowed to swing around a literal city as a test site and crush robots. That means we're just better than the rest of the extras that struggled here. Katsuki scoffed. Maybe you two overworking dumbass just trained too much for this. Kanako knew well of how absurdly strong the 2 boys are ever since they first met in middle school. No such thing as too much training for heroics. Izuku retorted. Probably. True. Kanako shrugged before she stretched her arms. Anyways, let's get out of here already and go get some food. All that thinking from the test made me hungry. Izuku's stomach growled, which sounded like a monster's roar, resulting in many students around him getting startled by the noise. True, I want to eat right now, Izuku agreed. It's almost lunch anyways, Kana nodded as she looked at her phone. It was just 11:32 a.m., and she and Kanako has the whole afternoon to catch up with the two boys. They all chatted with each other on their way to the nearest restaurant, talking about their respective exams and whining or discussing the differences of their tests. 2 weeks have passed since the exams happened, and Izuku and Katsuki are currently walking into the halls of UA. It only took 3 days after the test before they were mailed their acceptance letters, which are projectors, not letters, and were given the green light to move their stuff into the dorms. And instead of choosing to have the movers and trucks move their own things, our favorite not-so-mentally-well duo chose to move them each FING furniture by themselves. So when they actually began moving, every student in UA watched them with confusion or bewilderment. The reason was simple: training. Izuku and Katsuki were seen growling like literal hyenas as they manually moved 4 heavy pieces of furniture. It wasn't that this was new for both of them, as they did train their bodies by cleaning up Takoba Beach by carrying furniture to dumping sites. It took them 3 hours to finish moving their own furniture into their specified rooms and decorating them. However, the two boys noticed that Izuku's room was connected to a smaller room the size of a small apartment specifically, which they were told to be for Eri. An incident happened a year ago where Eri accidentally triggered her quirk on herself, thus reverting her body and mentality back to a 6-year-old. Fortunately, her memories remained, though she described them as foggy. They went to Izuku's house to get Eri's belongings and items while also getting the horned girl herself. Despite the overhaul incident having taken place years ago, she was still uneasy with interacting with others. Moving into a new place was something that Eri was hesitant about, but it was either moving with mom or moving with Izuku. She easily chose to move with Izuku. Nika. Eri tugged at her big brother's pants, making the black-haired boy shift his attention from the room to her. Yeah? What is it? Izuku crouched down while Eri glanced around with uncertainty before she looked at him. Do we really have to move here? Eri hesitantly asked as she fiddled with her fingers. Izuku stayed silent for a bit before nodding. Yeah, we do. Well, I have to, but you could have went with mom instead, and you still could. You have a month before mom goes to dad anyways, so you have a lot of time to think if you like it here or not. Replied, earning a nod from Eri. But I want to stay with Nika. She mumbled and pouted, making Izuku chuckle and give her gentle pats in the head. You always do. Izuku playfully rolled his eyes before getting up. Say, you want to get an apple juice? He offered, making Eri's eyes widen before she nodded. Why? She looked at Izuku and held her hands out, making her brother laugh before he carried her up into his arms. Go, she whispered and grabbed onto his red vest. With Eri secured, Izuku walked to the common room, seeing it empty as expected. Katz is probably doing something in his room or already went to one of the open gyms for more training. Izuku muttered before shrugging and heading to the kitchen. Once he entered, he gently placed Eri on the counter and then checked on the fridge. Eri watched her brother search for the juice boxes and tilted her head. The horned girl has recently been having some thoughts about Izuku despite her memories after the age of 6 were foggy. She could still remember bits of it clearly, and it's mostly about why Izuku barely turns into the White Warrior. The only times he does transform is whenever she has nightmares and needs to sleep with him and hear Nika's comforting heartbeat to calm down. Izuku did not care if doing this outright broke the 2 main rules that the Prime Minister gave him. He turned the world inside out. He means that literally if it meant Eri would laugh. The Prime Minister would have let him do that anyways. He understood the value of family. Well, Eri concluded that Nika needed to rest sometimes, or he just likes sleeping like she does. Before Eri could continue thinking though, she became startled by the sound of a soft knock on the counter. She blinked in confusion before noticing the juice box in front of her. Right, she wanted apple juice. Izuku smiled as Eri took the apple juice and mumbled out a thank you before she began to drink it. His little sister really is one of his greatest treasures. He will become the symbol of chaos if anything or anyone harms her. A week passed, and Izuku, along with Eri and Katsuki, woke up to the sound of engines and footsteps. Izuku stepped out of his room with a sleepy Eri on his arms. Katsuki kicked his door open with a scowl on his face, clearly annoyed over being woken up too early. Katsuki would have gone back to sleep, but he wanted coffee, now. Wonder if that's our classmates. Izuku tilted his head, with Eri unconsciously following the same action as he and Katsuki looked through a window. Definitely. Katsuki nodded before groaning. God, did they really have to FNG move this early in the morning? He grumbled under his breath, making sure that Eri didn't hear him. We should head down then. The black-haired boy nodded and walked to the elevator while Katsuki grunted and followed him into the elevator. Here, press this button, Eri-chan. Izuku grinned as he held up Eri like a baby and let her press the button for ground floor before he placed her on his shoulders. Eri immediately hugged Izuku's head and grabbed handfuls of his hair. Thankfully, Izuku's body was rubber, including his hair, so he didn't feel any discomfort with her tugging. And so, the elevator pinged and began to head straight down. Katsuki tapped his foot against the floor repeatedly with a neutral expression. Izuku just stared blankly at the steel walls before beginning to snooze while standing still. Eri just yawned, still not fully awake from her sleep. Katsuki glanced at Izuku and narrowed his eyes. Izuku, after snapping out of his dozing, returned the gesture and glared back at the blonde. So you guys are going to be my classmates for UA, huh? Nice to meet all of you. A horned girl with pink skin and black eyes greeted and waved at the other people happily. Good morning. A blue-haired boy wearing glasses stiffly bowed. It is a pleasure to meet my classmates during my time here at UA. Everyone thought of him as extremely sophisticated. Huge. A girl with chestnut hair and a permanent blush on her face remarked with a shocked expression as she looked at the dorm's sheer size. Her legs felt a bit weak just from the sight, and she was going to live there? I can't wait to make my room exquisite. A flamboyant-looking blonde happily shone. Literally, there were sparks and stars around him, much to some of the other students' confusion. They all talked to each other before one of them finally opened the door and went in. Everyone joined and stepped inside the common room before a bird-headed boy noticed the elevator. Someone's in the elevator. He pointed out, getting the attention of the other students who looked at the elevator with confusion and curiosity. They watched as the small display above the elevator began to count down with each floor it passed until it finally opened. Bang! Let go of me, you rubbery fuckack. Stop pulling on my pants, you Pomeranian beach. What came out of the elevator was two violent teens fighting each other like feral dogs, rolling against the ground as they held a piece of the other's clothes or hair with snarls on their face. A second later, a small horned kid which most found adorable walked out of the elevator with a neutral expression. Everyone was confused at the unexpected sight as they watched the two boys roll around the common room and attack each other while the little girl just yawned and took a seat at the couch. It took them a solid minute of watching the two boys violently drag themselves around the room before they finally reacted. What are you two ruffians doing? UA is no place for such showcases of tomfoolery and delinquency. The blue-haired boy shrieked, his arm beginning to chop at fast speeds, enough to turn into a blur. Stop biting, you rubber beast. Are they also our classmates? Ribbit. A girl with frog-like aspects on her appearance tilted her head curiously before. She croaked. Stop pulling on my ear, you rabbit a-hole. Loud and violent. A boy with a rock-like head quietly muttered to himself, shivering as he watched the black-haired boy punch the blonde without hesitation. I'll stop once you bitching, you goddamn beanpole. How that violent. A tall, voluptuous girl with long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail commented. She'd really expected more from UA to not let delinquents like these two in their course for heroes. Go F yourself, you demon Pomeranian. Hey, wait a minute, what's a kid doing here? A girl with purple hair and earphone jacks connected to her earlobes turned to the horned child with confusion and concern. I'm gonna kill you. I live here now, I think? That's what Nika said. The kid replied quietly, much to everyone's confusion. Who is Nika? One of the two boys that are still trying to rip each other into shreds? How was she even allowed here? Many questions filled their minds. God effed him and you asshat, not the D. Why would UA allow a child in its premises? The blue-haired boy muttered with confusion and skepticism. He was sure that the girl had to be in her own school at this hour and day, 7:12 a.m. and Monday, instead of being here. My FIU rubber F. Is anyone gonna stop them or? A muscular boy with thick lips looked at his classmates with an unsure expression. Mafakin tung. Who's gonna do it? I don't want to get dragged into their fight. I feel like I'd get tossed around if I get too close. A blonde with a black lightning-shaped streak on the left of his side fringe shook his head. Eri just sighed and carefully got off the couch before walking up to the ball of violence. Nika, I'm hungry. She mumbled, making the two weirdos instantly stop. Seriously? What do you want to eat then? Izuku or Nika, to the unaware asked Eri, who just looked down a bit to think. The class was now given a good look at the two boys' appearances and had varying opinions. Izuku or Nika to them looked like he belonged to the wild or just got out of it with his simplistic red vest, dark blue cargo shorts that had scratches and tears, and his overall appearance. He was very tall though. Katsuki or just blonde to them looked like a delinquent. Simple as that. Well, two or more compared him to a Pomeranian. I want apples, please. Eri raised her hands as Izuku nodded. He gently and carefully picked up the horned girl back to his arms and ran to the kitchen. The class is now left with Katsuki, who is rolling his shoulders. He glanced at them and sneered. The F are you all looking at? Well, can you give us an explanation why you two were fighting just now? One of them asked. No, Katsuki refused before he turned to face a redhead from the group. Meet me in my room once you're done moving sheet if you want to, he muttered before leaving. Sure, Katsu. The redhead sent the blonde a thumbs up with a small blush on his face. The gesture and response made the pink-skinned girl narrow her eyes with a questioning look before a teasing smirk appeared on her face. So that's the guy AG has been hanging out with? The girl couldn't help but mentally congratulate her friend, but she also wanted to tease him a lot right now. Meanwhile, the rest of the class sweated. They already have two established delinquents in their class, and apparently a child too for some reason. Aizawa-san, don't you think you should visit your class and help start their introductions? They can introduce themselves to each other without my help. Are you sure they can? Not really. The students unanimously decided to first move their furniture to their own rooms. It was around afternoon when they all finished and agreed to start introductions. I'll go first. The blue-haired boy stood up, straighter than a ruler as he bowed. I am Tenya Ida. It is an honor to meet you all. He then bowed, somehow perfectly bending over at a 90 degrees angle. My quirk is engine. He gestured at his calves, just pointing out the obvious. Then, the pink-skinned girl waved her arms with an excited grin. Me next. I'm Mina Ishido. Nice to meet you all. She happily introduced herself. My quirk's acid. My skin basically creates acid, different kinds if I want to. She added. Fumikage Tokoyami, my quirk is dark shadow. The bird-headed boy nodded before a shadowy, monster-like being materialized from his abdomen. The shadow waved. Oh, I'm Fumi's quirk, dark shadow. But the sentient quirk paused before continuing. I'm also technically his sister too, and I like having Blake as my name. She then waved again before dematerializing. Rikido Sato, my quirk is Sugar Rush. I can convert sugar into raw strength. It's nice to meet you all. The boy with thick lips nodded. The name's Denki Kaminari, and my quirk is Electrification. I'm basically a taser, but I can short-circuit my brain if I use more than my wattage limit. The blonde with a black streak on his hair then chimed in with an easygoing grin on his face. I'm Melissa Shield. My quirk is Stockpile. It lets me draw out power from years' worth of stockpiled energy that I got from moving around. The blonde with glasses waved her hand. What everyone deemed as a literal goddess went next on introductions. Yayarozu Momo, my quirk is Creation. It lets me create inanimate objects as long as I have enough lipids and I understand the atomic configuration of said object in order to reproduce it. She then politely bowed. Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I will fight the entire American military and raid the White House next month. Izuku waved cheerfully with a big grin on his face. He was actually and genuinely excited to meet his new classmates. They were all weird, and that's cool in his eyes. What? Everyone, except Katsuki and Eri, the former just rolling his eyes while the latter is busy eating her sliced apples, looked at him bewildered. And my quirk is freedom. Clue if I'm allowed to say the specifics about it, so I'll just say I'm rubber. He gave them all a thumbs up. Are we not gonna ask him about the fact he's allegedly going to raid the White House and fight the American military next month? Blake asked. She was confused and concerned. No one questions Izuku, you My Chemical Romance wannabe Bird Beach. Katsuki scoffed, earning a glare from Fumikage and a shrug from Blake. Fair enough. She conceded. Whatever, the name's Katsuki Bakogu, prepare to see it in the top leaderboards once I'm a pro, and my quirk is explosion. The blonde raised his palm and let his sweat ignite, popping a small explosion as demonstration. What makes you sure that you'll be in the top leaderboards once you're a pro? A boy with very strange elbows chimed in. Hantasiro, by the way. And my quirk is tape. He added. Because I train with this idiot ever since we got our quirks. Katsuki replied. If you can survive 30 seconds without being turned into a literal pancake with his quirk on full power, then you'll know that you can get to the top, or at least somewhere near it. The rest of the people in the crowd went on their own turns to introduce themselves. The rest of the few remaining weeks before the first day was spent by everyone interacting with each other, learning more about their classmates for the rest of their stay in UA. They didn't take long to find new friends within the class, or at least stick to one group. Nedzu, what the actual F did Midoriya mean when he said he's going to fight the American military? The Prime Minister looked at Nedzu with genuine confusion. The unidentified mammal thing only cackled. The quirkless made up 20% of Earth's total population. They are the ones without power, ignored as if they were nothing but trash or treated like they were disabled. They are the ones that the gods had left to suffer in this world filled with supernatural powers that declared a person's worth. That was until they all discovered the ancient tale of the White Warrior. The White Warrior's story foretold the journey of a young mortal boy and his quest to become the freest man in the world. The boy became a god, one that valued and shared freedom. The story began from his humble beginnings, and ended with him vanishing the darkness of the world. The quirkless yearned for freedom, the freedom from their suffering, so they immediately latched on this figure and did their best to find any information about him. They found his name and an ancient message that took them years to fully understand. Wait for the White Warrior, the one who will liberate us all. Hear the boys laugh, the sound of his drums, as he vanishes darkness and fills us all with light and joy. He will smile at all the world's problems and cure the ills of humanity by playing his drum. Whoever hears his music is forced to dance and sing until they cast off their black veil of despair. We wait for the joy that the boy, Nika, brings to us. They were not surprised when they later connected the fact that their idol is also known as the sun god. Quirklessbows.net, a message board for the quirkless people made from generations ago ever since quirks became more common, celebrated when they saw their god appear and fight the villain Overhaul. The white figure that appeared correctly matched the description they found and visualized a noodly white figure who laughs with a smile on his face while his heart beats loudly like drums. It confirmed that Nika is real, and that gave them hope and another lifeline to keep surviving on this world. The quirkless children laughs and smiles as they wait for their god to appear again. The first day at UA finally came, and everyone woke up earlier than usual to get themselves ready. They all unanimously just agreed to follow Ida around, considering he probably read the entire student handbook and memorized it, which therefore meant that he knew the way to where they should go. So now we find them in their classroom, with a yellow caterpillar crawling closer. Pomeranian-kun, do you think if I sneak out right now and go get takeout I could return back here in time before our homeroom teacher finally shows their face? Izuku looked honestly thoughtful. He was seriously considering his chances of success and failure. Like, without your full force? Nope. The two rules are still up, unless he could ask Nedzu for permission over getting fast food at 7 in the morning on his first day at the Rats University. No. Katsuki shook his head. Izuku sighed. Dimon, no food then. His disappointment was immeasurable, and his day might possibly be ruined. You're better off waiting for break time instead of trying to sneak out. A new voice was heard, making all of the conversations freeze before Izuku and Katsuki along with the rest of their classmates looked at the source. Ugly but Caterpillar crawled in the classroom. I'm offended. The homeless weirdo grumbled before he began to shed his yellow pupa. It took you all exactly 12 seconds to even notice me, and I had to speak up. There could have been 11 dead civilians already by that time. Your reaction speeds are slow, and you all better train it soon. Cats, who let the hobo in? And why is he yapping? Izuku looked at Katsuki, who shrugged. The black-haired boy earned the man's glare. I am Shoyuda Aizawa. I am assigned to watch over you all for your stay at UA. He introduced himself before clearing his throat. You are all out of high school now, and are now university students. You are your own responsibility. The class nodded at Aizawa's words. Normally, universities let the students choose to attend classes on their own. This was true for the general course, but the hero and support course was different. They have mandatory classes that they have to attend. Then, the teacher huffed and grabbed his sleeping bag from the floor. Here at UA, unlike other universities or colleges, teachers are given free rein over how we teach our students. For us, the results are what matters. If you brats can survive out there is the real question. So, can you? He then lazily turned to the entire class. They all looked uneasy, making Aizawa grin. You can be expelled at any moment or at least be brought down to the general studies, and by being kicked out of UA that'll mean a permanent mark on your record, thus destroying any plans of ever attending another college or university. Can you all continue training to be a hero while knowing that? He tilted his head. Aizawa was surprised to see that all of them actually looked contemplative or at least uneasy from his words, as the students that he's watching over are usually overconfident, believing that their quirks will carry them to victory. He only saw 3 students that didn't seem bothered by his words. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, and Bakugo. I guess I'll be keeping a closer eye on you 3. He thought to himself. Maybe he wouldn't need to toss out some students this year. Once Aizawa heard the different positive reactions from the class, he smirked. Good, now get up and change your clothes to your PE uniforms. We'll be taking a quirk apprehension test. And yes, we're skipping the opening ceremony. He added, interrupting Ida, who was about to raise his hand. Now stop wasting time and get moving. With that, he left the room. That he does realize that we don't know where exactly he wants us to go, right? Izuku asked after the class stayed silent for a bit. No, Aizawa didn't, nor did he particularly care. Took you brats long enough. Aizawa huffed as he crawled out of his sleeping bag. The group took an entire hour of running around the entire labyrinth-like building to find where this specific training field is. You can guess how they all are looking at Aizawa right now. The group just grumbled amongst themselves. The hobo shrugged after giving them all a judgmental glare. Whatever, let's get this over with. He sighed and pulled out a small metal softball. We'll be testing your skills through multiple exercises that you've done back during high school. This time, however, you're allowed to use your quirks to see how well you handle them. He then tossed it to Izuku. Midoriya, you scored the highest in the exam. Step into the circle and throw that as far as you can. Aizawa ordered as Izuku caught the ball. Do not hold back. He added. "Okay." Izuku nodded and walked to the circle with everyone's attention on him. High up. Much to the majority's surprise, he began to twist his torso repeatedly, only stopping after his 100th twist. Gum Gum Javelin Throw. Then he began to untwist, his upper body seemingly turning into a tornado before he finally let go of the ball. Whoosh! The metal baseball flew pretty far, carried by momentum. Izuku spun several times more before he managed to regain his footing and stop. Aizawa just waited for the results to come. Into his phone, and read it out once it came in, 891.3 meters. Decent enough. He nodded. The group immediately began to chat amongst themselves at Izuku's result. That's just an example of what you're all in for. Now, all of you head over to the running lanes. 50-meter dash is first. That's almost 900 meters. As expected of the hero course. We get to use our quirks as much as we want now. Bet I can do better. Katsuki smirked at Izuku, who returned and stood next to him. This looks like fun. Mina clapped her hands with an excited grin on her face. Ooh snap. All Might sweated as soon as he heard the pink-skinned girl's words. If his research was right, his successor would be at risk of expulsion thanks to Aizawa. Fun, huh? Aizawa's eyes glowed red. Okay then, new rule. The last one in the final rankings after all the tests will be expelled. Immediately, after Aizawa placed his rule with an almost cruel smirk, everyone exploded in one way or another. Some held onto each other and bawled, some just looked frozen, but the rest. This is bullshit. Katsuki's palms ignited, popping explosions as he growled with Kirishima holding him back from lunging forward like a wild animal. This is an outrage. Ida's arm began to chop faster than light. He truly found Aizawa's new rule as unfair and unethical, especially for a prestigious university like UA. Yah! Izuku just joined the chaos by laughing and threateningly waving around a comically large torch with a manic grin on his face, almost risking himself and everyone around him to catch on fire, not that he really seemed to care. Wait! Everyone paused to look at Mineta, who had his hands raised up. I have to know if we all agree that Yaoyorozu has the biggest melons but in the entire university? He then asked with a lecherous expression. The pervert was speaking the truth, but everyone stared at him with a flat expression. Bang! Izuku had struck the perverted midget's head. Mineta was found buried 10 feet deep underground not even a second later. The mentioned girl just raised a brow, feeling oddly flattered seeing Izuku punch Mineta for her despite her general dislike towards men, though she still wished she could have stomped on the grapist and turned him into a fine purple paste on the floor. Aizawa was surprised to see the unique reactions he's gotten from his class, though he hid it under an indifferent expression. They were certainly more louder than the previous one, as he had to unfortunately expel. Aizawa looked at the hole in the ground for a moment before he spoke. Due to your comment, Mineta Minu, you're expelled. Go get your things later once I get someone to drag you out. He only heard a weak whimper as a response from the buried Mineta. Anyways, back to what I was saying, if you guys are already shitting yourselves at the mere thought of expulsion, then you all shouldn't be here. You brats can either SCK it up and get moving, or leave. Aizawa looked at each student dead in the eye. The good, none of you turned around and ran yet? He smirked. Welcome to Helahem, the hero course. Now get to the running lanes already, you're all wasting time. And with that, the test began. 50-meter dash. The students all took their turns as duos at the 50-meter dash, with the most impressive being Ida at only 3.04 seconds. Bakugu and Midoriya, get on the track. Aizawa called, getting the chosen duo's attention. Time to fly. Katsuki muttered with a smirk on his face as he clenched his fists. Go! Izuku and Katsuki shot off from their spots. Izuku just ran while Katsuki flew by using his explosions to propel. Izuku crossed the finish line in only 2.19 seconds, and Katsuki followed at 3.52 seconds. Ugh, I could have been faster if I had a running start, Katsuki grumbled as he stuffed his hands back in his pockets. Nah, I'd still win. Izuku snickered, earning a smack on the back of his head from Katsuki. Cryptus. The next test was a test of grip strength, and this time around there was more creativity in quirk usage. Some students were just naturally strong, like Sato, Shoji, and Kirishima. Izuku just grabbed the machine normally and got a score sitting in the top 5. Standing long jump. The third test, the standing long jump, let Katsuki show off his flight technique. Izuku ended up jumping normally, which is pretty high, and let him reach a score that's above most. Repeated side steps. Izuku didn't really get an idea on how to use his quirk for this test and completed it normally like most of his classmates who also didn't have a quirk suitable for this test. Seated toe touch and sit-ups. Izuku, thanks to his body being rubber and natural flexibility, easily got the highest score for this test. Mina would have gotten the first place if he didn't had a rubber body. Long distance run. Much to everyone's surprise, Izuku ran fast, very fast. He seemed to have infinite endurance too and lapped them all multiple times without losing any speed or showing any exhaustion. The only person that matched Izuku in this test was Yaoyorozu, who made a motorcycle to keep up with him. You have to know that Luffy, well, any other character, in One Piece Pirate Warriors is super fast at running. I'm taking that speed here too. Actually, I'm using most of how Izuku fights based on how Luffy fights in the games, especially his Pirate Warriors 4 moveset. Author's comment. Softball throw. Izuku already did the test, so he just watched his classmates use their quirks except for the ones who threw them normally, as their quirks didn't really have a way to help them out on this test. He was surprised to see Yaoyorozu just create a literal cannon to launch the ball and get a higher score than him. Now that's all over with, let's see who will be expelled. Well, besides for Minoru, who is already expelled and just waiting for someone to get him out. Aizawa grinned at the sight of his students looking uneasy. Nobody wanted to be expelled after all, and right now one of them is guaranteed to be out of UA. Nothing to say? Aizawa tilted his head before shrugging. Whatever, let's get this done already. He tapped on his phone screen as a small round robot rolled in before it began to project a screen that showed the rankings. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Katsuki Bakugu, Shudo Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Melissa Shield, Mizo Shoji, Ajiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Buchako Uraraka, Rikido Sato, Koji Koda, Siyu Azui, Antasiro, Kyokujiro, Liam Yuga, Denki Kaminari, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta. Oh! Izuku couldn't help but wince as he watched Hagakure quietly fall to her knees at the sight of her name being at the bottom. Even if he felt confident that he was probably the strongest one out here if he used full force, he was pretty relieved to see his name at the top. Aizawa gave them 5 minutes to fuss over the rankings and watched as Jairu and a guilty Mina tried comforting Toru. The expulsion was a lie. He bluntly said, getting everyone's attention as they looked at him with shock and confusion. It was just a ruse I made so that you all won't take the tests casually. You're all here not to have fun, you're all here to become heroes. He paused and sighed. You all chose this path, it's your responsibility to keep walking on it until the end, and you all will do it plus ultra style or go home. Yes, sir. They all collectively nodded and stood straight, facing Aizawa with determination in their eyes. Good, now get out of here. It's your lunchtime anyways. He grumbled and walked away, leaving the students to watch him leave with flat expressions. I kind of want to punch him. Izuku whispered to Katsuki, who nodded in agreement. Izuku, where were you during the opening ceremony? Kanako came in like a bullet as soon as she spotted Izuku enter the cafeteria. She threw herself at him, which earned her a surprised yelp before they fell to the floor with the white-haired girl using him as a cushion. Kana walked after Kanako with a small blush on her face. Kona, don't make a scene please. Kanako just rolled her eyes at her girlfriend's words. Nobody would care if I punch Izuku right now, the DMN cafeteria's an entire stadium. She replied before laughing as Izuku stood up and just let her cling to his body. She was right though, as the cafeteria is very massive. And besides, they should mind their own sheet, not ours. She added, well, our homeroom teacher, I didn't even know that we're going to have a homeroom, but then again the hero course would be different. Decided that the opening ceremony was useless and just made us go through a quirk apprehension test for the entire morning. Izuku answered Kanako's question. I guess the hero course really is the most different one from all the courses, Kana muttered as her eyes slightly widened at Izuku's response. We got a hobo for a teacher, so... Izuku. Seriously? Kanako snorted and raised a brow. Yeah. Izuku nodded. He's got the whole homeless fit. He does have a long scarf and goggles though, so that stands out, I think. Kana's eyes widened once again before she spoke. Your teacher must be Eraserhead then. He's infamous for expelling over 1,000 students just because, according to him, they had no potential. Kanako tilted her head, imagining a person with a pencil's eraser for a head. She snickered at the image. Oh, then, Hagakure could have been thrown out of here if he didn't see potential then, huh? Izuku muttered to himself with a worried expression. Kana nodded as she continued to speak. It's actually a miracle since there hasn't been a single 1A ever since Eraserhead took over teaching that class. Pretty sure it's become one of the media's favorite questions to ask UA every year, so having 1A is gonna have them questioning the university a lot more. Okay baby, save that nerd talk with Aizu later once we find a table and get food. Kanako interrupted Kana before she could continue to speak, making the purple-haired girl become flustered. Sorry. She squeaked. True, I am pretty hungry right now, Izuku nodded, already drooling as he thought of food. Knowing that Nedzu probably put a rule for his chefs to just keep feeding him when he requested for more food thanks to their old deal made him a lot more hungry. Say Amini, Kanako nodded in agreement as her stomach audibly growled. She then turned to Kana. Alright babe, go find us a table while me and Rubber Dolt right air get us food. She instructed. Sure. Kana nodded and walked away while Kanako and Izuku ran to the waiting line, dodging other students left and right to pass through. Watch it. Hey. Oh. Hey. Whoa. Ack. Well, Kanako did dodge the students, but Izuku just barreled through, even slapping a smug blonde away when he got close. Whoa, this cafeteria is so huge but it's so crowded too. Ochako looked around in amazement, staring all around to see students, same or different years. It's because everyone from the Hero course, General Studies, and Support course meet over here together in the same place, Ida chimed in. They'd need to have a massive cafeteria to handle all the students. Maybe it's also because the food here is delicious. Ochako took another bite from her rice with a smile. All the studies she did before UA was worth all of this. That's also a reason they have Lunch Rush, known to be one of the best chefs in Japan, working here after all. Ida nodded before he noticed a familiar black-haired boy from away. Is that Midoriya-san? He narrowed his eyes and noticed that Izuku was carrying a gigantic plate filled with a ridiculous amount of varying food. Midoriya-san? Ochako's eyes widened as she looked at the plate. The other students that saw Izuku carry the massive plate also stared at him with shock. Maybe right now is a good time to thank him. She tilted her head before noticing the white-haired girl next to Izuku chatting with him. Oh, maybe later in the dorms. She shook her head and took another bite from her rice. Kana raised a brow as she looked at Izuku, who placed his plate down on the table. That how did you even get that much? I'm pretty sure we only get a limited amount of serving. She asked. Don't worry about it. Izuku just chuckled and took a mochi from the plate before tossing it into his mouth. How the hell does being rubber help you from not becoming an immobile fat ass with how much you eat? Kanako pouted. Honestly, everyone who was watching Izuku with shock was thinking of the same thing. No. Izuku just continued to eat, stretching his arm to reach further. The two girls glanced at each other before they shrugged and ate their own food. Then they spotted Katsuki. It's good that the chefs here aren't pussies that don't let me eat spicy shit. The trio watched Katsuki join their table with a scowl on his face as he took a bite from his rice. The rice stuck well, everything he had on his plate was spicy as requested, which made him grin. Don't call the food sheet, this tastes good. Kanako smacked the back of Katsuki's head. I ain't Callan, the food sheet you cancer-spreading beach. Katsuki barked before angrily biting on his rice. Kana sighed as she watched the two begin to banter while Izuku watched while laughing and eating. Kona, don't make a scene please. Sometimes she felt like she was the only mature one in the group. The rest of the first day went through normally. The second day in UA was a bit more interesting for Izuku, as he was called in by Nedzu to a different PE grounds for another round of quirk apprehension test. It was around 4 in the morning when he was called in, so nobody else was watching, except for the main staff of UA that are related to the hero course. The pro-heroes All Might, who was in his real form, Midnight, 13, Present Mike, Vlad King, Recovery Girl, Hound Dog, Snipe, Cementos, and Ectoplasm were confused at first on why Nedzu called and woke them up this early just to watch the student, but he only told them that this student in particular would be a special case, which brought some concern from some of the staff. Aizawa was mainly irritated over the fact he wasn't already told of what his student's special case is. Izuku yawned as he stretched his arms. Oh okay, why am I here again? He then glanced at Nedzu. You're here to take another quirk apprehension test, as we'll need two versions, both your baseline and full force for future reference. Netsu simply explained, making the staff question what he meant by that. As far as they knew from Izuku Midoriya, his quirk gave his body rubbery properties. That was barely part of the whole truth, something that Netsu hid with the help of the Prime Minister in order to not let any possible leaks fully show information about Izuku's quirk. Wasn't giving it his all during the first one from yesterday? Aizawa raised a brow before Netsu shook his head. He's not allowed to do so unless given permission, so he did use all he can without his quirk's true power. The rat said. Was the boy's full power so strong that it needed to be constantly watched? The staff is more intrigued now. Now, Izuku. Netsu turned to the boy with a smile on his face. Go full force. Okay then. They watched as Izuku nodded and grinned before he planted his feet firmly on the ground, rested a hand on his thigh and took a deep breath. Come on. Izuku huffed and focused harder as his heart began to beat louder and begin to follow that rhythm. But. Izuku's eyes widened as his grin broadened before he began to beat his chest rapidly. Beat. He chanted, and his heart followed. The staff watched as steam began to come out of his skin, with the sound of drums beginning to be heard. Yeah, I can feel it now. Hit it, heart. Izuku raised both of his fists up, his heartbeat finally following the right beat. His clothing changed into a brilliant white-colored vest and cargo shorts, with his hair's color inverting and gaining fire-like properties as steam began to form around his torso. He gained a thick black outline that made him stand out like he was a drawing. Doom-da-da-da. 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 Doesn't the kid's quirk make him rubbery? What is this? 13 said as they tensed up along with the rest of the staff before they all collectively reacted to the ground beginning to become rubbery. Iha-ha-ha-ha hu ah-ha-ha-ha-hi-ha. This, Netsu gestured at the laughing boy, is Izuku Midoriya's true quirk, freedom. The name of the quirk wasn't odd for them anymore, as right now Izuku looked like he was so free. Doom-da-da-da. It took Aizawa a moment before he finally got his eyes off Izuku. Why wasn't this told to us when he first applied for UA? There wasn't any mention of this in his files. He asked with suspicion. Izuku here is a candidate to be a supernova. With that, everything clicked. Why Netsu had told them to study the mostly unknown type 5 heroes a week ago, the type that never showed up again for several generations, until this generation, apparently. So that's why. But why exactly did you reveal this to us? I've read that the identities of supernovas are never revealed until they die. Hound Dog tilted his head curiously. The Prime Minister himself had trusted me with helping young Izuku here to grow as a heroic supernova, not that I think the boy is already heroic enough, and by extension he trusted the staff of UA, the ones related to heroics, at least. Netsu said. That's an honor. Midnight remarked and watched Izuku gleefully laugh as he used the rubberized ground like a trampoline. Tashinori watched the boy cautiously, but relaxed. At seeing his carefree smile. It didn't show anything else but pure joy. It was one that he could easily admit to being better than his own smile. Another symbol? A thought appeared, making his eyes widen. Maybe Melissa wouldn't be carrying so much responsibility once she becomes a pro-hero and becomes the new symbol of peace, not when a supernova like young Midoriya is in her generation. Doom-da-da-da. Come on. I'm getting bored already. Let me do the test now. Izuku impatiently said while still using the ground like a trampoline, his heart loudly beating like drums. Yes, don't be so impatient, young man. Netsu chuckled before turning to face Aizawa. Would you mind leading the tests just the same way as yesterday? Aizawa sighed at Netsu's request, but he nodded. Whatever. He grumbled under his breath and took out a metal softball before tossing it to Izuku, who caught it after clumsily letting it slip from his hands several times. Midoriya, you know the drill already. Go in the circle and toss it as far as you can. No holding back for real this time. You have Netsu's permission. He instructed. Doom-da-da-da. Got it, Hobo-sensei. Izuku nodded and widened his smirk before he marched to the white circle. The spots on where he stepped on turned rubber, which made his movement have a more animated bounce. Hush. Gnome. Yaha-hee-ha-ha. The teachers watched as Izuku spun and became a tornado while laughing, with comical effects popping in and out as dust gathered around him. Ho! Boom! Go! Izuku yelled after he spun several more times and finally hurled the ball away, making it break through the sound barrier with a loud shockwave much to the staff's awe. It took a while for Aizawa's phone to beep, but when it did, the results easily made Izuku the record holder for ball toss. 63.1 kilometers. Aizawa announced. He was impressed, but he didn't show it, while the other teachers did show their awe. All Might's score was just 30.23 kilometers. They all then turned to look at Izuku, who was still spinning uncontrollably and screaming. But who's gonna stop him? Aizawa turned to his co-workers, only to see them all shake their heads in response, making him sigh. Fine. He grabbed his scarf and tossed it to Izuku. The scarf got absorbed into the tornado. Hush-hush. Aizawa lazily screamed after he got dragged into Izuku's tornado. Nedzu just cackled while the other teachers sweated. 50-meter dash. Doom da-da-da. Hi-hee-hee-ha-hee-hee. Izuku grinned as he planted his hands on the ground before he began to kick it. The staff watched as his legs turned into a blur before it began to circle around and turn into a comical white wheel of feet. The ground behind Izuku began to rise as he revved. Go! With Aizawa's word, Izuku shot off from his spot and ran forward, reaching enough speed that he turned into an unrecognizable white blur with eyes and a smile. 1.12 seconds was his result. Cryptus. Doom da-da-da. Muscle. 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 Izuku chanted repeatedly before he grunted and flexed with a grin. His upper body comically inflated, making him grin. Yoink! He then grabbed the machine and clenched. Bang! He crushed it without effort and reduced it into a wrinkled, thin piece of scrap. Wonder if he can pull off an actually muscular transformation, or maybe even turn into a girl. Midnight wondered out loud with a curious smirk on her face, making the other teachers give her a side-eye. Standing long jump. Doom da-da-da. 3. They watched Izuku begin to compress his entire body, becoming wider and flatter, almost resembling a frog as he laughed. 2. The ground rubberized and began to sink while his legs began to compress. 1. The rubberized ground snapped back to its original form, sending Izuku up in the air. Whoosh! Wee-hee-hee! Izuku's arms spun around his neck and turned into copters, making him fly further in the air. They eventually called him back to the ground. There were reports of a white unidentified flying object near UA later in the news. Repeated side steps. Doom da-da-da. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Izuku laughed as he ricocheted from the rubberized pillars he molded from the ground, using them to send him back and forth until he sped up and turned into a white blur. Seated toe touch and sit-ups. Doom da-da-da. Izuku's eyes turned into comedic spirals after he ended up tripping on himself and turning his entire body into a literal knot. It easily answered how flexible he is. Long distance run. Doom da-da-da. Wee-hee-hee. Izuku used the same tactic from the 50-meter dash and ran fast enough that his legs turned into a spinning white mess. He ended up slipping and rolling into a literal ball halfway before the end of the test timer. This kid's quirk, it's utterly ridiculous. That was the collective opinion of the staff, but Aizawa was the one who voiced it out. The quirk's name made sense to them now. It really gave Izuku freedom to do anything he wanted. That both scared and amazed them. That maybe I should have retired when I was given the chance. Cementos muttered after witnessing how Izuku can easily change the environment into whatever shape he wanted by giving it rubber properties, which meant more work in reconstructing stuff with his quirk when cleaning up. Maybe he should ask Nedzu for a raise later. Wait, Present Mike raised a hand, getting everyone's attention. Kid, were you the same person that fought Overhaul from years ago? He asked with hesitance. Izuku's appearance, the sound of drums, the laughs, and the way he moved were too similar to the unknown person that Overhaul fought and lost to. He is. Netsu answered for Izuku. That's how we found him, actually. He chuckled, remembering the Prime Minister's initial reaction to Izuku's full force without restriction. The amount of headache Aizawa was expecting quadrupled. Is it normal that he acts that way though? Recovery Girl looked at Izuku with worry. The boy was constantly using his quirk to continuously change his limbs' length and size while performing cartwheels or flips. Surely he's burning through his stamina or reserves. Ha 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 ha. They watched as Izuku wheezed and laughed with his feet kicking while he floated in the air. Yes. Netsu just nodded. Now, I trust that you all will not speak of this in public until the Prime Minister deems that it's fine to reveal his status as a supernova. I have a hunch that it'll be soon. He looked at his slaves ahem, workers who immediately nodded in agreement. Doom da da da. Bidum. Fui. Before anyone could speak further, they heard the sound of a balloon deflating, and looking at the source made them all look shocked or horrified. It was Izuku, who looked a lot older than Recovery Girl and had his colors become more stale. Tashinori spat out blood, 13 fell over, Aizawa sighed, Recovery Girl panicked, Vlad King fainted, Nedza cackled, and the rest of the teachers also had varied responses. What happened to you? They all collectively shrieked, either out loud or mentally. What? Should? Izuku just wheezed out his words before he coughed and slowly fell over like a leaf. So there was a drawback from using his quirk's full capabilities, the teachers mentally noted, though they are more occupied with the safety of the student who looked like he had been SCKD out of life and only got scraps of it left. I'll give you more specific details about Izuku later, as you're his assigned teacher. Netsu said to Aizawa, who looked extra miserable. And get lunch rush to cook for the boy. He added. Early retirement doesn't sound so bad right now, Aizawa grumbled. The third day arrived and it was much more interesting for Izuku, but this time it was also interesting for his classmates too. Today's schedule had hero training, and judging by the rumors circulating around the cafeteria, the legendary #1 hero of Japan, All Might, would be teaching the class, which made everyone feel more excited. By the time Class 1A had arrived in their classroom, they're already chatting amongst themselves, questioning if the rumors are true or betting on who could be their teacher for the hero class. Do you think All Might really will appear? Denki tilted his head. I wouldn't be surprised. UA is the top university that mainly caters for heroics after all. Ida responded. I think he will. Melissa nodded, remembering her acceptance letter. Probably, there's a lot of rumors about it, and he has been appearing here at Muzutafu more commonly nowadays, so that's being speculated to be true by a lot people. Momo decided to add her own thoughts about. That'd be dope, I guess. Kyoka nodded along in the conversation. Do you think I could fight All Might and win? Izuku asked, looking at Katsuki, who looked at him dead in the eye. You'd just step on him, literally. He deadpanned. The blonde's bold but confident-sounding words attracted some of the nearby people's attention, especially Melissa, who looked offended for some reason. Without full force. He'd punch you to orbit. That made more sense, kind of? They're unsure. True, but what if I had a signpost as a weapon? Now that, Katsuki huffed, that's a game changer. They wisely decided to ignore the rest of Izuku and Katsuki's conversation. Eventually, they heard booming steps rapidly approaching, making them tense up. Bang! I am here. Walking through the door like a normal person. All Might's booming yet mighty voice was heard clearly as he pushed the door open. Everyone quieted down, settling to look at All Might with awe as they watched him confidently laugh. Izuku, Melissa, Momo, and Katsuki collectively snorted or raised a brow at All Might's not-so-normal entrance. Alright everybody, I hope you're all ready for your third day here in your university. Because today we're doing something very special. Today we'll be doing, he paused for dramatic effect, battle training. Everyone perked up in their seats, most noticeably Katsuki, who suddenly grew an enormous and terrifying smile, and Izuku, who looked like a maniac that found an oasis after spending his entire life in a desert. Battle training. The two that the class considered their delinquents looked like they needed a leash, otherwise they'd be mauling someone soon enough. But first of all, you're going to need these. Shelves of metal cases slid out of the wall, each one labeled with a number based on the student's desk number. Once changed, we'll head on out to ground beta. Now, away I go. The legendary hero dashed out of the room, leaving the students to grab their respective suitcases before they moved after All Might. Lookin' sharp, everyone. All Might chuckled after the students lined up wearing their own hero costumes. Now, you all may be asking why we're already going into real combat for our first lesson. The blonde started, and normally we would have done introductions to what defines a hero, but I've decided to see if you youngsters already have what it takes to be one. He gave them all a thumbs up. Don't be pressured, and just think of this as a simple assessment. I wonder when All Might got a teaching license? Izuku muttered with Katsuki shrugging. He's the number one hero, probably his connections or some sheet. The blonde replied. Now let me put down some context. All Might crossed his arms. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Just think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secrets. Underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. He nodded, seeing the students pay full attention. So, for this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. All Might explained as he looked at the students. Any questions before I continue? He tilted his head while pulling out a script, making Izuku raise a brow. All Might immediately spotted Ida raise a hand. Sir, isn't this too advanced for our first lesson? The blue-haired boy asked. All Might nodded. That may be true, but I've learned that the fastest way to train is through experience, so that's why we're here for our first lesson in heroics. How are the teams chosen? Yaoyorozu raised a brow and crossed her arms. By random pickings. I'll get to that later. How much damage can we do to the other team? Katsuki asked. Never beyond broken bones or any other heavy injury that will disqualify you from this activity. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Ochako worriedly asked. No, I would never expel any of you, well unless I really have to. All Might shook his head. Any more questions? No? All right then, moving on. He nodded and pulled out a box filled with ball. The metal ball had English letters printed on them. Now, we'll be choosing the teams by chance. Just pick a ball and it'll reveal who your teammate is later. He instructed and began to walk around letting the students pick out a ball from the box. Sir, isn't there a better way? Ida asked as he looked at the box uncertainty but did pick out a ball. Katsuki turned to Ida and scoffed. Think about it, dumbass. Pros often get to work with heroes from other agencies on the spot. This is the same thing. He grunted and took his own ball from the box. Izuku hummed as he reached in for a ball and got AD. Hope my teammate's Pomeranian-kun or someone cool, he muttered, tossing the ball up and catching it with his hand, repeating the action until All Might finished letting everyone grab a ball. All right everyone, go find your partners. With that, everyone began to talk to each other, finding their teammates. Who's got D? Izuku raised his ball up as he looked around, sighing when he spotted Katsuki pairing up with Kirishima. He really hoped that they wouldn't end up skinning each other's mouths during the test. He did not want to see that again after seeing them do it once in Katsuki's room. I got it. Momo approached him and sighed. Of all the teammates she could get, it just had to be one of the class 2 delinquents. At least he was much more tame than Bakugo, she supposes. Izuku smiled at her. Cool. We're teammates now. He didn't say anything after that and just idled, making Momo raise a brow. All of the guys here in class well, except for Bakugo and Kirishima, but she can tell that the two Arge showed interest in her, except for Izuku who just gave her a friendly greeting. Can she even call that a friendly greeting? Alright. First round, Team D is the heroes and Team B is the villains. All Might announced, getting the two black-haired teens' attention, along with the opposing team, who were Katsuki and Ijiro. Now, for this round, the villains will be defending a bomb located in the building. The heroes can win by using these capture tapes on the villains, or touching the bomb to defuse it. The villains can win by taking down the heroes using their own capture tapes, or make the heroes run out of time. The muscular man handed both teams 2 rolls of capture tape. Now head on over there so we can start the preparation time. All Might gave them a thumbs up. He and the rest of the class watched as both teams left the room and walked to the building's location. Yaoyu, do? Izuku paused before he shook his head in annoyance. Whatever, I'll just call you Mo. What's the plan? He turned to look at Momo, who looked back at him before sighing. I'm thinking of it, give me a moment. She replied. Izuku nodded and looked at the building with a smile. There should be 5 floors, and one of them is hiding the bomb. It took Momo a moment before she thought of a decent plan. Alright, you're gonna cause distraction for the opposing team, while I'll sneak around and search for the bomb and defuse it. Momo watched as Izuku looked at her for a bit and tilted his head with a question mark popping next to his head. How about Bakugo? Any counters against him? I can handle distracting Kirishima, but Pomeranian-kun would catch up to this plan pretty easily. Izuku asked while Momo tilted her head from hearing the black-haired boy's nickname for the blonde. Do you have an idea? She watched as Izuku went silent before he nodded. Yeah, can you create a bag of sand for me? He requested, making the girl confused. Okay. She nodded and created a plastic bag filled with sand. Izuku watched the whole process with awe, seeing the beautiful colors flash from Momo's glowing skin before he grabbed the requested bag of sand. Thanks. This'll help later, now keep on thinking of the plan. Where do you think they'll hide the bomb? The 2 black-haired teens began to talk to each other animatedly, with Izuku providing his opinions or telling Momo what not to do with the help of his knowledge about Katsuki. It was a welcome surprise for Momo to discover that Izuku is cooperative instead of just heading straight to danger the moment he could. Maybe he's not as intolerable as she thought he was. Mo? What's up with your costume being so SXL, by the way? You're not here to pick up guys, right? You a pervert or something? Maybe a bit annoying, sure, but at least he was honest. And in Momo's opinion, her partner's costume didn't even look like a costume, as it was just a red vest and blue cargo shorts, so he didn't really have the right to comment on her own costume. It's because I need my skin to be exposed for my quirk to work. She sighed, answering Izuku's question. Izuku tilted his head. Couldn't you have asked the support department to use your hair when making your costume? That way your quirk should still function, well, if it did work through hair. Momo looked at Izuku and blinked. That was possible? She never knew that. Oh, I'll talk to Aizawa-sensei about it later then, she nodded. Alright, Team D and Team B. Prep time is over. The test starts now. The 2 black-haired teens stopped from talking as soon as they heard All Might's voice come through the speakers. Follow the plan. Momo nodded at Izuku, who just grinned and followed her into the building. Protect the bomb. I'll handle Izuku like we planned. Katsuki huffed while flourishing his grenade gauntlets. They looked fine, seemed to work fine, and hopefully had its intended output of damage. He should probably thank Izuku for the ideas and help on designing them technical-wise later. Ijiro saluted. Got it, Katsubabe. He nodded before looking thoughtful. He never had seen how Izuku and Katsuki actually fights, but his blonde boyfriend, yes, they finally asked each other out after staying as friends since middle school. Ijiro is still squealing, in a manly way of course, and punching his pillow about it in his room every night. Always described them to be good. Good meant awesome, and awesome meant manly. Wonder if I could get a replay of the test later. I should ask All Might about it after this then. He nodded and watched as Katsuki waved at him before he exited the room. Their plan was simple. Ijiro would stay protecting the bomb, and if Katsuki's guessed that Izuku would be fighting him, then that'd mean he'll have to deal with Momo. Katsuki had instructed him to focus on distracting Momo. If he found an opportunity, then he can either escape and move the bomb to another floor to give them time, or use the capture tape. Izuku. The 2 black-haired teens perked up at the sound of a familiar blonde's roar echoing through the hallways. Izuku turned to Momo. Alright, see you later then. He waved and ran forward, leaving Momo to nod and run to the other path. Izuku's grin widened as he ran to where he heard Katsuki's voice before he finally heard footsteps. Going to a corner, he saw and instantly locked eyes with Katsuki, who had a savage grin on his face. Pomeranian-kun. About time we spar again, Izuku said cheerfully. The last time they sparred was an entire month ago and a half, too long for their opinion, but now they were given full permission to do so right here. Katsuki nodded. Yeah, too dim and long. He immediately took the first move, moving his palm forward and erupting an explosion. Boom! Izuku squeaked and instinctively dodged before he grinned again. Gum pistol. He quickly retaliated by throwing his fist forward, letting his arm stretch. Katsuki's eyes widened as he quickly raised his forearms up and blocked the punch, his grenade gauntlets absorbing most of the impact. Dim it. He growled and watched Izuku's arm snap back to its original length. Gum whip. Izuku's leg stretched as he spun and swept anything in its path. Katsuki ducked underneath his leg as it smashed through the crates and bottles in the room. Ichin. Katsuki dashed forward with a scowl and began to relentlessly pop explosions. Izuku yelped and made his leg quickly snap back before he jumped back to avoid the onslaught of explosions. They're already going all out. Denki watched as Izuku grabbed a pipe from the wall and snapped it out of place before using it to hit Katsuki in the ribs. The blonde later retaliated by causing an explosion directly at Izuku's face. Hey, aren't they doing too much for a mock battle? Toru tilted her head with worry, wincing when she saw Katsuki manage to grab Izuku's head and violently slam him against the ground. Nonsense. A true hero will give it their all when dealing with any threats, just as how a true villain won't hesitate with using anything that they could to gain the upper hand. All Might shook his head. Mentally, he was thankful that Izuku was not allowed to use his full force unless one of the staff gave him permission to do so, as it would probably set the bar too high for the rest of the students. Such words of wisdom. As expected of the number one hero, Ida muttered in awe, absorbing the legendary hero's words like a sponge. Yikes. Jiru winced after seeing Izuku return Katsuki's actions by slamming the blonde against the ground and letting him rebound before grabbing his shoulders and attacking with a strong headbutt as he yelled out his move. Gum bell. We're so lucky we didn't get one of those two as an enemy, kind of unlucky too that we didn't get one of those two as an ally though. Ochako said with a mixed expression on her face. The fight was just so intense that she couldn't help but also feel pumped up for her round later. They all watched as Izuku punched Katsuki through a wall, changing their fighting grounds into another room. Gum pistol. Izuku's left arm stretched and fist flew forward, striking Katsuki in the face before he grabbed the blonde's shoulder and pulled himself close while his right arm stretched and let his fist stay from its place. KR bang. Gum bullet. Izuku's right arm snapped back as he brought his right fist against Katsuki's chest. The blonde gasped out before he was slammed against the wall behind him, causing cracks to form before it broke and let the two enter the room within it. You arc? Katsuki coughed out his spit as soon as he felt the ground before he grunted and headbutted Izuku, pushing the black-haired boy away. They both staggered back to their feet and quickly went back to their respective stances. You? Huh? You're definitely stronger now, Izuku, Katsuki admitted, wiping off some blood from his nose. He could already feel bruises forming on his skin, but he didn't care, he was too high in adrenaline to notice. You too, your explosions are much stronger than they were a month ago. Izuku nodded, still grinning despite the explosions he took on without defenses. His clothes and skin were a bit singed and had patches of soot, but he was having too much fun to care. He took a deep breath before. Bang! They both dashed forward and punched each other in the face, resuming the battle. Floor 2 doesn't have it. Momo muttered as she warily looked around, making sure not to cause too much noise with her movement to let her ears hear if Kirishima was near. Right now all she can hear was the echoes of Izuku and Katsuki from the floor below though. I hope he's doing fine, she sighed and went against a wall before peeking at the corner and seeing no one. That should be on a higher floor then. Her shoulders relaxed. Momo already searched around the floor for the bomb, but no signs of Kirishima or the prop bomb were seen. 3 more floors to check, one of them bound to have the bomb in Kirishima unless he decided to not protect it and try fighting her. Momo flinched at hearing another loud crash echo from the lower floor. Hopefully he remembers the plan, she said while walking up the stairs in the room before entering the third floor. Whoa! Izuku yelped and ducked under Katsuki's overhead kick. Katsuki grunted and brought his leg down, forcing Izuku to dodge by rolling to the side. Stay still! He growled as his foot stomped against the ground. His palm moved forward, crackling with explosions as it went while Izuku dodged by jumping back and performing a backflip. He could have added a twirl before he landed. Mina commented. HHT. Izuku somersaulted above Katsuki before he grabbed his shoulders with both hands, gum rocket, and went straight down, crashing against the blonde and pinning him on the ground. Katsuki gritted his teeth and his palms ignited. Stun grenade. He pushed his palm against Izuku's face and let an explosion pop, stunning the black-haired boy long enough for him to kick. Bang! Ugh! Izuku grunted, and before he could recover, Katsuki followed his previous attack with a haymaker, then a jab, then a kick, then a jab, then an uppercut, then an explosion, then more until Izuku was backed against the wall with Katsuki wailing on him. Katsuki knew that he had to push Izuku with a lot of pressure, considering how the rubbery boy is mostly immune to blunt damage and can only be pushed back, so he gave more effort into throwing any attacks he could chain while the black-haired boy was stunned. Momo was bored but also still tense from hearing the distant explosions from floor 1. The third and fourth floor was empty, so it was obvious enough that the villain team decided to hide the bomb at the top floor. She narrowed her eyes and created a metal bow staff from her forearm and a smoke grenade in her hand as she walked up the stairs. Talk. Immediately, she heard footsteps, ones that aren't hers. Momo turned on the radio. Midoriya, I found where Kirishima and the bomb is. I'll try handling him but get here soon, she said to the radio before turning it off. Izuku kicked Katsuki away before he heard Momo's voice from the radio. Midoriya, I found where Kirishima and the bomb is. I'll try handling him but get here soon. It then turned off after delivering the message. Already? All right then. Izuku nodded and looked at Katsuki, who was already back on his feet. He grinned, something that Katsuki noticed, which made him tense up. Okay, Pomeraniankin, you forced me into using my ultimate move, Izuku grunted as he planted his feet on the ground firmly and assumed a position. Katsuki's eyes widened before he quickly took on a defensive stance. Ultimate move? The hell kind of gum are you thinking of right now? It can't be full force or anything similar. Thoughts began to run through his brain at high speeds as he tried deciphering what kind of move Izuku was going to reveal. Gum. Izuku's expression turned serious while his body tensed up and his muscles flexed. He glared at Katsuki, who looked more than ready to dodge by using his explosions to propel himself or at least block with his grenade gauntlets. Izuku dashed forward and threw his fist, opening it at the last second. Pocket sand. Fush. And Finji threw sand on the blonde's wide-open eyes. Arg? F my eyes. Of course, Katsuki reacted like any other person would. Bwahaha, you dumbass. Izuku instantly burst into laughter as he watched Katsuki swing his arms wildly while popping explosions. He took this moment of opportunity to run away. The main goal of this exercise was to disable the bomb. Izuku, you little fuck. Katsuki roared. His eyes were glowing red like a demon as he continued wildly swinging his arms around. Izuku was already running away from the room and running up the stairs. Hey Amo. The sand trick worked like I said it would. Yahi hi yaha. Momo heard Izuku cackling through the radio, making her purse her lips. She was surprised that the obvious trick worked against someone like Bakugo. One would think that he was more adept to fall for something like that. Maybe Midoriya just did something to confuse him. Get back here, you rubbery beach. She heard explosions and Katsuki loudly roar from the background while Izuku continued cackling. Get back here, you rubbery beach. Mo. Momo couldn't help but think about the new nickname she got from Izuku for a bit before she shook her head. Never mind, and good job, meet me on floor 3 as planned. She instructed before turning off the radio. Now, to deal with Kirishima. She has been sneaking around the floor, looking around for any signs of the bomb, but unfortunately it was well hidden, She was only able to spot Kirishima with the sound of his footsteps telling her where he was. Momo waited patiently, and when Kirishima appeared from the corner she immediately tossed the smoke grenade before she lunged. What the? Kirishima reacted late when the grenade struck his nose and exploded, blinding him with the smoke it released. Momo swung her staff, hitting the redhead's forearm with her weapon and noticing how it instinctively hardened. Ichin. Momo narrowed her eyes and dodged when Kirishima retaliated with a powerful punch, aiming for M's midsection. She quickly jabbed her staff toward Kirishima's legs. Despite the clouds of smoke, Kirishima managed to see the attack and stomped his foot down, quickly hardening his legs to absorb the impact before his fist flew forward. Bang! Momo quickly created a shield on her arm just in time to block a crushing blow from Kirishima's hardened fist. It still left a dent. She let go of the shield and created a whip as its replacement and quickly began to strike Kirishima. Sheet! Kirishima quickly raised both of his forearms close to his chest and hardened them, absorbing the continuous whipping he was receiving. He managed to seize an opening and caught the whip and pulled on it. Momo's eyes widened, and before she could get pulled along, she let go of the whip. You thought I'd fall for that? She raised a brow before creating another bow staff and charged forward with a swing. Kirishima grunted and dodge-rolled to the side, avoiding the strike. Not really, actually. Kirishima shook his head and took a stance, circling her cautiously. Before he could react, Momo created another smoke grenade from her hand and slammed it down, causing it to explode and shroud the room with smoke once again. Ack! Kirishima coughed before he felt a strike on his ribs, before another on the leg, then on his shoulder, then on the foot, then another and another. His body quickly hardened as Momo began to repeatedly strike him with her staff, but he was eventually caught off guard when he failed to harden his abdomen in time for another strike. Kirishima staggered by the force of Momo's assault, but he quickly regained his footing, his expression turning mixed. Nice moves, he grunted, wiping blood from his split lip. Momo just smiled, her eyes glinting. I have more where that came from. Kirishima lunged forward again as Momo swung her staff. Unexpectedly though, Kirishima punched the staff and broke it, causing Momo to be caught off guard long enough for him to land a solid punch on her midsection, earning him a gasp from the black-haired girl. Gum Gum Pistol. Before Kirishima could follow up with another attack, he felt a fist sink into the side of his face, and found himself stunned on the ground. Momo looked at the stretched arm with surprise and watched it snap back to its owner, Izuku. Hey Mo! He waved at her cheerfully. Momo sighed and let her shoulders relax as she heard Kirishima groan and slowly stand up. I think my jaw almost got dislocated from that, the redhead grumbled while wincing and rubbing his jaw. Hello, Midoriya. She nodded at Izuku. Did you lose Katsuki on your way here? She asked. Izuku rolled his shoulders before going back to his fighting stance. Well, I did lose him, but I'm sure he's running to get here soon enough. He's got enough brains in his head to know that we're already here with Kirishima. He replied before turning to face Kirishima, who already got back to his feet. All right, Pomeranian Kuin's boyfriend, let's fight. He gave Kirishima a smirk, only to notice how the redhead snorted. Something wrong? He tilted his head. Notice? Pomeranian Kuin. Kirishima snickered and imagined his boyfriend being a Pomeranian. It was somewhat cute. Izuku's smile went back up. Ha, yeah, you see it too, right? I mean, he'd be a dandelion in your perspective, I'd think. He nodded. Can we focus on the fight, please? Momo interrupted the two boys, making them stop talking. All right. Gum Gum Stamp. Izuku nodded and threw his foot forward, letting his leg stretch before Kirishima could react and defend himself. It ended up with Kirishima receiving a stamp of Izuku's sandal on his face. Midoriya, deal with him while I try finding the bomb. Momo instructed and left the room as Kirishima recovered and got back up again. Yes, ma'am. Izuku nodded before he dashed to Kirishima and let his arms stretch. Gum Gum Bullet. Before making it snap back and strike the redhead. Fortunately, Kirishima was able to harden his arms and block in time, but he still felt a strong impact across his arms. Ack! Kirishima winced and gritted his teeth. Even if his arms were hardened, he could still feel a bruise forming from Izuku's punch. That for a quirk that simply turns his body into rubber, Midoriya-san really uses it very creatively. Melissa commented as she watched Izuku and Kirishima fight. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever thought of using a quirk like that like this. Denki nodded in agreement, watching Izuku grab Kirishima's shoulders and begin to twist his torso to spin around, getting the redhead to collide against the props in the room. He's surprisingly destructive too, like Bakugo. Fumikage added with his sister nodding. Ugh, what now? Kirishima panted as he watched Izuku's arms snap back to place. The black-haired boy just grinned at him. What? Getting tired? Izuku tilted his head, noticing how Kirishima is getting slower. He threw his fist back and began to twist his arms several times before he dashed forward, gum rifle, and struck the red-headed boy as his arm untwisted. Bang! Whoosh! Ayakak! Kirishima flew back while spinning and crashed through the wall with Izuku following him into the room behind it. The first thing Izuku noticed was Momo, who was in the room searching for the bomb before the two boys broke in. "M.O." Izuku waved at her with his hands. "Did you find the bomb yet?" he asked, ignoring the groans from Kirishima. "Not yet, keep fighting him." Momo shook her head and left for another room. "Okari! Look out for Katsuki, by the way." Izuku sent her a thumbs up before turning to face Kirishima. Kirishima's face showed how much pain he was feeling right now. Thankfully, he managed to harden his torso before he received Izuku's previous attack, which saved him from getting broken ribs, but God, it still felt so bad. "Oh man, Katsu wasn't wrong when he said you're strong," he said. "Hee, you're strong too." Izuku chuckled, letting Kirishima have a moment to stand up. "I'm gonna need to go all out for my next move though, so you better brace yourself," he warned while getting into position, with his feet firmly planted on the ground and his arms spread wide. Kirishima looked at Izuku for a moment before he nodded and grinned as his whole body began to harden. "Hit me with all you got." He nodded at Izuku, who returned his grin with his own. Gum. Izuku took a deep breath before his expression turned serious as he quickly began to punch repeatedly until his arms turned into unrecognizable linen-colored blurs. Whoosh! Bam! 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 Gatling gun! Kirishima's eyes widened as soon as he saw multiple arms appear around Izuku, all of which began to rain down against his body. HRK? He gritted his teeth, holding in a scream as he felt the rapid barrage of strong punches strike his hardened skin. Bang! Izuku stopped his barrage after 100 hits as he quickly snapped his arms back to their lengths before pushing them simultaneously forward with his palms open. Gum Gum Cannon! He yelled and felt his palms strike Kirishima's chest, causing the redhead to fly backward and crash through 3 walls before crashing on the ground covered in rubble. Izuku stood there panting for a moment before realizing that Kirishima was knocked out. My shoulders feel so sore, he grumbled, letting his arms fall down limp as he looked at the 3 holes in the walls. Yeah, he's strong, just like Cats told me. He then chuckled and straightened his posture. Manly, Kirishima uttered before fully going unconscious. Eijiro Kirishima is knocked out. 10 minutes remain. All Might loudly announced through the speakers in the building. Nice fight, Kirishima. He nodded before leaving the room and searching for Momo. Crap, Cats definitely heard that. He's gonna be so mad if he finds out I used Gatling gun on his boyfriend. Better find the bomb soon. Izuku muttered with wide. Eijiro Kirishima is knocked out. 10 minutes remain. All Might loudly announced through the speakers in the building. I swear to God if that rubbery F used Gatling gun on you, I'm going to skin him alive. Katsuki growled while running up the stairs before using his explosions to propel him forward and move faster. Eijiro Kirishima is knocked out. 10 minutes remain. All Might said to the mic, before he pushed a button and turned it off, letting his words come through the speakers in the building. Holy shit, how does a rubber quirk even do that? Mina shrieked after seeing the beating that Kirishima received from Izuku. They were all amazed by the raw power Izuku possessed and the techniques he showed, but how did he punch so fast that it looked like he had multiple arms? I might be an atheist, but thank God I didn't face him. Jairu shivered, thinking of what could have happened if she was the one who took on the barrage Izuku unleashed. Demon, dude. Siro exhaled. Oh, I feel a bit sick. Tura muttered, seeing the destruction that Izuku caused with his attacks. Wonder if I can do something similar? Shoji tilted his head, looking at his arms with curiosity. Midoriya-sen, he truly deserves to be here. Ida nodded and pushed his glasses back to place. He was still a bit shocked that Izuku was the same person who slept through present mix briefing during the entrance exams. Of course he does. Pretty sure I'd be a pancake right now by that scary 0-pointer from the entrance exams if he didn't save me. Ochako nodded after hearing Ida's words. How heroic! Ida couldn't help but let his respect for Izuku grow a bit more. Where did you go? Izuku's voice echoed from the hallways as he ran, looking around for Momo before he heard a loud explosion erupt nearby. Oh crap, Cats is here. He quickly turned to run towards the source of the sounds. In it, you rich beach. Get the F out of my way. Katsuki hollered as he swung his arms while his palms erupted with explosions, forcing Mom to step back to not get hit by his attacks. The moment Izuku entered the room, Katsuki's attention immediately shifted from Momo to him. Aiizuoku. He roared, his palms igniting once again as he ditched fighting Momo and lunged after Izuku instead. Ow shit! Izuku was tackled out of the room by Katsuki. Momo flinched when she heard the two begin to fight outside as she resumed her efforts on finding the bomb. Should be in another room, she growled and kicked the door open, looking around to see nothing. With disappointment, Momo continued to another room before she heard a loud explosion. The wall next to her exploded into pieces as Izuku and Katsuki fought and grappled each other, practically rolling on the floor as they threw punches and kicks. I'm gonna kill you, you F rubber bee. Shut up, mustard hair, I didn't hurt your bae that bad. Momo exhaled, hearing the two yell at each other before she left for another. Unfortunately, they also dragged themselves into the room she entered, but fortunately she finally found the bomb. Wait, shit. Katsuki noticed the room and bomb while still biting on Izuku's hand. Izuku raised a brow at his reaction, only to see the bomb, which made him grin. Katsuki's eyes widened as he immediately began to try getting out of Izuku's hold. If I let go, he yelled, only for Izuku to stretch his arms and wrap them around Katsuki's body to restrain him. Izuku didn't let go of Katsuki even if explosions erupted from his palms. Momo didn't hesitate and lunged at the bomb, tackling it and thus making contact. The bomb is defused. The hero team wins this round. All Might announced. Izuku laughed happily, Katsuki just went limp with an irritated sigh, and Momo looked relieved that the whole thing was over. Alright, both teams head back to the spectators' room, and one of you please get Kirishima too. All Might instructed before the speakers turned off. Oh, that was fun. Izuku chuckled while his arms unwrapped themselves from Katsuki and snapped back to their original lengths. Exhausting too. Momo sighed and wiped off some sweat with a towel she created before handing it to Izuku, who took the offered towel and thanked her. Ugh, whatever, can we just get EI so the extras can do their own rounds already? Katsuki scoffed and got up. Sure, Cats. Izuku nodded and led the other two to where Kirishima was napping, which is in an uncomfortable land of debris and other broken objects. I knew you went overkill with him. Katsuki growled at Izuku, who raised both of his hands. In my defense, your boyfriend is very durable. Dude, he was able to still stand up after I hit him with rifle. Izuku replied. Katsuki just grunted and carried up Kirishima bridal style before following the two black-haired teens out of the building. Once they were in the spectators' room, they immediately got showered in praise or cheers. Alright, everyone calm down. All Might stop them from mobbing the four teens. Good job, you all. And congratulations for winning this round, Team D. He nodded and gave Izuku and Momo a thumbs up. He turned to face the rest of the class. Now, can anyone tell me who the MVP of the first round was? All Might asked, looking over the students before Ida raised his hand. Okay, you there? He pointed at Ida. Ida quickly straightened his posture and nodded. I believe that Midoriya-san was the MVP for this round. He declared before explaining. His mastery over his quirk let him distract Bakugo by taking him head-on, letting Yaoyorozu-san to move forward and search for the bomb as it was the main objective. He also managed to take down Kirishima-san later on, then restrained Bakugo to let Yaoyorozu-san defuse the bomb, thus earning them the win. The rest of the class seemed to agree with Ida's explanation. Mo made the plan, not me, so shouldn't she be the MVP instead? Izuku tilted his. That may be, but you were the one who executed it well. Momo shook her head. Just as she said, young man. You can have the perfect plan, but how you execute it matters. All Might nodded. And you're correct, Ida. Midoriya is the MVP for this round. He gave the blue-haired boy a thumbs up. Thank you, All Might. Ida bowed in response. All Might laughed before he placed both of his fists in his hips. You four, head to Recovery Girl to heal your injuries. You can rejoin the class later and spectate the rest of the rounds, alright? He instructed. Yes, sir. The four students nodded at All Might and left the spectators' room. Katsuki rushed Ijiro to Recovery Girl's clinic, leaving the two black-haired teens to walk side by side through the hallways. Izuku quickly noticed that Momo seemed lost in thought and decided to break the somewhat awkward silence. Hey, good job on the battles, he said, causing Momo to jump a bit in surprise. I can tell you're pretty strong when you manage to keep up with Katsuki without being tossed out of the window for that long. Oh. Momo nodded after regaining her composure. Not bad as well, and judging by the amount of destruction we've crossed through while getting back to the spectators' room, pretty strong as well. She nodded. Heh, Izuku gave her a grin. Of course I'm strong, my punches hurt like pistols. He punched the air. Momo just nodded at him before a thought crossed through her mind. Why exactly did you trust that my plan would go well? She asked. What do I mean you already made a plan for this? I'm telling you, if you want them good grades, you should just tell those dumbass nerds to take care of our homework. Izuku tilted his head. Of course it's gonna go well, you're smart. I'd be really an idiot if I tried making another plan when you already made one that I can tell will give us the win. He chuckled. Your whole thing is being pretty, can't you just let us be smart? It's the only thing we have over you popular rich kids. But, surely there were flaws to it, right? Momo sighed. Ugh, can't this slot just leave the thinking to us? We don't want her pity, and have her pretend that she's smart, and ruin our plans by trying to help us. Seriously, just stay on skiing up to the other rich kids. Izuku hummed before he shook his head. Nah, if there was, then you just didn't have the full information about it. I learned that plans never perfectly follow as expected most of the time. You'll have to sometimes change things up according to the situation. Like, you didn't have much info about Katsuki, but I did, so I suggested we change it up a bit, and because of that change in the plan we won. He gave her a grin before noticing her conflicted expression. Hey, something wrong? He raised a brow and asked. Momo looked at Izuku for a bit before she shook her head. No, nothing, just thinking about something from the past. She sighed. Well, if anything is wrong, then you can tell me about it. He gave her a thumbs up. I'm pretty good at keeping secrets, all 97 of them never leaked out. He chuckled. I'll remember that. She nodded, letting a genuine smile grow on her face before she turned to face Izuku. You're not so bad, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku raised a brow at Momo's words before he just closed his eyes and smiled. Yeah? Well, you're wonderful, Momo Yaoyorozu. Maybe she was too harsh on immediately thinking of Izuku as a careless brawler. The rest of the day went through as normal, though Momo found herself thinking about Izuku more than she thought she would. Wait, he could say my name properly but still calls me Imo, she realized at the end of the day. Izuku looked through the crowd of people, all of them looking at the store with wide eyes. Today was a very rare sale on All Might's official store at Mizudafu, and the crowd was composed of hero fanatics, people who wanted to resell the merch at original price to get more money, or just normal fans who wanted some merch of the #1 hero. You can safely compare them to a horde of zombies looking at a store selling human meat. The squad, Izuku, Kanako, Kana, and Katsuki, are there for different reasons. Izuku just wanted some merch to put something in his somewhat boring room. Katsuki was a fanatic who definitely doesn't have a massive collection in his room and heard that there is a new merch dropping today, while Kanako and Kana are just hanging out with the two and decided to join them here. We need a diversion, Katsuki declared and turned to the group. I say Kanako gets naked. Hell nah. Kanako shook her head. She didn't mind getting naked in front of Izuku or Kana, but she did mind getting naked in front of people she doesn't even know or care about, and Katsuki. Izuku sighed and raised his hand. Okay, I could get naked. No. Everyone immediately refused, making Izuku pout. Having a lesbian couple as best friends is both amazing and complicated. Izuku mused while brushing Kana's hair. She caught a fever which, for some reason, made her a lot clingier than usual. Kanako, despite loving Kana's cuddling, needed to do some other stuff, so she just dragged Izuku to their dorms and put him there as a replacement. But all our problems are solved with communication. He sighed. Kanako kicked the door open, startling Izuku and Kana as she yelled, Move it, rubber boy, it's my turn to cuddle Aina. Izuku's arms immediately stretched and wrapped around a blushing Kana as he yelled back, 5 more minutes, damn it. Izuku rolled his eyes at Kanako after hearing her complaints. Can you please just apologize to Aina? It was your fault that you ate all of her cookies, you know? He grumbled. Kanako scoffed and crossed her arms, knowing Izuku was right. Fine, but I have to warn you that this may make me a nicer, better person, and that is not who you are besties with and not who Kana feels in love with. Tough. Why do you guys let me win when we race up the stairs? You two are the faster ones. Kana asked out of nowhere, making both Izuku and Kanako freeze. They were just watching a movie when she brought the question up. It's nice to see your smile when you win. Kanako replied, her voice wobbly. Yeah, that. Izuku just nodded along, taking a long audible sip of his Sprite. Later, when Kana left to go to the bathroom, Kanako spoke out. Her butt is just so big, Aizu, even bigger than my own, but like looking at 2 bowling ball. Yeah. Izuku nodded. Kona, please take out the trash. Kana sighed while swiping through her phone. Kanako groaned and got up from the couch before she turned to look at Izuku. Sure, Izuku, wanna go on a date? Huh? Kana's head turned so fast that it was a miracle she didn't snap her neck. I'm sorry. Please talk to me. Izuku sighed and looked at Eri, who had her arms crossed. She just turned her face away from him. Hello? World's most amazing kid? Sweet pea? Unicorn. Izuku continued trying to get Eri's attention, only to continue being ignored by her. Sorry, doesn't bring back my mandas, big bro, she pouted. That I'll get you 5 sweet apples if you forgive me? He offered and heard Eri gasp, making him smile and feel relieved. Nika told me to stop being immature, so I told him to get out of my pillow fort. Eri explained to Momo, who realized why Izuku was moping around like he was depressed. Can I have some water? Izuku asked Katsuki. The weather was unusually hot, but that was due to a recent villain attack nearby which made everything just hotter. It was said that the weather will return to normal later. Katsuki instead began to chug his water bottle, choked from drinking too fast, spilled water all over himself, and coughed out, I don't have water. Ugh, there's always that weak beach in the group who isn't down with murder. Katsuki growled and glared at Kana, who scoffed in return. Well, sorry, I have morals. You'd literally use your quirk to kill for Kanako. Nah, this is not a mess. Izuku shook his head at the sight of half of his classmates being knocked out on the ground. You know what I consider a mess? He asked. Your life. Katsuki raised a brow. Well yes, but if Ina says she'll be ready in 5 minutes, she will be. Kanako said. No need to remind her every 15 minutes about it. She added. Izuku raised a brow as he watched the 2 girls talk and noticed their tongues. Why are your tongues purple? He asked. We had slushies. I had a blue one. Kanako answered. I had a red one. Kana added before they returned to their conversation. Oh. Izuku blinked. You 2 shared slushies? Eri looked at the 2 girls confused. We'll get you one later. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Look, I know we don't always see eye to eye, but, Katsuki started. That's because you're too short to do so. Kanako cut in. Katsuki's right eye twitched as he turned to glare at Kanako. Listen here, you effing. Katsuki growled while spraying a melted cutting board with a tiny water gun he borrowed from Eri. We gotta cool this beach down, cool it down, he muttered. I actually just put the cutting board in the oven, Kana said. She herself was confused over what she did. Okay, why did you put the cutting board in the oven? Izuku asked, visibly confused while Katsuki turned to Kana. You F dumbass. He sprayed her with water. Oich my F god. We're trying to make chicken Alfredo right now, and you even melt the cutting board in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit? Am I seriously the only fucker in the entire group that can cook? He yelled angrily. Kanako watched in complete confusion while trying to process this whole situation. What's wrong? Izuku asked, seeing the normally relaxed Jair look said, you look 10 seconds away from ripping someone's throat out. Angie Fumikage and Blake were trying to invoke one of the minor gods again last night. I didn't get an ounce of sleep, thanks to their dim end chanting. She replied, stealing Izuku's coffee and chugging it. Katsuki, we're hungry. Denki yelled. Katsuki. What's for dinner? Mina kicked the door open and entered the kitchen. Izuku broke in the window. We're hungry, Pomeranian-kun. Katsuki screeched louder than a demon that day. Kanako was hugging Kana before Izuku suddenly broke into their room's window and said, Hey, it's my turn to hug Kana, before he stretched his arms and grabbed Kana. Kanako growled and quickly hugged Kana tighter. The hell do you mean, your turn? We agreed now is my time slot. Yeah. Well, it's been an hour already and it's my turn now. Izuku growled back and wrapped his arms around Kana, trying to pull her off Kanako's arms. Kanako squeaked while beginning to suffocate. Guys, I love you, but just because I'm smaller than you 2 doesn't mean you can be hugging me constantly. But I need moral support and Eri is busy drawing with Katsuki. Izuku pouted and whined. And your small babe, which is cute. Kanako added. Also, if I don't hug you right now, I think the depression will kick in and my body will stop functioning. They both panicked like children when they noticed Kana fainted from being hugged too tightly by them. Izuku sighed. I just want someone to take me out, he grumbled. Kanako chimed in. On a date? Kana entered the room with a sniper gun and activated her quirk. That both is good. Izuku nodded wisely. Izuku looked at Katsuki with a pout. Why do you act like we're 3-year-olds? He asked. Why? Katsuki's annoyed expression grew exasperated as his gaze snapped to Izuku. Why? He screeched. He sharply pointed at Kanako. You tried to hijack a sea. Then to Kana. You ate your own hair-made bullets. Then to Izuku. And you jumped 30 feet off a building. Katsuki sharply inhaled. And you ask me why? He yelled before they heard glass shattering. Where's Kana? Izuku looked around. Once again, for the 5th time in a row, they lost the indigo-haired girl at the mall. Kanako rolled her eyes and shrugged. Don't worry, I'll find her, she said before looking at the crowd and yelling, Izuku Esikas, startling the crowd. Izuku is the bestest friend ever. Yusuke, F you. They heard Kana from a distance. Kanako snorted. Found her, she said while Izuku chuckled. What's the most efficient way to burn calories? Denki asked. Exercise more. Izuku suggested. Set yourself on fire. Katsuki suggested. Shiro took a deep breath. There are 2 kinds of people, he calmly remarked. I have the power to quack and summon ducks. Katsuki said. All might, I'm a microwave. Melissa said with wide eyes, looking like she just discovered the path to heaven without the help of crack. Tashinori looked at her with visible concern. What's up with Kana? She's been laying on the floor for like an hour now. Katsuki raised a brow. Izuku shrugged. She's just a little overwhelmed. Katsuki looked at Izuku with confusion. Why? He asked. Kona kissed her. Izuku answered. Don't they kiss each other 100 times on a daily basis? Katsuki looked disgruntled. Yeah, but this time Kona was wearing the lipstick Aina gave her for her birthday. Izuku nodded. Losers. Katsuki snorted and returned to watching the TV. 2 truths and a lie. I'll start. I've killed a man, I will kill again, and it burns when I pieces. Katsuki started and looked Koji dead in the eye. Koji took a step back. I don't like this game. The whole class was visibly confused and concerned when they saw Katsuki chase Izuku with what seems to be a Glock 19 through the hallways. Have I ever told you that I love you with my whole heart? Kana whispered while gently tucking her hair behind her ear. That's cute and I love you too, but for the love of all that is holy, I am not taking you to McDonald's. It's 2 in the morning. Kanako, disgruntled and half awake, shook her head and pulled Kana back to cuddling. Meanie. Kana pouted. Everybody shut up, I'm thinking. Denki said while holding the sides of his head with both hands. He has been trying to solve a math assignment for an hour now but got stumped on one question. He finally began to think though. Katsuki walked in and patted the other blonde in the back. Well, don't think too hard. Everybody here wouldn't want you to hurt yourself. He left without saying any more words. Jairu snorted as Denki burst into tears. Izuku sighed and turned to face Katsuki. You know, you were right. Katsuki raised a brow and asked, about what specifically? Because I'm right about a lot of things. He smugly grinned, watching Izuku's flat expression turn sour. You ever had a pet? Kanako asked Katsuki, who shrugged. Had a lizard once, burnt him though. He replied, his arms still crossed. Thank F, Blaze is immune to fire. Izuku said, remembering the purple cat. Katsuki's new pet, though it was very much rare, had a quirk that let her emit and control fire while also being immune to the element. Oddly enough, the cat was purple and had a red ruby embedded on her forehead. At first I thought you were foolish and incompetent. Momo admitted. I mean, you're not wrong. Izuku shrugged and took a bite from his burger. I want to grow up and be like Nika. Eri said, holding up a drawing of a stick figure of her and Izuku's full force form. Izuku chuckled and looked at the drawing. Unfortunately, a Pomeranian heard her and decided to be in butt. That's called acquiring insanity. Katsuki snorted, which earned him a punch from Kanako. Listen, this is very hard for me to admit, but I love you and Izuku at the same time. Kana said after gathering all of her courage for 10 days. Kanako looked at her with a flat expression before she shrugged. Yes, same. She nodded, ignoring Kana's shocked expression. According to the footage here, you shook the vending machine and when the shake alarm went off, you punched the glass and broke it. Hound Dog looked at the monitor and sighed before turning to face Katsuki. I was hungry. Katsuki calmly replied. Strawberry milk, it doesn't taste like strawberry or milk at all. Izuku said, looking honestly repulsed. Go to sleep, Izu. Katsuki looked like he wanted to jump onto a river leading to a waterfall and fall off, letting the impact kill him. Or, he looked miserable. Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked after noticing that Kano was crying. Yeah, it was just the onions. She nodded and wiped off the tears from her eyes. Izuku grabbed the onion from her hand and glared at it. The F, did you say to Aina, huh? The first week at UA went as normally as it could have. But nothing could have prepared 1A for what came with the second week. Holy shit! Izuku's eyes widened as he straightened his posture and grabbed the sides of his table with a wide grin on his face. Whenever I use Gum Gum Cannon I pump my arms, which makes me faster, so if I pump my blood then. Midoriya-kun, while I'm glad that you seem to have figured out something, I'll need you to focus on our class, please. Ectoplasm interrupted Izuku before he could further talk, taking the teen out of his high. Oh wait, crap, my bad. Izuku immediately sat back down with a sheepish expression. The class just chuckled at him. Katsuki just glanced at him and raised a brow. Alright brats, tomorrow's gonna be a trip to... Aizawa started, sighing miserably when he heard 3 slams. We're going to Universal Studios Japan? Izuku, Denki, and Mina happily cheered and leaned on their chairs. No, they all visibly deflated when Aizawa shook his head. We're going to the unforeseen simulation joint. We'll be introducing you brats to it as all future rescue training lessons will take place there. He paused. Our schedule starts in the afternoon. At 12 I expect you all to be ready and wearing your hero costumes already, and you all won't be having any classes in the morning, alright? Yes, sir. The class collectively nodded. Right, now on to the last business in homeroom. You'll be picking a class president and a vice president. Aizawa nodded. The class knew that the person who had one of those 2 positions stood out from the rest during public events, which meant more people will be more interested on them and get more support once they became pros. They were all obviously interested in becoming a representative for their class. Ooh, I'd like to do it. Me. Mina raised her hand enthusiastically. Hey, I want to be president. Let me do it. Denki yelled, his hand waving frantically before Jers smacked the back of his head. We don't need someone who fries their brain on a daily basis to lead us. She said, making Denki pout at her. That I'd try for vice president. Melissa sheepishly raised her hand up. The position needs someone magnificent like me, don't you think? Aoyama leaned forward with his classy flamboyant smile, striking a dramatic pose as magnificent sparkles appeared. Everyone, please quiet down. Ida shot out of his seat, his voice silencing the class. The role of either president or vice president comes with great responsibility. But ambition does not equate to ability. He scanned the room, his gaze determined and calculative. For that, I put forward the motion that our leader should be chosen by election. They were all silent for a moment before one of them broke it. What? But everyone will just vote for themselves, Kaminari whined, scratching the back of his head. I mean, we all have been classmates for almost 2 weeks now, but still. That may be, Momo interjected, deciding to be the voice of reason before more students, Mina, could complain or add their thoughts. But we'll still get 2 people that got voted more than the others, given that all of us don't vote for ourselves. Ida nodded and pushed his glasses back to place. Precisely, Yaoyorozu-san, he said before turning to Aizawa, who had crawled into his sleeping bag earlier. Will you allow this, sensei? He asked, showing anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Aizawa yawned before saying, whatever, just do it quick. Wake me up when it's over. He then fell asleep. It took 1A almost half an hour to finish, and they ended up with pretty satisfying or agreeable results. Their class president is Momo Yaoyorozu, and the vice president is Melissa Shield. The 2 girls went in front of the class. Momo spoke first and bowed gracefully. Thank you for trusting me with this position. I will not let you all down. Thanks for voting for me. Melissa followed Momo's actions, though she ended up squeaking after her words. The voting was done, So they woke up Aizawa, who looked disgruntled from being awoken as he crawled out of his cocoon. Now that's done, return to your dorms or do whatever. Aizawa shrugged and walked out of the classroom, leaving the students to talk amongst themselves. Unforeseen simulation joint, huh? I've heard that they recreate disaster events there very realistically, even the weather is accurate. Sato commented. Oh man, I don't think I'm suited for weather-based situations at all. Toru shivered at the thought of standing outside in winter naked, but then again her whole thing is being invisible. Maybe she should look into getting a blanket just in case. Rescue's not my thing, I'd probably F this up. Katsuki scoffed. He was more used to fighting than saving people. Relax, I'm sure there'll be a point where we need demolition, so your quirk's gonna help with that. Izuku patted the blonde's back. Hope Sensei won't pull another one of his expulsion or whatever ruse bullshit on us again. Jiru muttered while unconsciously twirling with a strand of her hair. Can we consider the expulsion thing bullshit when he literally kicked Mineta out of here? Denki tilted his head, making the purple-haired girl pause. You right? She nodded, making the other students who were listening in their conversation gulp. The rest of the day went through normally. Izuku ended up skipping lunch to break into Kanako and Kaina's dorms and laze around in their rooms. Katsuki did later tell him that the press managed to break into Yue's barriers during lunchtime though. Huh, since when did you recolor your sheet? Katsuki asked while securing one of his grenade gauntlets on his arm. Izuku wore his casual outfit, a vest, shorts, and sandals. The only difference was that his shorts were colored black instead of navy blue. Because I can? I mean, do you have a problem with it? Izuku asked. No, just wondering how you even got it approved when it literally doesn't give any help on your quirk or provide armor. Katsuki shook his head and took the other grenade gauntlet and slipped his arm in. This lets me stretch my body without much problems, unlike most clothes. I think it's nice too. Izuku shrugged, providing a simple explanation. Well, that's a huge upgrade from whatever possessed you to wear a FING straitjacket back in middle school. Katsuki snickered and finished putting on his costume. He turned and noticed a new part of Izuku's outfit. Huh, so what's that supposed to be? It was an armband, one with a special design that made it stand out. It had two small glass containers inside it. One contained a bullet with an indigo pink-colored spiral pattern, while the other container just had ash in it. Izuku traced Katsuki's stare and looked at the armband before grinning. Oh, it's a gift from Kona and Aina. They gave me this yesterday. It has one of Kaina's bullets and Kanako's ash from her quirk. Pretty cool, huh? He replied, moving his upper arm to give Katsuki a better look. Katsuki stared at him silently before nodding, I guess. Ida burst into the changing room with his costume already worn and announced, Everyone! It's almost 12. We shall hurry to the bus already. Our class president and the rest of the girls are already there. While his arm was doing its peculiar chopping motion. We know that already, so shut up you stupid rip-off Sega. Katsuki barked at Ida. It's really a cool gift. Izuku just chuckled and looked at the armband fondly before he got dragged out of the changing room with Katsuki and tossed inside the bus. Hey, Midoriya, Azui spoke up, paused for a bit to croak before she continued, I always say what's on my mind, and right now I have a question for you. Oh, sure Frog-chan, what's up? Izuku replied and turned his head to face Azui. Call me Tsuda or well, just with that nickname, I don't mind. She nodded, your quirk is interesting, wouldn't you say? She then tilted her head and croaked. Well, yeah, what about it? Izuku followed her action and also tilted his head with a curious expression. Yeah, Midori. What's up with your rubber quirk being named Freedom? That's kind of confusing, and you never elaborated on what it could do. Kirishima joined in the conversation, which was attracting more of the students' attention in the bus. I'm not allowed to elaborate, sorry. Izuku scratched the back of his head, just making the class more interested. Why not? Mina leaned in close from her seat. Before Izuku could reply, Aizawa cut in. It's a private secret, one that he can't share without special permission. Oh. They all quieted down immediately. Well, you've got one very interesting quirk then, Midoriya. Sato broke the silence and nodded. Thanks. Izuku chuckled and sent him a grin, a gesture that the more muscular teen gave back. Well, it's still kinda cool, you know? Ijiro pointed out enthusiastically, I mean the way you used it is just so creative, I don't think many of us would have thought of using a rubber quirk like you do. He chuckled. Ijiro then hardened his arm. My hardening is good for punches, but not exactly flashy. He pouted, looking a bit dejected. But hey, yours is awesome, dude. Totally manly. Perfect for a future pro. The pout turned into a grin, showing off his shark-like teeth. Your quirk is cool as hell, anyone who can't see that is blinder than a FING bat. Katsuki huffed before his annoyed expression softened from seeing Ijiro hold his hand appreciatively. Heroics are more like a popularity contest today, right? My naval laser now that's both flashy and powerful. Pro-level material for sure, right? Aoyama hummed. Yeah, until your stomach explodes and makes you start hurling. Jairu snorted, watching Aoyama dramatically fall back to his seat with a pale expression on his face. I mean, if we're talking flashy and strong, you gotta mention Todoroki and Bakugo. Denki declared, steering the conversation away from Aoyama's unfortunate drawback. But Bakugo's always grumpy though, Azui pointed out. Not exactly the picture of popularity. She then turned to Shudo. And he's never had a line of dialogue in this fanfic yet. Sorry. The bi-colored-haired teen said. Ijiro prevented Katsuki from erupting to Azui's comment by pulling the blonde into a hug. Tsuyu simply shrugged, seeing the blonde get subdued but still kept growling like a dog. See? They all snickered at Katsuki, who scowled and deeply exhaled with an angry vein on his forehead. Enough talking. Aizawa interrupted before they could speak further as the bus stopped. Aizawa stepped out of his seat at the front, his usual stoic expression in place as he finished his box of juice. Alright, everyone. We're here. The students filed out in order with Momo's help and were greeted by a sight that momentarily silenced them. A massive dome stood before them, its insides split into different areas. A ruined city next to a massive mountain, a burning city, a vast lake, a landslide-ravaged zone, and a smaller dome in the distance. Whoa! The class erupted in a chorus of excited shouts. It is like Universal Studios Japan. Wua-ea! Izuku's eyes widened as his jaw stretched to the ground, taking in the sight of the colossal structure. Flood wrecks, landslides, fires, and everything in between, a mysterious voice interrupted their shouts of excitement. This is a practical training area, the unforeseen simulation joint designed to simulate all kinds of accidents and disasters. Everyone gasped when they turned around to see 13, especially Ochako, who began jumping up and down. Oh, it's the Marshmallow Girl. Izuku pointed, remembering the pro hero's appearance during his second quirk apprehension test. 13, I'm your biggest fan. Ochako shrieked like a certified fangirl, her mouth and eyes wide open. She then turned to strangle Izuku. Who the hell are you to call 13 a marshmallow, huh? She screeched, a dark aura of miasma rolling off her in waves. Aizawa was unamused. Hey, 13, where's All Might? He asked while his eyes narrowed in suspicion. 13 looked at Aizawa for a bit before she raised her hand and showed 3 fingers. God damn it. He grumbled. Ran out of time? Uncle Might, didn't me and Dad tell you not to overwork yourself? Melissa mentally mumbled with a worried expression as she noticed the space hero's gesture. Yo, why do you look constipated? Izuku interrupted the blonde girl's thoughts. He noticed, after escaping from Ochako's tight grip on his neck, that the blonde's expression looked conflicted, and in his recently stated opinion, constipated. See constipated? Melissa stuttered out and looked at Izuku. Yeah, so is something wrong or? He leaned closer curiously, making her blush and sweat from nervousness. No. She quickly shook her head, making Izuku raise a brow. Seriously, nothing's wrong, just nervous for the training. She said. Izuku was still suspicious, but he nodded and left her alone, much to Melissa's relief. All right, kids, before we get started, 13 clapped her hands, getting the attention of the class. There's something important you all need to remember. My quirk is called Black Hole. It can swallow anything in its path, reducing it to dust. A perfect quirk for rescue missions that involves taking out debris, rubble, or anything else. Ochako nodded, getting 13 to chuckle from her enthusiasm. You're right. 13 agreed before leaning in. However, it can also be deadly emphasize on the anything else part. Quirks are simply tools. The way you use it is what matters. You can use your quirk to save or use it as a weapon. For all quirks, it only takes one wrong step to inflict accidental harm. Mine can swallow people in its path, reducing them to dust if I'm not careful. The class stood silent, soaking in the pro-hero's words carefully before they all nodded, but Izuku was more occupied with something else though as he looked around warily and didn't listen to anyone's voices, something Aizawa noticed. Midoriya, is something Ro? Aizawa's cut short by an odd sound from the central plaza. He quickly turned his head around, his eyes widening in alarm as a growing black hole materialized in the front of the fountain, tendrils and wisps of dark, ominous smoke swirling out of the expanding hole. Sheet! Aizawa cursed and looked at his class. Everyone get close to each other and don't move. He yelled urgently, getting everyone to snap out of their shock. A hand reached out from the darkness. A maniacal grin stretched across the man's face as he pulled himself through the portal, widening it into a distorted gateway. Multiple figures following behind him. Ha! What's going on? Is this a part of the training? Ijiro exclaimed, confused and startled. The last villain, one with severed hands all over his body, emerged from the portal and looked around. Erasu, Fiend, he listed before narrowing his eyes. All Might's supposed to be here, so where the hell is he? He grumbled. Aizawa shook his head and readied his scarf. No, those are villains. He answered, making everyone's eyes widen. We went through all the trouble to bring an army, and you're telling me All Might isn't here? He growled and scratched his neck, his eyes menacingly glinting red. Then he straightened his posture and raised his head. Whatever, he'll show up if we kill the kids, right? A wave of terror crashed over the students as the villain's words sank in. Some flinched, some began to scream, some teared up, and the rest. The hell's up with your crusty lips, you weirdo? Izuku bluntly asked the hand-covered villain, rolling his shoulders and already preparing for a fight after seeing the hundreds of villains that went through the portal. The you shitty no-name villains trying to do interrupting my training, huh? Katsuki's palms ignited with small explosions as he crouched and snarled. How annoying! Shoto muttered, his right side began to be covered in frost while his left side burst into flames. Tisk! Momo just clicked her tongue and frowned as she created a metal bow staff from her forearm and a smoke grenade from her open hand. Before they could dash forward and attack though, Aizawa raised his hand. Four of you stand down. He ordered, making them all lower their arms with annoyance or just nothing. Intruder alarms and security measures should have been triggered by now, so they're definitely disabled. He assessed the situation before turning to face 13. 13, start evacuation. He ordered, with the woman already nodding. Aizawa then turned to the dumber blonde of his class. Kaminari, try contacting UA with your quirk once you're outside. Why yes sir. Denki straightened his posture and nodded. Tisk, of all the DMN things that could have happened today. Aizawa grumbled and put his goggles into place. Before he could jump into action though, Melissa cried out, sensei. You can't fight them all alone. Even with your erasure, there's too many of them. Let us help. Her body surged with yellow electricity as she activated her quirk. Shield, Aizawa glanced at Melissa. A true hero faces unfair odds like these all the time and I won't risk any of you all getting injured. He turned to face 13 again. 13, their safety is in your hands. Now go. He took a deep breath and leapt. They watched as Aizawa went into the main plaza and began to fight off the villains with the help of his scarf, showing off his experience and skill at his profession and his mastery over his equipment. Everyone. 13's call made the class look away from Aizawa's fight. We have to evacuate. Follow me. He gestured for them to come. Everyone followed and rushed towards the exit before a wall of foggy darkness formed, blocking their path. A chilling voice came from the void. Two sharp, glowing yellow eyes appeared as a humanoid emerged from the wall. "Greetings. We are the League of Villains. By any chance, do you know where All Might is? We understand it might be presumptuous, but we infiltrated UA with the intention of defeating him. Well, putting that aside. Gum pistol." Izuku stretched his arm and brought his fist forward without hesitation. AP shot. Katsuki stretched out one of his hands and used his other hand to form a circle on the palm of his outstretched hand before he ignited a concentrated explosion through it. Red blow. Ijiro dashed and threw his hardened fist forward. All three attacks landed, making the villain erupt into mist before he simply reformed. A grim chuckle echoed in the air as the sharp yellow eyes narrowed. That was close, but expected. You may be students, yet you are also society's golden eggs, he remarked. The mist villain looked at the shocked class. You all will be scattered, get tortured, and experience true dread. His form exploded into a dark mist and engulfed everyone before it returned to its simple humanoid form. The villain chuckled, mission accomplished. Before his form shrunk and disappeared, presumably teleporting away. A portal formed in the sky above the mountain zone, and out came Izuku, who fell out screaming. Aha! Boom! He landed, well, more like crashed on the ground harshly with his head buried in the dirt. It took him a moment to realize that he wasn't unconscious and just had his head buried. Izuku placed his hands on the ground and pushed, pulling his head out of the dirt. Some of it got in my mouth. He pulled his tongue with his hand and shook it before letting it snap back to place. Izuku sighed and got up from the ground before looking around. Where the hell am I? He muttered before turning around and realizing that he was dropped on a sector of the unforeseen simulation joint. His eyes slowly widened as he realized the villain's plan. Oh, so that's why they were planning to take us all out by sending us to a horde of bad guys without preparation. He snapped his fingers. Huh. Izuku heard the now familiar sound of a portal opening and turned around to see two portals form in the sky before Momo and Jiru came out of them and began to fall while screaming. Gum classmate catch. Immediately he acted and sent his arms forward, stretching until he managed to grab both girls and loop his arms around them. They both wheezed at the sudden stop from their falls before they traced where the arm belonged to and saw Izuku, much to their relief. Midoriya! The two girls shouted as Izuku carefully brought the duo down on the ground safely before letting his arms let go of them and snap back to place. Hey guys! Izuku waved at them with a grin on his face. They were both confused on why or how he could grin during this dangerous scenario when they are in serious danger with real villains. Ugh! Jur slapped her hand against her mouth, sealing it as she held in her bile before blanching. Where's the rest of our classmates? She asked, looking around with a worried expression. No idea, I just got dragged here then you two appeared. Izuku shrugged. Momo stood up and created a gun before loading it with rubber bullets. The mist villain said that he'd scattered us, so I'd say that our classmates are in different sectors of the map right now, she said. Well. Look at what our employers brought us. An unfamiliar voice came in, interrupting the group from talking as they all looked to the source and saw a horde of villains looking at them with different expressions on their faces. Two girls, one's specially hot and CC but the other is cute and some guy. Another villain stepped forward. Huh? Who the hell are ya, Callan? Some guy? Izuku growled angrily and made his knuckles pop. Momo sighed and readied her gun. Midoriya-san, we'll have to deal with them and make our way back to the main entrance. Hopefully the others will do the same. She instructed and narrowed her eyes. Izuku glanced at Momo before he grinned and looked back at the villains. Got it, Imo? With that he lunged forward, faster than the villain's reaction speed. Gum whip! He yelled and brought his leg forward, stretching it to reach and sweep the legs of the villains to make them trip against themselves as Momo created a bow staff and dashed forward. Bam! Sheet! One of the larger villains with mutant quirks cursed as he tried grabbing Izuku, only for Momo to strike his head with her staff before Izuku jumped and decked him in the face. Gyro, after watching the two black-haired teens fight in awe, joined in and kicked one of the villains on the ground, making sure that they're unconscious. Use this, Gyro. Momo noticed the purple-haired girl's effort and created a metal bat before tossing it to Gyro, who caught it clumsily. A metal bat? Thanks. Gyro looked at it before quickly hitting a villain that tried ambushing her and following it up with a stomp on the face. Momo nodded at her approvingly as she ducked underneath an extending arm from Izuku. Gum Gum Pistol. Izuku's arms stretched past Momo and struck a villain behind her, knocking them out before the arms snapped back to place, letting Izuku punch another villain in the guts with the same fist. What the F is up with these kids? One of the villains who managed to not get caught on Izuku's first attack muttered before he noticed Izuku's hand going after him. H-E-th. Bang! Izuku grabbed the villain's face tightly, brought him up in the air and then slammed him against the ground, getting more villains knocked out by the impact. He let go of the villain's face and made his arms snap back to place. Come on. Let's ditch this place already. He turned to see the two girls ganging up on one of the larger mutants. Their attention quickly shifted from the villain to Izuku. But hold on, I have something to ask one of them first. Momo shook her head and stomped on the mutant villain's nose, earning her a groan of pain. Tell me, why does your group of villains can confidently think that you can defeat All Might? She asked, pressing her boot against the villain's nose. York, be big monster. The villain began to confess, making Momo raise a brow. Bigger than me. W were just picked up by the ringleader, the one with the hands all over his B-body. H, he just brought us in to deal with you guys. W, all the big monster goes and kills a All Might. He finished. Big monster? Never saw one come out of the portal. Mo, ask him what the big guy looks like. Izuku ordered and crossed his arms. Momo nodded at Izuku before she returned her focus to the villain. You heard him, tell us what the monster looked like. She applied pressure on the villain's nose once again, making him writhe in pain. Tall, muscular, black-colored skin. It has something like a beak for a mouth? Oh, and the B-brain is exposed. I think the hand guy said it has multiple quirks. It was built specifically to counter and kill All Might. That's just what I heard. The villain said before he succumbed to the pain and fainted. Crap, if he's telling the truth then we're dealing with a villain that can handle All Might, Juru muttered and held the side of her head. It was just the second week of UA and already they're dealing with this. Was this standard stuff or were they just unlucky? We'll need to warn the others quickly. We have to get out of the mountain zone and find our classmates, especially Aizawa-sensei since he's probably still fighting the army of villains in the plaza. Momo said, getting the attention of Izuku and Gyro. Izuku glanced at the two girls and grinned. I have an idea. Gyro and Momo shared a look of uncertainty before they nodded at Izuku. Okay. He excitedly smiled and stretched his arms, looping them around both girls several times before he crouched and grabbed two trees ahead of him. Gum Gum Rocket. Then they flew. Eraserhead and the villains in the plaza stopped fighting to see an unidentifiable blur zip past them from above while two voices were screaming together before they faded away. The pro hero quickly used the free opening that the stunned villains gave him to knock out 10 more before the fight continued. Izuku ended up pulling too much on the trees and launched himself and his passengers to the ruined zone instead of the central plaza where they are supposed to be right now. At least they managed to see that their teacher was doing well fighting off the villains. Holy F dash, never gonna do that ever again. Gyra held her stomach, her expression told anyone how dizzy she is feeling right now. She was this close to hurling out her lunch, the anxiety and fear she was feeling didn't help suppress it. He agreed. Momo nodded weakly while holding her head with both hands. She swore she had seen comical stars circling her head before she finally managed to regain her composure. Sorry, I forgot people aren't used to being slingshot. Izuku scratched the back of his head, only to be struck in the knee by Gyru and her metal bat. He didn't react due to his immunity to blunt damage and instead slowly nodded. That okay, I deserve that one, she admitted. Anyways, where are we? Izuku looked around curiously, seeing destroyed buildings everywhere. We should be at the ruin zone, Momo replied after scanning their surroundings. Closer or farther from the plaza? Gyro asked, only to receive a shrug from Momo, making her sigh. Welp, whatever, we should get moving then. She turned around with the two black-haired teens following her actions. Snap. Oh, leaving so soon? An unfamiliar voice came in after a snap was heard, getting the attention of the three students. Ooh! Izuku turned around with the girls and saw the source of the voice. Ahead of them stood a man wearing nothing but a black leather jacket, white briefs, and somewhat stylish glasses. How indecent. Momo's expression soured. Oh, now there's a pervert. Gyro deadpanned. Ick. Izuku just stared judgmentally. Hey, I ain't no pervert. The weirdo barked angrily while stomping his foot before he took a deep breath and calmed down. Kids these days, no respect for fashion. He grumbled. Not even my fashion sense was that bad, and I wore a straitjacket back in middle school because I thought it was cool. Izuku muttered, making Gyro snort. Whatever. So you brats should be part of our group's targets, huh? The man grinned. The name's Snapper, and I'll be the one delivering the ends to your career before it could even begin. Got that, brats? Seriously? Snapper? That's the best you can come up with? Gyro couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Yes. The man awkwardly admitted. Let's just get this over with so we can get back to Aizawa-sensei and then escape. Momo sighed and aimed her gun at Snapper, who regained his grin. The villain raised both of his hands up and spoke. Careful now, girlie, you shouldn't point things like the bang. Snap. Momo fired at Snapper, only for them to hear a snap before he completely disappeared. What did I just say? Snapper's voice whispered behind the three teenagers, making them quickly turn to see the villain standing behind them with a cocky grin. And just an FYI, brats, there is a reason why people call me Snapper, because with a snap, I disappear. It's impossible to attack me because I'd be long gone before you could even react. His grin widened. Snap. He disappeared again. Oh no. Momo scowled as she, Gyro, and Izuku quickly huddled up in a circle and guarded each other's backs. Keep your eyes open. If I'm right, then he can appear anywhere and anytime he wants to. She ordered, with the other two nodding and complying to their class president. Snap. Ah, you take the role of the leader then, Nichin? Snapper reappeared, dashing forward with a smirk on his face. Snap. Gum pistol. Izuku's eyes widened as he threw his fist forward as quickly as he could, only for Snapper to disappear again. Crap, how are we gonna beat him up if he keeps disappearing? He pulled his arm back and snapped it back to place. Snap. Tisk, we'll need to figure out the extent of his quirk first. Momo replied and watched as Snapper appeared in front of her. She quickly created a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it to Snapper. Snap. Boom. The grenade exploded, but Snapper disappeared already. A real FA grenade, seriously? Gyro hissed at the loud sound as she tightened her hold on her metal bat and winced. I panicked. Momo replied and quickly created ear mufflers for Gyro, who took it as a form of apology. Snap. Ah, imagine if there were innocent bystanders on where that grenade landed. Would you take responsibility for it, hero? Snapper reappeared and cackled as Momo narrowed her eyes at him. Snap. I'll leave you two girls for later. Snapper grinned as he reappeared behind Izuku and grabbed his shoulder before disappearing with it. Snap. Bam. Midoriya. Midoriya-san? Gyro and Momo's eyes widened as they saw Snapper reappear with Izuku from a distance before the latter got slammed against the ground. Irk? Izuku, caught off guard, let Snapper follow up his slam with a stomp on his stomach. The villain cackled as he disappeared and reappeared meters away from Izuku, letting the boy stand up. Ugh. Izuku groaned and held his head before shaking it and assuming his fighting position. Demon it, you weirdo. Your teleporting thing is weird. He barked without much thought. Says the hero in training that's wearing clothes from the supermarket. Snapper retorted. Says the stupid villain that's wearing barely any clothes at all. Izuku growled and leaned forward. It's comfortable. Why should I care about what others think of my getup? I'm a villain. Snapper argued. Shut up, ya weirdo. Gum pistol. Izuku threw his fist forward, his arms stretching as Snapper clenched his fists. Snap. And disappeared from sight. Izuku grunted and pulled his arm back before frantically looking around with wide eyes. Snap. Bam. Org. Izuku's head snapped back as Snapper reappeared and landed a haymaker against his face. The boy quickly gritted his teeth as his neck extended before he brought his head back, attempting a headbutt. Snap. Snapper was already gone and laughing when his neck snapped back into place and his forehead went forward to hit nothing. The black-haired boy snarled, feeling more agitated as he continued to be repeatedly attacked by Snapper in all directions. Snap. Come on. Is this all what a hero in training could offer? A kick in the head followed by a jab on the face. Snap. You're just a punching bag at this point. A knee to the guts, then an uppercut, finished with an overhead kick. Snap. How pathetic. The hero society of this generation will seriously be a disappointment, huh? A kick to the ribs, a stomp on the face, an elbow to the side. Snap. Oh wait. Here's a better one. You're just a naive idiot with a stupid dream of becoming one of those useless heroes. Dragged against the ground, kicked on the shin, a jab on the chest. Snap. Really, Izuku did not feel any of Snapper's attacks, but God was his cocky voice that sounded like the shrill cry of a collective of banshees was making the boy feel a lot angrier than he usually gets when dealing with enemies. The fact that none of his gum moves didn't land made him feel a bit annoyed too. Now, where was Jiru and Momo during the whole wailing he was receiving? They were stuck on the sidelines as Snapper kept dragging them away whenever they tried to interfere, just forcing them to watch as Izuku's expression grow from mildly annoyed to relatively sad. Crap. Jiru chanted the same word while lightly pulling on her hair as she watched Snapper keep throwing insults and hands to Izuku, who turned into a ragdoll halfway into the fight. Momo just frowned before shaking her head. I'm sure that Midoriya-san will manage, she said with surprising amounts of trust and confidence as they watched Snapper give Izuku a breather and laugh at him. Nyup. Izuku grunted and got up from the ground, his skin and clothing covered in dirt from the beating as Snapper smugly smirked. So, you want to give up yet? Maybe I'll give you an easy death. Snapper lazily tilted his head before he heard Izuku snicker. Yeah, I'm alright with living right now, still got a lot on my bucket list that I want to cross. Izuku shook his head and straightened his posture, wiping off the blood from his split lip. You know, he coughed, that I've realized now that sometimes I wouldn't be fast enough to help or beat people. Without full force, I'm just as fast as an athlete. If anyone gets hurt because of me being too slow, I don't think I'd ever forgive myself. Izuku then took a deep breath and crouched, firmly planting his feet on the ground as he held his thigh with one hand. And you're telling me this, why? Snapper raised a brow, while Izuku just chuckled at him and continued. Well, I figured out a new way to fight yesterday, a way that makes me faster than you, fast enough to save my class with extra time. He pressed his fist against the floor and grinned. Never thought that I'd use it here or today, 'cause I haven't mastered it yet, barely practiced, but this'll do for now. Doom. Gear second. Izuku announced as his lower legs pumped as blood began to rush through his veins 5 times faster than before. His sweat began to vaporize and shroud him in an aura of steam, and his skin and veins began to glow pink from the increased blood flow while his whole body emitted wisps of pink. Second gear. With this way, I'll fight at the speed of sound. Or, I'm so high in amphetamine that I'm going to beat your but so fast you won't even be able to fang blink. You'll now and no longer be able to keep up with me, Izuku declared as his legs pumped for a second time. Huh? Getting cocky now, are we? Snapper scoffed at Izuku's declaration. Gum. Izuku just ignored the villain and got up from his initial position before he held his left hand up, using his middle finger to aim at Snapper while his right fist was readied, preparing to launch. Didn't I tell you? I'm too fast and too strong for an idiotic brat like you. Snapper growled and narrowed his eyes, preparing to snap and strike again. Jet pistol. Bang! You work? A strong, invisible force struck his guts. Snapper's skin rippled against the force before he gasped out and flew several meters away from his position while Izuku experienced recoil before recovering and dashing forward, wisps of pinkish steam following him. Jet stamp. Izuku then flickered out of visibility before he reappeared near Snapper and kicked the side of his face, changing the flying man's trajectory to a nearby building. Boom! Carrots. Snapper crashed through the building and got buried under rubble as Izuku fell back to the ground and panted, steam beginning to shroud him once again. Snap. Damn it, you brat. Snapper reappeared in front of Izuku and his fist went forward, aiming to strike the boy's midsection. Bam! Jet bullet. Izuku yelled as he dashed forward and sank his fist deep into Snapper's face before the man could actually start his attack. The villain was sent flying once again. Boom! W.O., the hell happened to Midoriya? Jiraiya watched as Izuku dashed to where Snapper ended up crashing into and continued his onslaught of high-speed attacks, overwhelming the villain with a mix of punches and kicks that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Momo also watched in awe from the sudden increase in speed and power Izuku possessed before she shook her head, snapping herself back to reality. She then pulled on Jiraiya and said, "No time to stand around, come on, we have to flee and return to the main gate. Midoriya-san can handle the villain on his own." Right. Jiraiya nodded and began to run with Momo as they heard Izuku continue yelling his attacks while Snapper screamed in agony. Momo quickly turned around to shout, "Midoriya, we'll be heading to the exit. Meet us halfway there." She heard a loud, "Yeah," come from Izuku before they heard the sound of air whistling. Bam! Jet pistol. Izuku struck Snapper's midsection and then grabbed the man's shoulder and pulled himself close before he, jet missile, slammed his shoulder against the man's chest, causing him to wheeze and spit out blood. Snap. Erg. Snapper gritted his teeth and disappeared before reappearing away from Izuku before he could be thrown away again. The hell's up with this brat? He just turned pink. How the F? Did he go faster than before? He snarled, holding his broken nose and wincing while watching Izuku slowly turn to look at him. "I should thank you for being my test dummy for testing gear second," Izuku said while wiping some blood off his forehead before flickering out of existence once again, making Snapper panic as he began frantically looking around for where the black-haired boy could have gone. Bang! Izuku reappeared behind him and brought his fist against the back of Snapper's head, sending the man crashing against the floor with a loud boom as the concrete cracked under pressure. Jet spear. Izuku jumped to the air and sent both of his feet down to Snapper's body. Boom! Snap. Ha! Izuku scowled after seeing Snapper disappear again while he fell back down to the ground in a crouch. "Where did you go now?" He stood up and looked around, keeping his expression serious as his body emitted more steam. In one of the buildings that were still standing amongst the ruins, a bloodied Snapper heavily panted and glared at Izuku. He wasn't able to process how the brat he was easily pummeling earlier flipped the table and was now tossing him around. This was bullshit, he concluded. Snap. But his pride was too big to admit that an idiotic-looking hero in training could beat him this easily, so he snapped again and reappeared behind Izuku, planning to perform a sneaky strike. "There you are." Izuku quickly turned with a wide grin on his face as Snapper saw that the boy's arms stretched far and had been twisting several times already while he was gone. "Wait, no." Snapper quickly tried to snap away, seeing Izuku's grin widen. "Hushu." Bam. Jet rifle. Izuku brought the spinning fist against Snapper's chest, sinking it deep before the villain got sent flying up in the air while rotating at high speeds as trails of dust followed him. Fwoosh! Izuku crouched down before he shot up from the ground, causing a shockwave, before catching up to Snapper in the air. With his hands clasped with each other, Izuku smashed his hands against the villain's back, sending him back down with the resounding crash. Boom! Izuku spun in the air thanks to momentum and physics, then his arms quickly shot out, momentarily turning into pinkish blurs before he grabbed onto Snapper's shoulders and sent himself straight down. Jet missile. Boom! A louder crash followed as Izuku's body slammed against Snapper on the ground, causing it to break and kicking up dust and dirt. Snap! Snapper, barely staying conscious from the consecutive attack, managed to activate his quirk and get out of the dust cloud, but unfortunately he just ended up teleporting meters away in front of a grinning Izuku. His stamina had been exhausted, so his quirk was unable to bring him away far enough to escape. The villain watched in horror as Izuku swung both of his arms forward before quickly sending them back, letting his limbs stretch for several miles, long enough that it went past the ruin zone. Whoosh! Gum gum! Izuku dashed forward, turning into a pink blur. This was not worth the $100 I was hired for. Snapper mentally sighed at his own stupidity for accepting this offer, thinking that it would have been an easy cash. Jet bazooka! Izuku roared as his palms landed directly on Snapper's chest. His palms bounced off quickly after impact before an ear-splitting sonic boom followed. Boom! Snapper shot out of the ruin zone, and quickly became an unrecognizable blur as he flew past the other zones before finally crash-landing into the conflagration zone, where fortunately the fire was subdued by a massive glacier of ice for some reason. I told you, didn't I? Izuku heavily panted as his blood flow began to slow down to normal and his skin lost its pinkish tint. You'll no longer be able to keep up with me, not in second gear. He tiredly chuckled before taking a deep breath and standing back up. Gotta find Imo and Jairu. He huffed and ran to where the exit was, ignoring his exhaustion for now.